Then everybody left the courtroom, and then Mark Agnifilo, Nicole Westmoreland, all the attorneys there, they won. They beat them. Puffy beat the feds at trial. Mark Agnifilo, Nicole Westmoreland, Xavier Donaldson, Jason Driscoll, Brian Steele, Anna Estevao, Alexander Shapiro, Jason Driscoll, Teddy Garridos. They beat the feds at Rico at trial. They beat them. Yes, they did.
By the way, chat, I want to tell y'all so much how much I love y'all. I do read all y'all comments, and I've seen some of y'all even say today, yo, Ack, you got to sit with Unc and Lauren today. Slow down on the drinking. I'm actually about to text them both. Obviously, we're not going to meet up until we hear that he's leaving court, or going to be getting bail. But we are going to be doing something today. Thank y'all. Like y'all are like. I hope the amount y'all watch me, y'all feel like we're connected, because we are. So when y'all be like, yo, act slow on the drinking, and I also took some constructive advice from y'all, because some of y'all did say, act towards the end of last night's stream, you may have got too lit because you were doing a lot of yapping. You know, you're doing a lot of yapping, so I appreciate that.
Yes, they did. Yes, they did. Yes, they did. Yes, they did. They beat them. They beat them. They beat him. They beat him.
I ain't gonna lie. This sounds so funny. I gotta play it. Ooh, I gotta do this first.
There has been just. You're willing to protect your own daughters? What? No, I wouldn't donate any super chats, right? But in people's hearts, the people that are celebrating Diddy went free, keep that in mind. The friends and family you thought you knew that was staying quiet because they were too cowardly to come out and say the way what they really felt, because they were like, oh, like maybe this might make me look like a monster too. The people that are now that you call friends and family that are on Facebook, Instagram, whatever, celebrating, giving hip hip hooray, doing whatever, take note. Take note, because this is the reality, and this is what we need to live in, and this is what we're going to use to build. This is not the end for victims' rights. It's not. It's not the end for sex trafficking rights. It's not the end for anything that we're doing. I feel my heart breaks for anybody that actually knows what was on the line. For anyone, and this is why when they were doing the jury, they asked someone, have you ever been a victim of abuse? Has anybody you known been a victim of abuse? Do you work with people of abuse? Why did they keep anybody off that said yes? Because they wanted to keep the jury ignorant.
Y'all know her?
They wanted the jury to go in saying, I don't even understand. How is that okay? She could have left. They wanted to make sure that these tired narratives that have been used to keep men and women abused and oppressed for decades, they wanted to make sure that it was a ball of ignorance, that not even an expert witness explaining what happened could actually break through. If I could say anything about the prosecution's case, and I think the prosecution did a hell of a case, but if I could say anything about the prosecution's case, I think they overestimated. I think they overestimated that people would do the right thing. I think they overestimated that people would apply the law. I think they overestimated that people would feel shocked and say that a monster that did these things should not be on the street. I think that is the only mistake the prosecution actually made. I think that's the only mistake that the prosecution actually made. The fact that they thought people would actually like see themselves in someone else. I think they overestimated the amount of good, and I know I constantly do that in life. I've had my butt handed to me quite a lot. I think they overestimated the fact that people would, if given the chance, would 100% do the right thing. I think they overestimated that. I do. And I think at the end of the day, the fact that people are cheering that a known abuser, a known, it's sick. It's sick, but it is what it is. Welcome to reality, but it doesn't stop, right? It doesn't stop. We move forward. I get it, you guys. Ignore the trolls. The ignorance, again, the will of the many. My dad also told me, like, there's like in life, right? 70% of people are sheep and they just want to follow. And if you tell them, no, 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 if you try to drag them out the cave, remember the cave? You try to drag them, like, no, no, you're looking at shadows. 70% of people will fight you because how dare you disrupt their reality? How dare you disrupt with the truth, with the fact that they could be free? There's another 10%, right? So, hey, what's up? 70% are actually sheep. They want to follow. And if you try to tell them, guess what? I made a world where you can think for yourself, they will fight you because they don't want that. And then you have the other third.
Take a little shot of the tears.
%. There's 10% that they look at those sheep and they say,
Drain Masters, what up? Said this was the longest humiliation ritual ever. They wanted real information. Puff took it to trial, spanked it.
I can make those sheep mine. I can make those sheep mine. I'll tell the sheep whatever they want, and I'll bring them out to the pasture. And I'll make sure that the sheep work for me. I'll slaughter a few when I need to eat. I'll wear their hides. I'll do whatever I want, but I will use the sheep.
Yo, this the joint they call what? This who y'all be watching?
For my own will. And the 10% realize because the sheep.
I ain't even gonna do what I heard she be hating on me nonstop. This is like a YouTuber right here. I heard she be hating on me like she a scorned ex. I don't even know her. But I see her and she crying and she's a black woman and I want to uplift her. And I don't know why she feels she Cassie, because Cassie ain't crying today. Cassie's thumbing through a check. Daphne's moving out, but Cassie's thumbing through a check. So I hear what she's crying for. She feel like she's a victim too, because she sat and she saw some things that she felt victims could whatever. But Shirley, I'm not even going to attack you. You see a woman like you. I'll address this woman for the first time or every time. I ain't gonna never do it again. You see a chick like you don't know me. But I from what people have told me you've said about me, you've judged me based on few things, and in your mind I'm probably a monster. You've convicted me of everything maybe people have ever accused me of, and it's cool. And I've had to wear that because you got a platform and you just say, fuck this nigga. But you went to a trial and you sat there with another nigga being accused of certain things. And you're in tears because some other people, and it's not that y'all just seen bite-sized info. I don't think you would ever have a problem with me if we knew each other. I don't think so. But you went to a trial and some people had some other opinions. And let me tell you this is the truth. Mom, you good? Well, Mom. Yeah, I don't know. Just went in my little mini fridge. I'll say this to you. I predicted this outcome, which happened to be true. But if Diddy was convicted, I wouldn't be sitting here in tears. I'm going to just be honest. I wouldn't be sitting here in tears. I'm not Diddy's mans. I would say Diddy is clear a jury. I might not believe that because I didn't believe that. I told y'all what I thought. The jury think you did these things, my nigga. You a man, you got to stand accountable for it. The thing with somebody like you is that y'all wear y'all emotions on y'all sleeves, and you know y'all are super judgmental, and you know when things don't go y'all way, y'all are victims. The trial ain't go your way, but are you a media personality or are you a victim? You crying like this is the reaction maybe Jane Doe or Cassie should have, or maybe Mia, maybe Capricorn Clark. Why are you so emotional? If you got a abuser, you should probably file a lawsuit against him. So what are you here doing? But you know exactly what you're doing. You're representing an ideology of women or people who believe that when we believe we've been victimized, everybody should blindly believe us. Fuck a trial. So you're looking this distraught because of what? She looked like she's a victim. Did Diddy fuck her? Does anybody know if Diddy has fucked her?
Sheep are just looking to follow. All they have to do is be strong. Might equals right. And those sheep will follow along. And then there's 10%. They see what's going on. They see the sheep.
And shut your stupid ass up, man.
The things that I was...
This is how Diddy finna walk out. This is how Diddy finna walk out of that fucking courtroom today, gang. If he's released. I don't think he's gonna get released, but I ain't gonna lie, the liquor is hitting. I ain't gonna hold you. That's another thing, and just honestly for me to y'all. One thing about, like, let's say the Diddy case. And, you know, I'm gonna meet up with Lauren Conlon later. You know, I never want to feel like I'm cornering Lauren. Lauren's an amazing, beautiful woman. If you don't know, she is married with I believe, multiple kids. We joke around. I do think she looks beautiful, but I'm not trying to, like, pursue her like that. Like, I won't disrespect her husband, nor disrespect the fact that she has a family. Honestly, okay? And you could ask, I'm not doing nothing inappropriate. When the camera cuts, we'll take a picture, and we're out. There's nothing weird, okay? But I do know that there is a group of women, not necessarily Lauren, but there's a group of women who they felt that Cassie getting justice is their justice. And for those people, I weep and I'm sorry for you. The reality of the situation is that you're not Cassie. You're not that situation. And it doesn't mean because Cassie didn't get the sex trafficking charge proven for her means that you're not a victim. I don't know your situation. But I do want to empower women, whether it's my chat queens or otherwise. Don't look at representatives. If you feel that you've been victimized and abused, you should go and pursue it. What I'm trying to say is that if you're looking as Cassie, as the person who you felt represented you, she's not your representative. The courts have ruled she was not sex trafficked. She might have been prostituted, but she has not been sex trafficked. And prostitution, there is an implicit agreement with the person who's doing the prostitution. There was nothing by force, nothing by coercion, nothing by fraud. There was no RICO Act. There was no aiding and abetting. And for the women, and this is why I want to put it to any particular woman, don't take this as, oh, this is niggas like saying fuck y'all bitches. No. They're actually victims of sex trafficking, victims of sexual violence. We love you. 100% we love you. And I implore you guys, don't tie what you think is your perception towards someone like Cassie. Cassie never called the police on Diddy. She received $30 million and then was compelled to testify to try to put this man in jail. And she still said, I still have a lot of love for him. That's not you. You ain't getting $30 million. Maybe your pain, your suffering, whatever you're going through, maybe you will look at it different if you've healed and you've done shit and you get 30 million. You're not going to get that. Don't compare yourself to Cassie. You're not Cassie. Cassie is someone who today y'all think is probably like, oh my God, I didn't get justice. Cassie never went to the cops. She went to Douglas Wigder and got a $20 million settlement from Diddy. That's not going to be you. If you think you're a victim of sex trafficking, domestic violence, anything to do with taking advantage of you, listen, I love my chat queen so much. I ain't gonna lie to you. I hate to even say this. I respond to my chat queens more than I respond to my chat kings, just because I know we don't have that much of them, and I feel like the men outnumber the women here. But I try to show them love and support. But I don't want y'all to feel like because this case is going down as it is, it's an indictment on men and women relationships. No, this is an indictment on Cassie. Cassie went through all this and spared this man multiple times, never called the cops. never made it was clear that, hey, I'm not, you're forcing me to do these things. I don't want to do it. Jane Doe was more of, oh, I don't want to do it. Cassie literally said, I'm doing this because I don't want you to do it another bitch. So I just want to say to all my chat queens, any woman that could be watching this, I hope y'all don't think I'm insensitive. I hope y'all don't. I love y'all sincerely from the bottom of my heart. Let me tell you this. My channel, as much as my niggas is in here, my chat queens buy the most of my merch. They support me the most. My chat queens, I promise you. I'm not here to disrespect women. But I'm also not here to go along with propaganda that would make men just seem demonized as some evil people. Cassie was domestically abused. She was hit. There was a lot of things that happened to her. The unfortunate reality of it is that I don't believe none of that was a federal crime in what was charged. I hope you can understand the difference. So if you hear me playing some Diddy shit, it's not that I'm saying Cassie, fuck Cassie. Never. I'm not saying that. Nah. That's why I keep saying I do believe she deserved the money she got. The rest of you hoes, you hip rocks. Cassie did deserve that bread. She went through a lot. However, on a criminal level, I don't believe Diddy is a sex trafficker. I don't believe he's a racketeer. The jury agreed with me today, but I don't want to be insensitive to women who might feel like this is the epitome of our voice not being understood. Okay? I'll actually stop playing this video. I'll go back to Tisa.
And they see the right equals right. They see the tyranny, and they see what the tyranny's doing. But they just look because they're observers and they're interested. They're like, how could the sheep do that? Oh my God. They watch it like it's a football game. They see what's going on, but they choose not to get involved for whatever reason. But they see clearly what's going on. They're not sheep. And then there's the 10%, and that's us. There's that 10% that you say no. You want to wake the sheep up. You want to wake the sheep. The sheep are fighting with you. You're begging them, please, you're going to slaughter. Hey, what's up? There's the 10% that you see what's going on with the tyranny. And just like the other 10% that's just sitting there, you see, but you're like, no, not on my watch. You want to educate the sheep. You want to help the sheep. At the very least, even if the sheep fight you, you say, I am going to create a world where the sheep can be free and happy with their dumb selves. But happy, dumb sheep, right? Happy, dumb sheep. And the tyranny always try to mobilize. The 10% that are the tyranny of evil men, they always try to mobilize the sheep to move against the 10% that want to make the better world something for everyone. But it's okay, you know? It's okay. And this isn't about the Diddy trial, because at the end of the day, I stand with everything I say. But it just shocks me the way, like, wow, people really don't care. But you know who does? We care. And we're here. And, you know, my heart breaks for everybody that was a victim of abuse. My heart breaks for everybody that risked themselves and stood on business. My heart breaks. And you know what? I'm going to stand firm. And it's okay. And people can cheer that a monster went free. And it's okay, because there's going to be a next time. And this was, like Love AT said, it was a wake-up time. It was a wake-up call for everybody in the industry. It was a wake-up call that we need to do more work. It was a wake-up call that people will say one thing and go into the voting booth and vote for another thing. It was a wake.
You know what? This year I've been on my pop out and show niggas type of vibe. Yo, Tisha, I ain't gonna cap with you. I know. I never watch your content. I promise you, day in my life. Like, I'm playing your shit now because I do know you do whatever. But I don't watch it. I was trying to, because I knew you're at the court, but my audience told me quickly, like, she be hating on me. I don't know what you be saying about me, but I just imagine it's bad. I'm gonna keep it a beam with you. I'm on my pop out and show niggas type of era this year. I want to sit with you though. I don't know if you're down to sit with me. I want to sit with you, and I want to have a constructive conversation. Because the way you talking about all this victim shit, and I agree there are actual victims, but like this tearing shit, I would love to sit in front of you. If you want to have a moderator, we could do it. you're in New York, you know, Lauren Conlon and motherfucking Unc, my shit right here. I want to sit with you. I don't know if you're down to sit with me. I'm not. I would never invite you to sit with me if I intend to disrespect you. Just let you know. But you know, again, despite whatever you said about me, I want to sit with you. I want to have a logical conversation. It could be a debate. Because at the end of the day, I definitely believe that law and order should rule the land. And if someone is saying some shit or whatever, feelings, emotions, agendas should be put to the side, should be what's proven in trial. I'm down to sit with you about this trial. So somebody tell Tisa that I'm down to sit with her. She could have the moderator of her choice if she needs a moderator. I don't know if she needs a moderator. But I'm down for her to get a moderator. And I'm down to speak about the facts of this case. Now, the reason why I'm down to speak about this is because, Tisa, again, I don't know you. It seems, from what I've heard, you don't like me. It's okay. But I never went into this case that was super emotional. It doesn't emotionally bother me, or I don't give a fuck if Diddy's fucking 30 girls or 2 girls. I don't care. When I see you crying, it feels it's emotionally affected you. However, I'm down to have a very one-on-one debate. It's a debate. This is not... Keep your Kleenex over there. We will speak about the facts. Here's the thing. You have a up on me. I've never been to court. I ain't never been in that trial. I ain't never seen Diddy in there. But you have. We could debate on this particular trial. Told y'all, chat, book the jet. It ain't this week, so I got some time. I booked the jet. It ain't this week. I got some time. Someone let Tisa know that I is down to speak to her or debate. As a moderator about the facts of the case. I'm going to say this one thing before I continue to play this, then we'll go back to Uncle. Chat, I'm going to be honest with you. I love all y'all in here. I love y'all so much. I was incredibly proud of how I approached this case. I felt so incredibly embarrassed with the Tory trial. I did. I felt like the way we looked at that trial was not fair. And everybody on our stream thought it was going to be A, and it ended up being B. And maybe we were fair, and maybe some other shit happened, Rock Nation, whatever. But I said, I don't want to be the biased guy. And you're hearing more of my opinion now that the trial's over. But, like, I didn't want to be the biased guy because I serve you guys, which is my audience. I thought I was incredibly fair. Incredibly. This is why I was looking for people. I watch Law and Crimes who I know they don't fuck with Diddy. I watch them a lot. I watch Lauren Conlon. I love Lauren, but Lauren's a girl's girl. Unc might be pro Diddy, but I try to get every perspective that I could give my perspective. And I wasn't in court. And you're at the courthouse. I didn't want to be biased. This time, and there's no bragging, my prediction happened to be true. The Mann Act charges, the prostitution charges, was convicted, but nothing else. Okay. I would love to speak to you, TC. I am non-emotional about this. If Diddy had gotten 1 million years, I would have been like, wow, that's not what I thought. I would not be sitting here bawling. It's a fact. So I would love to engage you because you seem to be making content about this. So we can make some good content. Whatever your opinions about me, we can confront that too. Because I've heard you said some really nasty things about me. And I don't know if you're equipped with all the information to defend all that. But we can talk about that too. Or we can keep it a Diddy trial. Which I believe you should have more info about than me, because I've never been there. So someone send that info to her, and I'm down to do that later tonight, tomorrow, anytime. And y'all know we in New York. I'm not that. My headquarters is literally, if you don't know, it's 10 minutes from the courthouse. She could pop over there too. Also, Armand, I want to link up with you for you. I don't know where you're from. Pretty good where to go.
Wake up call that people, the sheep can't be trusted. It was a wake up call that the sheep can't be trusted. And now that we know the sheep can't be trusted, what do? Do we make a better world for the sheep? Do we make real lambs? See ya, girl. See ya. All right. Thank you, Mama. I'm good always. Thank you, Mama. All right. So listen, right? That was lovely tea. She's so sweet. So what do? Do we say F it and let the sheep go to slaughter? At one point I was trying to figure out what the flavor of it was like.
Read their faces.
Keep the world a more dangerous place. Someone's getting married. The Willa Mini. Again.
Pretty so good, man. Let's get back to the popping it, man. Let me go get some food or something. This
So it's
I ain't gonna lie, I just set it up. Me, Unc, Lauren, we about to link up.
chill right here.
Let Unc rock it real quick. Let me get some food.
It's a bunch of people down there. There were reporters. I'm in the overflow. I'm in the overflow joint. I'm in the overflow. All the people that wanted Puffy to get convicted, they writing like this, y'all. They shaking their head like, I can't believe it. People was hurt. The people that wanted to see Puffy go to jail for life was hurt. They was wounded. Even though witnesses perjured themselves on the stand, even though witnesses lied on the stand, even though there was prosecutorial misconduct, even though false testimony, they still wanted Puffy to go to prison for life. They was hurt. They was wounded. They was running out, shaking their head like, I can't believe it. I can't believe he's not guilty. They was mad. They was mad. Me, Sean G, I was chilling like Matt Dillon, ain't robbing, ain't stealing. You understand? I was just chilling. Puffy beat the feds, man. He beat them at trial. Puffy beat the feds. He beat them. Nothing more. I don't have nothing else to say. I told you everything that happened. I'm gonna go back in here at 1 o'clock. And he won. My prediction is that Puffy will go home today. The judge will release him today. And they will set a sentencing date for him to come back to get sentenced. But they'll probably give him an ankle monitor. They may give him an ankle monitor. He'll come back to get sentenced, and he'll probably get sentenced to 1 year incarceration, 1 year, 1 day, 366 days. They won't sentence him to 365 days on the dot, because then he won't get to take advantage of good time. In the feds, you got to serve 85% of your sentence. I got sentenced to 18 months in federal prison. I served 15 months, 15 days, and 19 hours. I didn't take no halfway house. I did all my time there. I ain't want to go to no halfway house. So, but in order for the good time to kick in, you got to do 1 year and 1 day, or get sentenced to 1 year and 1 day. I got my prediction is he's going to get sentenced to 1 year, 1 day. He'll get 12, 10. What's 85% of 12? 10% of 12. He'll get time served, and he'll go home and it'll be over. His assets are safe. His assets cannot be touched. The RICO carried the asset forfeiture clause. The jury made the decision that they did not want to seize his assets. Monica Carter, I see you. So that's it. I need everybody to double tap that screen and get this video a thumbs up. I need everybody to double tap that screen, give this video a thumbs up, put me on 1,000. Give it a thumbs up. Hurry up. Hollywood T. You and your supporters on this channel stood 10 toes for Puff. I'm so happy he will probably get time served. I'm going to run back down here and roll around and shout out to Puff. Shout out to Puff, man. You beat the feds, man. Your legacy is cemented. Puffy's legacy is cemented. Puffy is an entertainment icon. Foundational Black American male that rose from Mount Vernon, New York to Harlem.
Behind you, bro.
To become a billionaire in business.
Behind you,
international, global businessman. An iconic person in the music industry. In the film industry, he acted on Broadway. Rose to the top, to the pinnacle of his profession. Got indicted by the United States of America, the United States government, with unlimited resources. They offered him a plea deal of 186 months. He said, I ain't taking no plea. Strike up the jury. Crank up the jury. Let's go to trial. And he beat him at trial. What's up, man? All right. I'm doing, yeah, I'm on my live right now. You got jump. He took the feds to trial, and he beat him. He took the feds to trial, and he beat him. Legacy cemented. Legacy cemented. Sean G, podcast for soul. Don't never stop. Don't never stop. Peace. I'll see y'all after 1 o'clock.
So we never finished Lauren Conley when we had a lockout.
Asking for transcripts or testimony or something. But no, I asked someone behind me because I noticed that certain people started coming in the courtroom that hadn't been there previously. And somebody told me that looks kind of important. He said, there is a verdict. And I was like, what? There's a verdict after, gosh, I don't know. It was 57 minutes later. It was crazy. So, oh, and this morning, by the way, Diddy and his family, they were in the courtroom and they all prayed together and then everybody cheered. But let me tell you what happened. So I was so nervous. I don't know, I'm still kind of like, it's so weird. I'm still kind of all shaky just because it was such an intense moment. So the four-person, juror number 5, stood up, and once he said not guilty on RICO, everybody gasped. I mean, it was crazy gasps in the courtroom. And then once they said not guilty, whoa, that was it. It was like people kind of lost their minds for a second. So, he was on a high. Diddy was, he was holding Tenny Garagos' hand, and he was so happy. He was looking up, he was praying, he had his hands in his head, but things that I would say Maureen Comey definitely rained on his parade because Mark Agnifilo stood up after And he
Whoa.
basically said, Your Honor, my client has been acquitted of very serious charges now, so we would propose that he gets released today, you know. And so he went through this whole thing about why he should be released to Two-Star Island. You know, he has his passport, his plane is chartered, it's somewhere in Maui, he's not a flight risk, you know, all this stuff. And then Maureen Comey got up and she was like, nope, you've seen all of the drug use, you've seen all of the violence. And she basically was like, this is, you know, these are very serious charges, and you saw the conduct surrounding these charges. So, you know, and then she said, you know, this could be up, the sentencing could be up to 20 years. So she really, and by the way, I don't think that would be the case at all. I think that's more about trafficking or crossing state lines for prostitution with minors. I think personally, get like a 2-year sentence with time served or 18 months or something like that. But either way, Comey just kind of squashed that real quick, and Diddy was like, what the hell? But what's happening is each side has until 1 p.m. to formally submit a motion about why he should be released or he should stay in jail. And at one point, the judge is like, Mr. Combs, you know, I'm not going to rule on this right now. It will be today at some point, but I know that you don't want to go back to the MDC. And Diddy was like, I don't want to go back. It was quite a moment, and everyone was laughing. So when he adjourned, I mean, the whole side, his whole family was cheering. They were hugging. They were, I mean, it was very emotional. Oh, he profusely thanked the jury. He was over there profusely thanking them, you know, clapping his hands and just nodding at them and thanking them. And it was, I mean, I like I said, I'm still very shaky, and we weren't allowed to do interviews in the hallway, but I did speak to Justin Combs and Charlucci just really quickly, and I just was like, how are you feeling? How are you feeling? And he said, overwhelmed, and I can't read my own handwriting. Overwhelmed and great. I don't know if I can't really read that. But yeah, this is. Someone asked if I was surprised. No, I don't think I was surprised, actually. I really didn't think that the RICO was easy to prove, and I've said this before. I thought that I wasn't super surprised. I thought that it could go either way with Cassie. I definitely thought not guilty with Jane, and I thought guilty on the Van Act stuff because, you know, we kind of saw that on paper. It's kind of hard to say that he didn't do that when you saw actual tangible evidence. But again, I actually wasn't super surprised on the RICO and on the trafficking. Again, I think that the jury most likely had.
I love you, Lauren, but we gotta get to Boosie's reaction. We need Boosie's reaction. Boosie, what you saying, Boosie?
I'm glad Diddy free, bro. You know, the reason is because I'm tired of seeing us black moguls get took down like that, man. Like, I'm tired of seeing us black people go against us black moguls like that. And I feel like if Diddy was a white man who done all this shit for people, you know, I know him and paid. He done all this shit for hip hop. If he was white, they had so many white people out there protesting for this man losing his life behind a relationship. And the people always Boosie was on Diddy's side. Nah, it ain't that. It's because I'm thinking about 7 children. Y'all thinking about one person. I'm thinking about these 7 kids who've been in my kids' position. Not knowing if your daddy gonna come home or not is a burden, child. So all y'all was like, no, I'm thinking about my damn children, man. So man, I'm glad he's free, bro. You know, like I've been saying, I don't feel he was guilty of nothing. You know, nothing but domestic violence. You know, but of course, folk, man. Man, I'm happy that dude children, man. I know his feeling right now, bro. I'm just happy for them children, man. You know, Diddy, sit your ass down somewhere. That's what you need to do. Grab Stevie J, your chair, and get the fuck on. Man, I'm so glad Diddy free, bro.
There
You
we
know
go.
the reason.
I heard Ray J done chimed in. Where's Ray Weather Jr.? Ray Weather Jr. chimed in.
Sorry, straight calling. Said to me, a lot of men be running the home, you big cream, best news. You name it, I just want to take her rear end. Like,
Come on, Ray. Young Miami chimed in with this. Young Miami chimed in with this. Go ahead, Young Miami. Young Miami chimed in. This other shit is. Young Miami chimed in. Yo, they're sick on long crimes right now. They still alive? Ain't no press conference coming. Y'all sick. Y'all sick.
I think it
Look.
But we'll see what those arguments look like when they return later this afternoon.
We're also talking about the reaction to this verdict. I mentioned the statement from the government. Per CNN, Cassie Ventura's lawyer, Douglas Wigdor, told CNN, following, again, the Sean Combs being acquitted of sex trafficking and racketeering, found guilty of the Mann Act transportation to engage in prostitution charges. There was a lot of mixed emotions in that courtroom. Obviously, we would have liked to have seen convictions on the RICO charges and the sex trafficking charges, but Cassie prompted this investigation by the Southern District, and now Sean Combs stands before this court as a convicted felon of 2 crimes. To be very clear, he was acquitted with respect to the sex trafficking of Cassie Ventura. He was found guilty of transportation to engage in prostitution with respect to Cassie. So Cassie and her testimony did support one of the convictions in this case. Let me bring in Mina Sewat-Lona. Mina, so good to see you. Thanks so much for joining us. We have a number of Super Chat questions that are coming in. For example, we have a Super Chat question from JB Dub. Thank you so much. Jesse, man, just want to say thank you for everything, man. Great job covering this. That's so kind. Thank you so much. This is an interesting one we had here from Super Chat. This is from JAM. Thank you so much. How does this verdict impact the civil sexual assault lawsuits that he faces? Mina, you and I both know, different standard of law, right? Different burden of proof. But I do wonder if we see some sort of movement or action as a result of this verdict.
I mean, there's no way to foresee that, but I would say I don't think it's gonna.
Fuck all that shit, man. You're a booster, man. Put your pussy lips on live, man. Get $1,000, man. That is back. It's back. I ain't gonna hold you. It's back.
Change anything. I think that he's gonna still have to fight those allegations, and they're lengthy. You know, they're over 80, and in fact, while we were waiting on the deliberations, there was another lawsuit that came in. So I don't think this affects that. And a lot of people sometimes ask, why do people, file civil suits as opposed to something with the government? And this is why sometimes, according to the law, people don't get the justice that they are looking for when it comes to some of these government cases. So then they resort to civil cases as a way to get some kind of payback for what they feel like has happened to them. So I don't think it's going to affect the civil cases.
Yeah, I think that's a different animal. They'll be attacked in a different way. But look, I mean, you won't look at OJ, right? There was a criminal case, there was a civil case, different results. But also he's facing allegations in the civil context that have nothing to do with the criminal case. And that's something that's completely different. I want to bring back in Elizabeth on this, because Elizabeth, I know I have to sign you off in a minute. We got this super chat question from Shiri B. Thank you so much for this. Love Law and Crime, thank you so much. Jesse and Queen Elizabeth. Did the defense ever bring up a conspiracy theory of the timing of the allegations due to Diddy's lawsuit against Diageo? There was nothing about that in the criminal case, right?
I mean, surprisingly, Jesse, it was brought up just a little bit in relation to one particular witness, and that being Derek Ferguson, this chief financial officer over at Bad Boy, when they kind of mentioned during his cross-examination whether or not Diageo might have played a role in kind of, they were talking about the expansion of Ciroc and how they were only isolated to certain urban areas, and that Derek Ferguson was kind of talk about how the Combs enterprise, not to be confused with the one that the government was alleging, but the Combs enterprise wanted more of an expansion outside of just to be marketed at urban areas. So surprisingly, it was brought up in that particular context. And then that, when I remember reading, or not reading, because obviously I was there, I remember hearing it, and I was like, oh, might be in relation to the Diageo and the civil matter with that. And so it was brought up in court, yes, but as far as just the overall conversation about it, it was really just kind of limited to that.
Yeah, and not the timing of it. There was some insidious reason. Before we let you go, I know I have to wrap up. There's a lot of commotion going on outside, right? What's happening around
there? Yeah, there is. Yeah, honestly, Jesse, you guys saw me kind of looking around, looking back and forth, because literally right behind our tent, somebody was yelling, getting into a very heated debate about, again, the emotions are running pretty high after this verdict came out. A lot of people, especially those who were very much free Diddy, free Sean Combs, those who are kind of in his support system, kind of yelling a little bit at us. I even see some of the comments from you guys. Some of y'all are saying that we're biased, all of those things. And so in terms of just the emotions running kind of high after this verdict is read, it's definitely spilling out over into the courtroom. The yelling kind of stopped for a moment. Not sure if it went kind of over to the other side, but it seems like there is still a lot kind of going on. I'm glad that it kind of calmed down a little bit before you went back to me, but it was kind of a little bit of a commotion going on. I was just kind of nervous for a moment that we might interrupt our live shot, but it doesn't seem like that's happening. Right. It seems like, for the most part, it was taken over to the side a little bit over there.
Well, you stay safe. We will talk to you a little bit later. I will find out what today is going to have in store for us and whether or not we might actually see Sean Combs exit that house. That would be something. We, the public, have not been able to lay eyes on him for quite some time. Elizabeth Miller, thanks much. Really appreciate it. Want to bring on Tyler Bailey into the conversation. Tyler, thanks so much for coming on. It's good to see you. I mean, I'm made of questions, but we also have a ton of questions coming on. We have a lot of questions about this. So JAM has a super chat question. Thank you so much. Must Diddy register as a sex offender? And Martina McGone, again, has a super chat question. Thank you so much. Is he classified now as a sex offender? So is he classified as a sex offender right now after being convicted? And will he have to be under federal law?
Yeah, that depends on the statute. I don't believe with these charges that he's going to have to register as a sex offender. He'll probably have some terms of any supervised release that he gets that may require sex addiction counseling or things of that nature. But I don't see with the charges that Mr. Gomes has been accused of and the remaining ones that are left of him having to register as a sex offender. This isn't a case involving minors. I'll need to double check the statute, but I don't believe that's going to be a part of his penalty.
Tyler, got a super chat question from Robin Donnellan. Robin, thank you so much. Will Diddy get back all the tapes and other items that the feds took in the raid? It's an interesting question because I wonder if he could put in a request for whatever was taken for property that was seized, but at the same time he was convicted. And the argument could be that evidence was used to convict him. I mean, what are the chances he could get any of that material actually back?
It's unlikely that he would get that material back. And also unlikely that he would even ask for the material back. And still, he was convicted of 2 charges. He may appeal those 2 convictions that he has left here. So it's still relevant for purpose of the appeal on the record. So I don't see him trying to get it back. And also sometimes, when you win, you get a win, you don't need to overplay your hand like the government did in this case.
We have a super chat question from LC. Thank you so much. I'll throw this to you, Mina. Elizabeth's a star. Did this boil down to closings? She threw paint on a wall and left it for the jury to paint the picture on their own. I'm assuming they're talking about the prosecution. Could have said charge crime after crime, line by line. Jurors are not painters. Thoughts? Did the prosecution, I guess the question, were they too broad? Did they just give too much for the jury to consider? Was it, a little too, too much? When you look at all the underlying predicate crimes of kidnapping, arson, forced labor, sex trafficking, transportation to engage in prostitution. I know they were trying to set up a criminal enterprise, but was it too much, Mina?
Well, I think there's a lot of nuances in the law. I mean, even me just being on air, having to explain to my audience, what are predicate acts and what do they need in order to get the guilty on the RICO. I think it was very law heavy and it may have been confusing for the jury. I also think the defense did an awesome job of discrediting some of the witnesses. They presented extensive text messages that were loving from Jane Doe and Cassie and even Mia. After she claims that she was raped and all these horrible things happened to her, Mia continued to praise him on social media. And and in the case of Cassie and Jane Doe, they continued those relationships despite them testifying that they had been victimized in some way. So I think the defense did an awesome job of disproving and discrediting some of the witnesses here. And I think that's what we're seeing. All you need is a little modicum of reasonable doubt. And clearly that was there because we see how the jury decided this case.
Look, I came on air yesterday and I gave my prediction. I said, based on the juror notes, it seemed to me you couldn't have jurors who were voting in favor of racketeering. There was a split there. And them not have already convicted him of something else. There's no way they could say we're thinking about convicting him of racketeering and he's completely acquitted across the board and everything.
Yeah, now we get to realize after hearing the verdict, they basically was going to try to think of the RICO without sex trafficking charges. So they're like, maybe the prostitution, but is it RICO? Like, they were stuck on that. That's clearly what it was.
Else. The easiest, I've said this from the beginning, the easiest convictions for the prosecution were transportation to engage in prostitution based on the phone records, text messages, travel receipts, testimony. It was there. It was there. What was more up in the air was sex trafficking. And I thought because the jurors did not even ask for a readback of testimony with respect to Jane, and because of already some of the grayer parts of her testimony, it was likely that they were going to find her and find him not guilty with respect to sex trafficking of Jane. Where the one that was a toss-up was sex trafficking of Cassie. I thought because of the lead-outs of the testimony yesterday of the key alleged moments of alleged sex trafficking, right, when they talk about 2016, the attack, when they talk about the plane incident, when they talk about Daniel Phillips' testimony, I thought that was the jury reading that back, coming back with a verdict shortly thereafter that they might convict him on sex trafficking. They did not. Maybe there was a debate. Now, let's just look at this one final time, and they were not convinced. Racketeering was up in the air always, and it did become a question even after a modified Allen charge from the judge. Would they come back and say, we still can't come to a decision? Would they say, nope, actually find him guilty? Here they found him not guilty. I want to bring in Sierra Gillespie, Long Crimes reporter who's been on the ground, who's been doing excellent coverage, the host of Scandal. Hope everybody can check it out on YouTube as well. It's a great show. Couple of things that we have coming in here, super chat questions. So first of all, Maria Jimenez says, no question, this person is just showing support. Thank you so much, Maria. That's so kind of you. But this is an important question we have coming in. I want you to answer it, Sierra. Pizza asks, and thank you for the super chat question, Pizza. This is a spit in the faces of victims everywhere. This is why victims don't come forward. What's your reaction?
I think it's an emotional reaction for a lot of people, right? And we've talked about this throughout the case, the fact that this witness testimony was so intimate, so personal, going through some of their own trauma that they had to do, number one, in front of a crowd, number two, in front of their alleged abuser, is hard, right? Okay, so we have that really intense stuff they're talking about. And yet, unfortunately, most of us know someone who's been affected by sexual abuse in some way, separating it from the case altogether, And so I think that's really why this case has struck a chord with so many people. If we're setting aside P. Diddy and his celebrity status, which is interesting, yes, but if we focus on the sex trafficking allegations, almost everyone unfortunately knows someone who was a victim of sexual assault, if not themselves. And so, of course, it's going to be emotional to have a result like this, not guilty in regards to Jane and Cassie in the sex trafficking. honestly, I heard what you were saying, Jesse, before you called me up, and I tend to agree with you. I thought, Jane, I could see that being not guilty, but with Cassie, that's not at all what I was expecting. And I don't know if I can say exactly what our viewer said about this being a spit-in-the-face situation, but I do think, I mean, maybe it's true. If we're believing what the government had to say in some of their statements, they were saying this could deter other victims in other cases unrelated to P. Diddy from coming forward. This is very important. A lot of cases rely or hinder on the testimony from these witnesses or alleged survivors and abusers because sometimes it takes a while to come forward. Sometimes there's no longer that DNA or it happened way back when if we're talking a civil suit. So I do think it's a statement at the very least.
Sarah, what is going on around you? I understand people are quite tense. Who's around you? What are they saying? What is happening right now after the verdict?
It is tense here, Jesse. It very much so is. I mean, just seconds ago, before I came on air, there were people live streaming, literally screaming at each other. So much so that I was like, okay, am I safe here? Which is what we're all evaluating all the time, making sure that we're okay and safe. Because people are legitimately screaming, yelling at each other about different opinions. Some people are so pro-Diddy. How could you have in the past said something so bad about P. Diddy? You reported that. How could you? Other people who are literally smoking cigars and saying, this is a victory because he'll at least spend some time behind bars, according to these people. And behind me, I don't know if you can see.
All right, man. Hold on. Let me get my man Bradford Cohen on here, man. It's my gang right here.
Let's talk Diddy Bond. Does he get bond? That is a question that I've been getting. I have like 50 DMs about bond and whether or not I think he's going to get bond. If I'm the judge, yes, I give him bond. I think that the government in this case was nasty all the way through. I think they're going to be nasty all the way to sentencing. I think they're going to recommend that he serve consecutive sentences, which no person on earth would ever get a consecutive sentence on this type of crime, this Mann Act. They're going to bring in all these other instances, bad acts, and what a bad guy is that they couldn't prove at trial. There is some case law that says, listen, the judge can't consider that anymore. Those are not guilty verdicts. Those are things that you cannot bring into sentencing. But, you know, the government will try anyways because that is their MO during this case. The jury was disgusted by their case. For everyone that I've spoken to that was in the courtroom that watched the jury's face when Comey did her rebuttal, which I thought was lackluster and didn't get her anywhere. And the jury was looking down, trying not to look at her because they were so disgusted with the case. That's why I said it was going to be not guilties other than the Mann Act. And that's what they proved. He's a John. That's what they proved. Do I think that he's a great guy? That they proved that he's not a perfect guy? Yeah, I think they proved that he's not a perfect guy. I think they proved domestic violence. This was a state case from the beginning. I said that from the beginning. I said that from day one. This is a state case. It should not be in the feds. But, of course, the Southern District of New York picked it up when it was a different U.S. attorney that was in charge. And I think if this happened again, this U.S. attorney wouldn't even have taken this case. I don't predict that Comey will last long at the U.S. Attorney's Office in the Southern District of New York. But he is entitled to bond. I think that he should get a bond. It is under the judge's discretion of whether or not to grant a bond. But $1 million and a electronic monitor should suffice for him to show up at the sentencing. Let's talk Diddy Bond.
It's my man right there. I agree.
As much now. There were so many people here. I'm going to guess around 200. It could have been growing. That the crowd was kind of falling into the streets. I went across the street and kind of wanted to see what the vibe was over there. Again, very tense. And New York police officers were there saying, get back, because this is an active street, by the way. You've seen the sirens and heard the horns. Like, people are driving up and down this road, and it's unsafe to be walking in the middle of the street. So just probably 5 minutes ago, an NYPD giant van with barricades came, and they were going and putting them farther across the courthouse there so that people can't spill out over into the road for their safety, and also, honestly, possibly because the crowd has gotten so wily and so rowdy, and we just don't know what's going to happen. So there is a pretty decent-sized police presence here, too.
We have reporting from NBC to couple this that say men outside the courtroom screaming over their opposing views on Combs' verdict, as Sierra was saying. Apparently there is one man who's been reported to be wearing a denim jacket sunglasses, questioning another man in a red shirt and a bucket hat over whether Combs is going to prison. The man in the denim had yelled, "He beat her." The other man said, "It doesn't matter." The other man says he beat her, he kicked her. The other one says, and she liked it. How about that? This is a verdict, Sierra, because essentially, let's be entirely clear. The jury was not convinced that Cassie or Jane were victims of sex trafficking, that they were not, that Sean Combs did not use force, fraud, or coercion to induce them into commercial sex acts. They believed that they were transported across state lines for the purposes of prostitution. That is a very different legal conclusion than sex trafficking. And you wonder, you respect the jury's verdict, understand the jury's verdict. I had no reason to question the jury's verdict. This seemed to be a very methodical jury, took their position, their role very seriously. But you can see how people are now going to interpret this in different ways.
Oh, yeah, and that description that you just made, the man who was wearing the red bucket hat and then the denim jacket, that was literally right behind me. Where the camera is, right behind the camera is where that was happening. And it was tense, and you do see this, Jesse. I mean, it's opposing views. Some people who say that they are advocates for people who are sexual assault survivors, who are saying one thing, and other people who are saying they are advocates for P. Diddy. He's wrongly accused, saying another thing. So there's a lot happening.
Yeah. Tyler, I want to go to you real quick. We got a super chat question that came in. Keanu Roper, I'm so sorry. Pronunciation's not my strong suit. But thank you for the super chat question. Could Diddy have a civil suit? Could he sue the government misconduct for Breonna Bangolan's perjured testimony, overcharging with RICO? Because RICO seems like a clear overcharge. Can he sue the government now?
He could sue the government. He would likely be unsuccessful in suing the government. I think the government had probable cause for the charges that they keep.
Yeah, suing the government is just stupid because the things that they need to file to carry out charges against you, it's voted on by other people. It's voted on by a grand jury. It's not the government. Now, you would have to challenge the entire system of how people get indictments, which will never happen.
Accused Mr. Combs of committing, but they were not able to prove some of those charges beyond a reasonable doubt. Generally, there could be, malicious prosecution or the false arrest or false imprisonment case when somebody is arrested without probable cause. But here, based off the evidence that we've seen over 7 weeks of trial, there was clearly enough probable cause for the arrest, but the jury felt differently, that he was not guilty of mainly the RICO charge and along with the sex trafficking charges.
Okay, so here at almost noon, we are getting a report that Sean Combs' family is entering that courthouse once again. This day is not over. We are going to see whether or not Sean Combs will be released. Will we see him on the outside? Will he walk out of that federal courthouse? It's going to be up to the judge. Both sides are petitioning one way or another. The prosecution wants him locked up. The defense wants him freed. There is an advantage in the defense's camp right now after him being acquitted of racketeering and conspiracy and sex trafficking. We're going to take a break. We will continue with more live coverage here on Law and Crime.
Wow, outside is looking crazy. Yeah, obviously everyone's standing by because they're expecting that, potentially, if Diddy walks free, and Diddy could walk free. He could 100% walk free. But maybe the attorneys will actually do an interview. Let me see what she said.
That sentence might be 2 years. He might.
Okay, she not emotional. She don't give a fuck. All right, back to Lauren. Here we go, Lauren. We're Lauren now.
That somewhat of a hard time maybe convicting him on certain elements of RICO that maybe certain people do every day, like the drug distribution. I mean, I don't know. I would love to speak to a juror. I'm going to try to figure out how to do that. They were actually still upstairs when I left, and we weren't really allowed to hang around. But yeah, I am curious as to what they were thinking, or if they were just completely hung up on the co-conspirator stuff. So Yeah, I am so wondering if he will be released today to go to Two Star Island. Oh, and Agnifilo said they wanted him to be able to go between Two Star Island, New York, and LA. And he also proposed a $1 million bond as well. So yeah, thank you guys so much. I am at some point. I'm gonna do a bunch of hits. I have a lot of hits lined up today, but I'll try to go live again at some point. And I feel like I do want to stay. I want to know what's going to happen if he's going to go home. So maybe I'll stay for a little bit. It'll be a couple hours, but I mean, let's see what goes on. I don't know. Should I just? I know. I'm like I'll stay for a little bit, but again, they're going to submit the paperwork each side by 1 p.m. and then the judge still has to review it. So by the end of the day today, we will know if Diddy is going home for the time being. However, Maureen told me it didn't seem like she was taking this as a loss because of how hard she was going. She was going so hard on, we are going to seek like she didn't say these words, the maximum sentence, but she essentially said it in so many ways by throwing out the 20-year thing. So she was definitely not taking this sitting down and not taking this as a loss at all. So we'll know by the end of the day, again, if he's going home. I am just like, wow. This was a crazy morning. I cannot imagine the nerves that his family had and the lawyers had, just because I had so many nerves. I don't know why. When you're sitting there, you're just so nervous for everybody. And I see Diddy's sister walking. I don't know if you can, she's in the pink right there. That's his sister. She's been there a lot. Let me see who else. Just like, no one's really coming out yet. I think they're just like, they're taking it all in. I probably the lawyer had, just because I had so many nerves. I don't know why. When you're sitting there, you're just so nervous. To AK later, so we can do our stream. I know Sean G is probably like so happy, and I just wonder how others are reacting right now. I'm really anxious to see everybody's reaction. I know, because I don't know. When we saw that they came back so quickly and everybody assumed it was guilty, and bad for Diddy, what I did think about was the way the jury was laughing at the defense's closing argument. I really thought about that. I was like, wow, I really thought that was good for him. And then I did miss the redirect, but a lot of people told me that the redirect was also really amazing. So I wasn't sure. But I'll be back later. I'll give some more updates. I'll give some more details. But wow, I'm gonna hop on to my next hit, and I'll check back in. But what do you guys think? Is Diddy going home today? What do you think?
He should. I don't think he's going home though, Chad. I don't think he's going home. Let me tell you this: the way they work in the criminal justice system is that it's a give and take. Diddy caught a big dub today. They ain't gonna let him like really be popping it like that. They're gonna be like, yo, okay, you're gonna get time served, but you're gonna sit in jail until then. I don't think they're gonna just let him go. Could be wrong, but I don't think they're gonna let him go today. You know?
New York City at the time.
Oh shit!
I only dealt consenting also messages to the sex.
So, yo, the Punisher's back on already. He might be like, Cassie, holla back.
I thought it was going to be hard for a typical person that wasn't going to really streamline the law, extremely hyper vigilant, to not see this as a relationship domestic issue opposed to sex trafficking. So this is actually what I expect.
To be clear, in any of your encounters, did you see any force, fraud, coercion being used to induce Cassie to engage in these sex acts?
Yeah, it's similar to my testimony. I did not, and so what I will even add is, I testified in the facts where I only interacted and spoke to Cassie during any of these occasions. I never had any communication with Mr. Combs. So I would be greeted in a personable one-on-one situation prior to the activities, and then again at the conclusion. And I always found good vibes, good energy. Hey, thanks for coming. It was great. I'll see you again. Here you go. And I did not even witness anything that appeared to be under the.
I'm now thinking because this nigga didn't testify to nothing that was force, fraud, or coercion. I think this nigga only really testified to prove the things that they did convict him of, which is prostitution. He basically said my performance sexually was based on my pay. I felt like I was getting paid for sex, but I wasn't a prostitute, but still you're getting paid for sex. And I think that's, they did get a conviction on that light charge, respectfully. But I think that's why they brought him. He kept saying, why did they bring me? I think that's why they brought him.
Influence of alcohol or drugs or anything. So I did find it difficult to see my interaction being anything close to criminal.
I want to tell you what's happening outside the courthouse. CNN is reporting that people are quite excited. There are people who are gathered. They are spraying baby oil into the crowd. There are remnants of oil that could be seen on the courthouse pavement. We were reporting earlier on today that there was a verbal dispute between supporters of Sean Combs, or at least supporters of his case, and those who feel differently. When you're seeing a reaction like that outside of the courthouse, you playing a role in this case, what's your position on it? What is your view on it?
So what I think is there's a benefit of the misinformation. Me as a civilian, even before I was involved, before I became a witness, the social understanding of this case, they made it so much bigger than what it was. You had rumors of
Ung said this too. This is the second person that said this. Ung has said this too. Ung said he went into it thinking it's guilty.
Child trafficking. You had all of this bribery and celebrities involved and all of this crazy stuff that escalated to this belief that you was going to get this magnitude of just terrible acts. And not downplaying the domestic violence part of it, but I think when the actual facts of the case became evident, I think people's expectation and the belief that it was going to be so much more, it actually minimized the victims' experiences. So now where there are still people that are victimized, regardless of the verdict, there's still bad experiences, people almost see it as a celebratory.
Chat, tomorrow at 1 p.m., I just booked it. While I'm on here with that, 1 p.m. on stream. Yes, I know the jurors are off and the case is done, but 1 p.m. on stream, Lil Rod is set to come on. Y'all ready for this?
Simple scenario, because everybody thought it was going to be so much worse than it was, including myself.
Do you think
listening to the banter?
Do you think that your testimony helped secure the conviction for transportation to engage in prostitution? Because let's be clear, the two charges that he was convicted of, one was with respect to Cassie, and the other was with respect to Jane. Do you think your testimony helped secure the conviction against Sean Combs?
No, not at all. Not my testimony, because I was clear that my dealings with them was, I'm from New York City at the time, and I only dealt with them in the New York City area. And me being hired in the initial communications was as a male dancer. We always show up on our own. But I did hear in the testimony there was evidence of plane tickets and stuff being purchased on his American Express card for some of the other escorts. So I'm assuming that secured the conviction for those charges.
Mm-hmm. So as I mentioned to you before we were coming on, we have amazing viewers who submit incredible questions. And I have a bunch of them. A lot of people have questions for you, Mr. Hayes, so let's get right into it. All right, first question. We got a question from Jackie Reed. Did you have any direct dealings with Christina Coram or any other person other than Diddy that helped set up his freak-offs?
Actually, no, and actually, I didn't have any direct dealings with Diddy. All of my communications were specifically with Miss Ventura and Miss Ventura only. There was no conversation, no communication, no anything with Mr. Combs. And I said this before. The first time I actually even had eye contact, for the first time, eye contact was leaving the stand after my testimony. I had zero interactions with Mr. Combs.
Yeah, and by the way, I'm just going to let you know, I'm not like tweaking these questions. These are the ones that are coming in, so I'm just going to read them to you. This is from an accused. This is from an account, Smarty Pants. Thank you so much for the super chat question. Do you think Diddy was cheap with you?
Well, listen, if I'm being honest, when I hear some of the other guys getting $5,000, $6,000, obviously that would be the first thing you think. But then I don't know the scenario. I was never there more than 4 hours at a time on the average. And one thing that I will say is I came multiple days in a row, so I don't know what the criteria was to determine what my fee would be, but I was fine with it. I don't have any reservations as if I was not fairly compensated.
We've got a question. Where is this? Okay. Show and Tell Knitting asks, how will the results of this trial affect your interactions with clients like Diddy? Will you do anything differently in the future?
As far as I'm concerned, I would not do anything differently. That was a nuanced situation for me. Obviously, I'm a male dancer. My trade on a regular basis is not sex work to that degree. That was a proposition I indulged in. So I don't really see much changing. This was a very nuanced situation. I don't think anybody predicted these scenarios escalate into what it actually became. So I don't have any full regrets in my interactions, or if I'm being honest, even my decision. It was something I was a part of. It were some of our decisions, and I'm comfortable with the way everything transpired, even the negatives.
Chris Bono asks, how has this experience changed you, if at all?
Well, it put me in a scenario where I have to do damage control, right? We live in a society where you meet a person, everybody Googles you, right? So I know for the rest of my life, I'm associated with this crime or trial, I should say, with this trial and these accusations, and I'm instrumental in it too. So all I'm doing now is I have to have a much conscious effort in how I'm perceived in my interactions with people going forward, because I could start out in a lot of situations in a negative opposed to what normal people do.
And I appreciate you coming on and speaking to media outlets about this, because obviously the trial wasn't testified. There was reporting. It wasn't televised, excuse me, but it wasn't. There was reporting about what the testimony was like. People might have misconceptions about what you said, why you testified. So to be able to clear the air is really important, which is why we get a question from Brooklyn Truth. What was your motivation for testifying? So to be clear, I mean, did you want to testify? Did you reach out to the government? How did that work exactly?
So I did not want to testify. The government contacted me even way before the charges, just investigators. And I actually believed that my testimony was going to be insignificant. I explained to them I didn't see any violence. I didn't see anything that was out of the ordinary. And then I was aware I was a resident of New York. We met up in New York, so it didn't really, in my opinion, or my understanding, constitute sex trafficking. So the thing that put me in this situation, and this never happened, I didn't get any issues from the prosecution or the federal government, but if you talk to people who's supposed to be in the know, they scare you about the Southern District. They give you this thing where, look, you want to cooperate, just do whatever you got to do. You don't want to get on their bad side. So I went into the scenario like, look, I'm just going to cooperate to the best of my ability, because I don't want to create a scenario where I'm looked at as an issue and then it escalates to something. It probably wouldn't have, But I just kept getting negative feedback that the Southern District is people you don't want to mess around with. And if they want to talk to you, if they want facts, if they want information, you have to give it to them. And that escalated to me on the stand, where I never second guessed even, cooperating, because I did have worry that resistance could have been an issue for me.
Got maybe the most important question of the day from Xenu Golf Club. Did you like your courtroom sketches?
So I'm still getting problems from my buddies about how terrible those sketches are. So I did not like the courtroom sketches, man.
Well, Combs didn't like him either. He thought he looked like a koala. So.
Yeah. They have me. They calling me like I don't know if you're familiar with the Fantastic Four, but I'm in Grim.
Nah, Uncle's definitely right. Hey, by the way, it is 1 o'clock. The judge should pop out soon and tell us what we're gonna be doing. And then shortly after, I gotta go link up with Lauren and Unc. I gotta go grab some food. I did order. I only had like one slice of pizza, so I ordered a little bit of wings and everything. Hold on, man.
So,
hold on.
Yeah, a lot of jokes, a lot of unnecessary jokes he's subjected to.
Got a question coming in from, wait, I just lost it. Where was it? Wait. I think no. Oh, yeah. Chris Bono asks, if you weren't an escort worker, what line of business could you see yourself?
Ironically, I have a passion for car sales. I could see myself being in a decent dealership, maybe a Mercedes, BMW dealership. I like the interaction with people. That would have been somewhere I would have run into as a secondary option.
Let me ask you a question. When you were testifying, this is my question. When you were testifying, what was it like to be in the room with Sean Combs, to see him? Did you make eye contact with him? Was he looking at you? Did it feel awkward? Was it strange?
Listen, man, it was the actual extreme of all of those feelings. I think the federal court is set up to intimidate you. The magnitude of the rooms, like the doors are 15 feet high, the ceiling's 30 feet high, the furniture is huge, you're sitting up high, the judge is high, it's freezing in the room. I walked in and I had literally an anxiety attack. And I consider myself a very calm, cool, collected guy, not easily rattled at all. By the time I got on the witness stand, I was trembling. And so then to put on top of the understanding that I'm walking in there as a prosecution's witness, so I'm going to assume there's not a favorable thought process with Mr. Combs, his family, anybody involved. So it was very nerve-wracking. And I only benefited because I got called to the stand 10 minutes before lunch. And literally just swearing in and answering my name and very preliminary questions, I was losing my voice. I was having trouble talking. And so I'm happy that it broke for lunch. It took me 20 of the 30-minute lunch to recompose itself. Or I might have had a very different testimony if I didn't have that break time to just kind of get myself together. It was overwhelming.
Let me, Sheree, stand by. We have more questions coming in, but I want to bring on the other panelists as well. Ben, we haven't had a chance to talk about the verdict. This is something you predicted, though.
Well, I don't know. I went back and forth, but it was, I have to confess, it was a bit of a surprise to me.
Was it something about Cassie's testimony? Was it something about Jane's testimony with respect to sex trafficking? Again, the jury did not believe the prosecution proved beyond a reasonable doubt that they were victims of sex trafficking. What was it? What was the thing that might have been a hang-up?
I thought it was some of the communications, the text messages, which really suggested more of a relationship rather than coercion. That this is, I think it came across as a very, very complicated, unusual relationship, but a relationship.
Yeah. We got super chat questions coming in for you, Ben. So this is from Nancy Nicole. Actually, this is a regular question. Then we'll go to, actually, let me start with a super chat question. Super chat question from JAM. Thank you so much. Ben, can law address the need for cognitive consent that has often comprised sex crimes when I'm not sure what this means, when something's normalized. But yeah, can the law address the need for cognitive consent that is often compromised in sex crimes? I'm not exactly sure the question, but I throw it to you.
No, it's a very good question, and I don't think really this is something that the law can really define, and that's why I think the jury system is really the best way of obtaining the truth when you're talking about complex human emotions. It's really hard to have bright lines in the law. I think it's something that a jury has to consider, and I think this really is the best way to adjudicate these things.
Tyler, Nikki Vale says, do you think if Christina Coram, this is a super chat question, thank you so much. Do you think if Christina Coram testified, the jury would have reached a different verdict?
I think that if she testified as a part of conspiracy, it may have helped the jury get to a conclusion more likely to convict on count number one. But I think as a whole that this jury probably wrestled with the fact that they did not believe this was a conspiracy, a one-man conspiracy with Mr. Combs at the top, and there being no co-conspirators, and then all of the acts and furtherance of this conspiracy led to prostitution, sex trafficking with the two victims. I think they really wrestled and not feel like it was enough. That with KK testifying, possibly it could have helped the prosecution out a little more in convincing the jury.
Ben, got a super chat question from Christina Lester. She writes, I have to know this. Please ask Ben. Is he related to Benjamin Chew, prominent Pennsylvania lawyer and jurist and a close friend of George Washington, 1722 to 1810? The people must know.
You have a wonderful viewership and someone who's very keen on history. Yes, that is my ancestor, who was the last crown-appointed chief judge of Pennsylvania. And anybody who is a history buff like your viewer can go see the museum that's in Germantown called Clifton. And that was Benjamin Chew's house, and it was the site of the Battle of Germantown.
That is awesome. That is amazing. And
we got a pundit by the tap in.
Man, you a cold nigga, man.
Yo, I ain't gonna lie. I'm in the middle of planning the next freak off. I ain't gonna lie, Wack. I gotta keep it a bean. Freak off's illegal now. I'm good.
You a cold nigga, man. Listen, man. I just want to make sure, because you disappeared on me last week. You know you had me looking crazy.
Oh,
yeah,
shit.
You disappeared, bro.
No, I was on the trial, though. I was on the trial. You know the trial.
All my shit, his client. I was like, yo, I said, man, maybe he got sick, bro.
Wack, this trial been. Let me tell you this. So I had a vacation I was supposed to go.
I was trying to send the nigga over there 8 at night so I could avoid the trial.
Hey, listen, I was supposed to be on a vacation that started tomorrow. This trial fucked it up so much, I pushed it back because I didn't know there was gonna come to a verdict. And I realized, I gave this shit been 8 weeks, and I've been doing it every day, and this shit fucked up every day.
He's gonna get about 3 years. That's what he's gonna get.
You said 3 years?
I think they're gonna get it 33 months. Because the good thing about it is it has a roof of 22, but it doesn't have a mandatory minimum. So the judge could do what he wanted. If he had a mandatory minimum, he'd be fucked. The judge would be, he had to do the guidelines, right? So,
why do you think they won't give him time served? Even though, by the way, he did go to trial less than a year, so time served would be really nice.
Not 33 months. He'll do another year, be going to the halfway house. Either way they go, Diddy be free in 2026. Worst case.
Well,
I think 33 months.
But here's the thing. So they're not arguing about sentencing today, because sentencing isn't today, it's bail. You think they let him out on bail until sentencing?
Yeah, if they don't plan on sentencing until a couple months, they'll do that. They'll do it and hope he fucking them. They'll do it all day long. But it was a gift and a curse, because think about it. His legal probably cost him about 10, 15 million, right? Think about it. He was willing to give them people $100 million to bail. I believe if Diddy would have bailed, he would have did some dumb shit and fucked his hand off. So the Congress wasn't he had to stay in there. The gift was he kept his $100 million, and the 15 million he had to spend on his legal anyway just came out of that. He's still 85 million up. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah. What do you think about how the verdict came out? The verdict basically said, all y'all chicks that claim y'all got sex trafficked, y'all were hoes. Did he pay for some pussy? He paid for some pussy, or he paid for some dick, whatever you want to call it. But he did not do something that was doing something against somebody's will.
The beautiful thing Diddy did is he just became case law. So anybody in jail for this shit or goes to jail for this shit because Diddy took it to trial, they can use his trial as case study to appeal a fight. That's the biggest thing he did.
When you first heard about this, did you think that he sex trafficked Cassie, or did you think that Cassie?
No, I know, bro. Listen, I didn't tell you, but bro, listen. Cassie has come to our place afterwards. You know what I'm saying? I know her, I know him, I know the situation. He never sex trafficked Cassie ever in life. That's like me sex trafficking R&B. What we do is what we do. What they did is what they did. If you get a chick, right, and a man is supposed to mold that woman as that woman is supposed to mold that man into what makes them happy. You get what I'm saying?
Well, you do know if she mad at you later that you still balling and she broke, she gonna say you groomed her, no, right?
Yeah, but see, this kid said you can't do that. See,
I agree.
Fuck me up was how the fuck are you sex trafficking and flying your woman around and shit? Cassie lived with this man. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Cassie lived with this man, so it's like, baby, we finna go to Miami, we going to our other house. Cassie sleeps in the master bedroom.
Right.
You get what I'm saying? So what the fuck is, if I'm in Paris, baby, I miss you. I'm gonna send you a flight. You get what I'm saying? So, nevertheless, listen.
They were definitely trying to criminalize flying out. I ain't even gonna lie. They were trying.
Yeah, so, and which was crazy because it's really a gesture of being a man. If a man want to see a woman, you're supposed to send for her. You're supposed to provide ground, provide food, room, board. You're supposed to. So, you know, it's a good thing. You know, he did it up under a year. He be all right. I think once you get his 33 months, I believe they're going to let him go. I believe they're going to let him go until citizen. If I was him, I wouldn't even want to be let go. Fuck that. Let me get mine out the way.
Hey, I talked to 6ix9ine about that. He said the same thing. He said his lawyer should tell him, yo, you already in here. The hardest part is getting used to being back in here. Just do the months now. Just do it now.
That's what I would do. I wouldn't even let me get this shit out the way. You know, I'll tell you this. I'm gonna tell you who's gonna win the most out of this.
Who?
Young Miami. Bitch, stay down. You ain't heard a peep out that lady.
That's a fact. You think she gonna rejoin the crew?
I don't think she never went nowhere.
So you think she gonna be fucking with Diddy again?
I don't think she never stops.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I think Diddy gotta get married. I suggested he get one girlfriend.
He don't gotta get married. He don't gotta train force.
Whack. Here's the thing. He got in trouble because he was on some homoerotic shit, some bisexual shit or gay shit. He need to get a boyfriend and a girlfriend. That's it.
Get in trouble for being on gay shit. That shit is socially accepted.
No, but he was hiding it. That's why he was hiding the prostitutes. He should just get a girlfriend and a boyfriend and he good.
Hey, listen. Young Miami said, I didn't even see her pop out with another nigga.
Get him a nice boyfriend like YK Osiris or something like that. Get him a good boyfriend.
Wow.
That's going to be loyal to him. That's going to treat him good. That's going to be able to give him all the semen he needs to play with, and he good. He good.
Wow.
He just need a boyfriend. Who would you suggest for him to be his boyfriend? He could tell he got a type. First of all, his type of women is Asian women. What do you think his type is with niggas?
I don't think about that shit because I don't know what a nigga like.
So we gotta be realistic. You realize that Diddy was doing all this to conceal this behavior because he knew that the public wouldn't accept it if he was a mogul free. We only found out about it.
Yeah, but they would have accepted. I just think he didn't want to tarnish his little gangster image.
He been around. You told me Diddy had no gangster image. Diddy been around through the 90s. He had a reputation. He didn't want to come out as one of those. People are going to call him a homo thug or whatever. Now we all know it's out in the open. He need to find himself a nice boyfriend. Maybe some Meek Mill lookalike. I don't care who he gets. He just got to get it. No. I ain't say Meek Mill. I said a lookalike. Like, that might be his type.
Yeah, listen, I don't think he got to get married to shit. I don't think he's the type of dude that needs to be married. I think he needs his space. I think he missed out sometimes.
You got to slow down, though, because he just realized every chick except Young Miami and the Gina girl, even though she was about to flip, but she decided not to.
Right. I don't think, listen, bro, I don't think he's the type of dude that should be tied down like that. He needs to move around.
Yeah, but it's that caused him to be here, right? It's that caused him to be here. You heard what 50 Cent baby mama said. She said, if I'm doing the freak offs with you, well, why is Young Miami always posting pictures with you and on the jet and in Turks and on the yacht? It was jealousy. They were looking at it to say, I'm doing the shit, but I'm not getting the benefits. It's jealousy. These girls were jealous of another woman. They were jealous of other people's position.
Well, Miami in a different way.
Yeah, but they were upset about it though. They were upset about it. Gina tested, Daphne Joy, 50 baby mom tested to it. If you promise you gonna bring me the Turks and you went there with her.
Everybody ain't for everything. I'm gonna be real. I came front, bro. When I separated, I was going to the Diddy life as far as I'm just gonna move around how I move around with who I want to move around with.
How many freak offs did you do?
No, I didn't do none. What I'm saying is, I was never gonna settle again because I've been in the box for 30 years. You know what I'm saying? Like, I was living a married life as a child, 14 to 44. I wasn't like, when I was 14, I wasn't at the house, bro. I was in the street. I had my own spot. Paying, I remember, $9.50 for rent and fucking with nigga tennis courts in the condo. I was buying school clothes for my woman. You know what I'm saying? So I went from 14 to 44, so I wasn't going to ever settle down once I broke loose. But I found a fucking full deck hard.
Yeah.
That's why I was telling you, we got to do what we got to do for you. That thing is still greenlit because I'm supposed to talk to a boy this week, but I couldn't. I don't want to go in there. I want to make sure I didn't know what the fuck was going on with you, bro. Disappeared.
Yeah, we got to do the reality show. I got to find me a nice
I need
woman.
to come see you, bro. Me and R&B gonna come see you.
All right, I'm out here. Come on.
I'm gonna come. I think I gotta do the Dazzle show again. So what I'm gonna do is probably drop in on you and then shoot down there and do that.
Hey, and let me tell you this: the only reason why I say he gotta calm down And trust me, I'm a person. I don't know if I'll fully calm down. So when I'm saying this, I might be hypocritical with it. But what I'm saying is that when I looked at his roster and I looked at his deck of cards, there's only a few women who stayed solid with him. The rest of them folded, or the rest of them said,
They folded.
or the rest of them looked at him and said, "Yeah, I got love for this nigga, but he done. Let me get my money and bounce." KK stood down for him. She was not gonna take the stand. They called her his co-conspirator. We ain't seen her yet. You get me? I know he's not doing nothing sexual with his bodyguard, but his bodyguards, not one of them took the stand. They know his innermost secrets. They've seen him do everything. Not one of them took the stand. All of them fly-by-night girls that he was dealing with, fucking this here, fucking this here. He would give her a bag here, give her a bag here. When them bitches realized that he might be going down, they all filed lawsuits themselves, or they took the stand against him. They turned on him. I don't know if you read the whole thing. I sat through this whole case, man. It's a little bit disgusting. When it comes to 50 Cent baby mama, when she heard that Cassie got 20 million, she started negotiating with Puff that she could get her exit plan. She said, "Give me 400,000 a year for the next 3 years, and I'll leave you alone. I'll leave you alone." Because she told him, when I read the lawsuit by Cassie, I felt I was reading my own trauma. And Puff said,
but nah, he lying. She ain't with you with Cassie with them.
No, of course she a hoe. Of course she lying. But that's the thing. Everybody folded on him, and that's when you realize, like, Diddy was out here up $1 billion, and he was taking the chances with people who was snaking for 500,000. And that is the thing.
Yeah, you're right.
So when I say slow down, I'm like, listen, even if say he got 4 or 5 girls, just make sure it's 4 or 5 trusted girls. You can't be like some of these people. They will snake you.
No, hey, bro, that's all day long. This is why I'm blessed, bro, because I don't even gotta think about no bullshit. Like, hey, if you R&B tells you that nigga was cheating on me, run content on me for a month. As the dumbest donkey. When I tell you, bro, listen, I told her, when I tell you, is nothing that I desire that she ain't providing, that's just real. And they out there, bro. But you just gotta be right. You know what I'm saying?
But here's the thing too, though. See, Diddy's now 55, and I also said one of the fatal mistakes he made is that he was running around here competing with his sons. Look, you got.
He was fucking his son's bitches.
Yeah, you gotta read.
Bro, the Harvey chick, that was his son's bitch. Yeah. He started fucking the bitch.
Now he a demon.
Lloyd Harvey.
Now he's definitely a demon for that. But again, I think on a man level, I think we realize that, you know, I think Diddy looked at it to say, I got the bank account, of course I'm supposed to be fucking 20 girls a month, you know? And then you get to realize what happens in the trail of your path is that a lot of these women get hurt. They now start moving with vitriol. They come back and they said, well, I only did A, B, and C because you promised me D, E, and F, or I needed you for my rent, I needed you for my car note. Then what they were trying to get put into law is that the law would have been, oh, because she depended on you for rent and you had a power control over her, you were sex trafficking her. But the law clearly said, no, that's not true. That's not true. That's not true.
Okay. Yo, listen, we're gutting a club down in Hollywood, Florida.
What club?
Club called Babylon. 3 stories. We gut it. It's in Hollywood. Hollywood, Florida is crazy. They got like 15 high rises being built all at the same time. Fastest growing area in Florida right now. Right? But check it out. We're putting together because there's 3 stories of it. And I want to do different nights. My man Steve Marcano, He's running point on it, and then I'm working with him, me and R&B. But listen, we gonna create this shit, right? Called, we want to do the Streaming Academy at the spot. Because we want to create a vibe for the youngsters as well. A day for them. So, nigga gonna need you to come down and set up, partner with everything I do. I want you to partner with us so we all eat. You get what I'm saying? So, I'm gonna go meet with Lemmy this week, get that going. And then, if I can get, Concussions is #1 on the reggae charts, bro.
Oh yeah, no.
He dropped his album Friday, bro. I need to get him up top, bro.
Definitely. I'm supposed to, and I guess I'm giving a little, giving a bit. I'm supposed to interview legend Bounty Killer in the next couple days.
Okay, well, where can I get Conscious in there?
Well, when is he in New York?
It don't matter. You gonna come on your time because it's obvious he was in New York the day I called you.
Monday or Tuesday, we can do it. And the reason why I'm saying that is after the holiday, and I'm gonna still be in town, and there's no trial. I'm very flexible.
So let's do it. Let's do it Tuesday.
I send me the time.
What time? You tell me what time.
All right, let's do 3 o'clock on Tuesday.
All right, cool. Let me set it up. I'll talk to you later.
All right. I'm about to have a run in a second. I got to go meet with Lauren and Unc. Very historic day. Let's see if we can figure out what the hell happened with bail. Is there an update? Maybe. Here we do. Update. Sean Combs' lawyer got a 6-page letter. They're asking for release today on bail. It's just been docketed. The attorneys, the letter has not been docketed yet. It has not been docketed yet. Mr. Combs moves for appropriate conditions pursuant to 18 U.S.C. 3143A. 1. Pending a sentencing proceeding, given the jury's clear verdict acquittal of Mr. Combs of the RICO conspiracy and sex trafficking counts, continued detention of Mr. Combs is inappropriate. As these proceedings have demonstrated, as we told the court from the outset, Mr. Combs came to New York to surrender in order to defend himself against the government charges because he was committed to showing his innocence. Since his arrest and detention on September 17, 2024, he's obeyed the court. He's respected these proceedings and been a demonstrated model of behavior at the MDC. And today the jury unambiguously rejected the government's allegations that Mr. Combs ran a year-long criminal enterprise or engaged in sex trafficking, the core of the government's case. He stands convicted of 2 Mann Acts, and his sentence and exposure is substantially lower than when the government initially sought detention. The court should release Mr. Combs on the proposed condition. Did he do it? Did it? Let's go here. Maybe we could get that whole thing. Let's go here. Did he do it? Did it? Here we go. Here's the proposed conditions, my people. This is the proposed conditions. It says, as for flight risk, it says insufficient to rely only on the evidence of the commission of a serious crime and the fact of a potential long sentence to support a finding of risk of flight. But let's go. He says he poses no risk or flight or danger. His actions prior to 2024 further demonstrated he's neither flight risk nor is a danger to the community. First, shortly after the searches on April 1st, 2024, the counsel took possession of his passport. The same day, they advised the prosecutors that he would surrender his passport. Defense counsel would not return it to him and he would not leave the country. The passport remains in the defense counsel in their possession. And the counsel advised that the government, if Combs intended to travel domestically, they would inform the AUSA. All subsequent travel was done with the government's knowledge. Third, he'll be voluntarily relocated to New York on September 5th, 2024. Once he arrived in New York, defense counsel immediately informed the government of his whereabouts. Fourth, he paid off the mortgage at his residence at Star Island in Miami. This payment was about $18 million, and it was for only one reason alone, so that he would have $48 million residence free and clear of any encumbrances that it could be used to secure a bond. All this shows is Combs is not a flight risk. To the contrary, he has taken extraordinary measures demonstrating what he always wanted was to cooperate with the legal process so he could establish his innocence in court. That is precisely what he's done to the most serious charges against him. Moreover, as for other factors, the court must consider such familial and community ties. The court need only consider Mr. Combs and his family conduct over the last 10 months to assure that there is simply no risk that he would seek to flee or recidivate. Throughout these proceedings, his family has been seated by his side, demonstrating the same respect for these proceedings and support for Combs that they will be paying going forward. They were here and here to support him, and he's obviously committed to reuniting with his family to continue to support them, not to flee and put them at further risk. A few examples of what Mr. Combs has missed since his incarceration. He's missed the biggest moments in the daughter's life. He's missed the twins' high school graduation. They did not have any parent there with them because their mother, Kim Porter, tragically passed away in 2018. He missed his twins' prom. He has a minor daughter of 2.5 years who's been without him for 9 months. He needs and wants to remain with his family. At today's hearing, the government suggested that Mr. Combs could be a danger in the sense that he had the means and ability to commit prostitution crimes. With all due respect, the suggestion is unsupported. The government had, for an extended period of time, a pen register on his phone. Mr. Combs never called any potential escorts or prostitutes, nor did he make any effort to arrange meetings with escorts and prostitutes, nor was he with Jane Doe in New York. In any event, reasonable conditions would ensure that Mr. Combs would not have the ability to arrange such meetings. The cases overwhelmingly support the circumstances. Here's a bunch. Here's the proposed release conditions. Judge, let my man the diddler out on $1 million bond. $1 million cash. You can count it by hand, Judge. It's going to be co-signed by Diddy, his mother, his sister, and the mother of his oldest daughter. Mr. Combs' travel will be restricted to the Southern District of Florida, the Central District of California, and the Southern District of New York to attend court to meet with counsel, as well as the Eastern District of New York and New Jersey, only to the extent that his travel to and from New York might involve an airport in those districts. Mr. Combs' passport has been surrendered and will be surrendered to pretrial services. Drug testing can be ordered by pretrial services. All other standard and pretrial supervision conditions are involved. For the foregoing reasons, the court should release him on those conditions. Here is all his lawyers. Alexander Shapiro, this is her real motion. Mark Ignifilo, Anna Estevio, Brian Big Boy Steele, Xavier Donaldson, Nicole Westmoreland. Yes. Actually, just goes down on this. You will see, chat. You will see. You will see. We're still waiting. We're still waiting. We are still waiting. Will he get released? Will he not? We'll know in a few.
Mr. Hayes, you couldn't do it. Nope, you couldn't be in that. Nope, you had to be a lawyer. I completely understand. Okay, let me go. Let me go to you, Tyler, on this. Make it make sense. Make it make sense. Super chat question. Is it curious how a deadlocked jury yesterday could come to a unanimous decision with only the hour the next day? I mean, that is interesting, right? They were deadlocked at the end of the day. They basically said they couldn't, they're unpersuadable, right? Unpersuadable views on both sides. They come back in an hour and find him not guilty of racketeering. Can you explain that?
It's amazing what a good night's sleep could do. They clearly not reached that verdict yesterday. They went home. They were told not to discuss this matter, but they slept on it, and they probably were fresh-eyed and ready to go that morning. And I'm pretty sure the foreman said, "Okay, y'all, we slept on it. Where are we at?" They quickly got to a verdict today. That's exactly what I think happened.
We have Sierra Gillespie with us too, out in the field. Sierra, good to see you. First, let us know how crazy it is out there in terms of, have you seen more baby oil being sprayed? That's part one. Part two, we have a super chat question from Free. Free, thank you so much. I just don't understand why sex trafficking of Cassie even needed to be proven when we had video evidence of her being beaten and dragged back into the room. That seems like a flaw in our system. So first, what's the scene like? And really the basis of this question is, wasn't sex trafficking of Cassie proven by the 2016 tape?
Wow, these are both really good questions. I'll start with the former first. Is there baby oil present? Confirmed. Yes, there is. Across the street from me at the courthouse, there was in fact baby oil being sprayed over there. And let me tell you, there are literally hundreds of people here. So much so that the NYPD has come and barricaded me into this area I'm in right now across the street with my camera. I got my lights and I'm stuck here basically. But across the street at the courthouse, Elizabeth Milner is seemingly stuck inside because they have barricaded everyone over there because honestly it was getting dangerous. A lot of people were getting rowdy, people were spilling over into the street, and this is still a road where people are driving, so it's dangerous for people to be standing in the street, right? So, I mean, it is pretty intense here. There's been cheering. There's kind of been a sense that maybe, just maybe, something wild could happen in this bail hearing, and P. Diddy himself could stroll out of this courthouse behind me at any moment. We'll see what's going to happen there. So, TBD, and of course we're going to give you updates on that, number one. Number two, talking about the Intercontinental video, the really harrowing video that many of us have seen back when it was leaked in May of 2024, and now of course jurors saw it time and again. This is a question mark. How was Diddy found not guilty in terms of sex trafficking with Cassandra Ventura when we have that video? To which I say, I don't know exactly what jurors were thinking. I don't know what's on their minds, and we're working to hear from some jurors. I hope to one day have them on the Scandal, or perhaps Jesse on Sidebar with you, so we really have a sense of what they were talking about in the deliberation room. But as far as the Intercontinental video, yes, it does show domestic violence. We've heard that from Diddy's team. We heard it from Tini Yargos in the openings. We heard it from Diddy himself when he came forward with that video, you know, in which he kind of held up his phone. He had a lot of headroom. He apologized for it. So he straight up admitted it. Yes, it was domestic violence. However, domestic violence and sex trafficking are two completely different things. The government said that this showed retaliation. Cassie was leading a freak off, and then that's what happened, that he physically assaulted her because she wanted to leave. And I guess the...
Three Diglets, my boy, thank you for the big hundo. Man, respect that man, $100, man. Big hundo from Three Diglets. Said, man, thank you so much for covering this child act. It was entertaining. It was. And I'm going to be honest with you, it was... I'm a little surprised by it. Like, again, I was being very logical. I'm giving a little bit more pain because the case is over now. But being very logical, I looked at this a million different ways. And obviously it turned out, you know, listen, the most thing I'm proud about this case is that the way we covered it and the assumptions and the reasonable assumptions we came to matched with what came out. So we weren't some lunatics who were like, no, Diddy's just going to go free. He's going to beat out all the charges. Nah, that was not us. That was not us. We were measured in trying to figure out what it was. We were saying, could count two go? This Cassie stuff, how much is it? Sex trafficking or just toxic relationship? And I'm very proud that I feel like we were on the money. And I'm very happy about that. Three Diglets, I thank you for appreciating my work. And I appreciate you for your viewership. And I appreciate everyone in here.
Jurors just didn't believe that argument, and that's why they found Diddy not guilty on that particular charge.
So we have more. Thank you so much for that, Sierra. We want to go back to Sheree. I have a couple of questions here for you. So first of all, Tracy Roberts, super chat question. This is just a supporter. Thank you so much. That's so kind. Cleveland Thomas asks a super question. I think it's really interesting. From the testimony, Cassie sometimes paid the escort. Could she have gotten convicted on the Mann Act as well? And I'll answer that, but this is an interesting part. Are the escorts the ultimate victims? Now, from a legal point of view, this was about Jane and Cassie being the alleged victims. The escorts not necessarily for the purposes of these charges. Having said that, through the course of this, you think it was alleged. When you think about what was put forward in this case by the prosecution, do you feel, Trey, do you feel that you are a victim in any of this?
The only part of it I would make me feel victimized, and if this was confirmed, is if my participation did come under a space where Ms. Ventura was under duress, where I just unknowingly did not know that she was being forced in some way, and really giving me a really transparent, acting job of, hey, I'm fine with all of it. Deep down inside, there was a scenario where she was being abused and in pure true distress with my interaction. If I unknowingly was put in that scenario to take advantage of a woman unknowingly, and that is outwardly confirmed in my specific participation, then I would feel like a victim.
I understand. I'm curious if the other people that were part of these sexual events would feel the same. Ben, go to you. You think Sean Combs is going to be released? You think today the judge would say, hey, listen, the game's changed. Whatever factors were working for the prosecution months ago, the game's changed. He should be released. What do you think?
I have an instinct that he won't be. I don't think so.
Tyler?
I think he should be released. I think that, bonds are all about what could reasonably ensure that the defendant's not going to flee. And here, the max penalty is 10 years per charge. More than likely, the judge is not going to impose a max, and they're not going to run consecutively. So I think a reasonable bond of $1 million would ensure that he's going to come back and do his sentence. And the fact of the matter is the government has brought a heavy case against Mr. Combs. Most of those charges have been dismissed now because he's been found not guilty. The remaining two, the question that should be asked is, would he have received a bond if these were the only two charges he was accused of at the time he was indicted? And I think the answer is yes, he would have. It would probably been high, and Mr. Combs could put up a high bond in this case.
Ben, Papa Sear asks, thank you so much for the super chat question, Papa Sear. Do you think the $20 million alleged settlement with him, still paying $10,000 a month in rent for another victim, do you think that swayed the jury? We are in a recession. So basically, right, the settlement that Cassie had with Sean Combs, the idea that Jane was still getting her rent being paid for, I think her lawyer was still being paid by Sean Combs. Do you think that affected the jury's decision?
It's a great question, and I think it could have. I think any number of factors, could have entered into the decision. So it's a good question, and I think absolutely it could have affected some of the jurors.
Okay. This is from Sean Love Combs. Okay, this is the account Sean Love Combs. Tyler, super chat question. Thank you, Mr. Combs. Is it possible that if Diddy is released, he would be able to leave America, or would he be able to retrieve his items, the baby oil, the Astroglide? So multiple questions there.
Yeah, I think Mr. Combs can afford to buy some more baby oil and Astroglide. There's no way he's going to leave the country. That would be a clear violation of any terms of bond. I'm pretty sure he's already has surrendered his passport. No commercial airline with TSA would not allow him to get on the flight. It's clear that he would not pass the security clearance for it, so no way unless he tried to sneak out the country somehow. And that would be pretty insane for Mr. Combs to do that, knowing his ties here, his family here, the asset he has here, and a relatively low chance of him going to jail for a very long time.
Ben, super chat question from JAM. Thank you so much. May more clinical expert testimony be used in future sexual assault and RICO trials? Trauma and coercion cause prolonged fear. Young witnesses won't come forward now.
Yeah, I think it will continue to be used. I don't think it was particularly effective here. So I think it's a matter of how good the expert is and how effectively she she portrays her information.
Ben Chu, Tyler Bailey, Sheree Hayes, thank you all so much for coming on. Really appreciate you taking the time.
So the government has submitted their own letter to say don't release Diddy, and apparently it was docu-signed by Deontay Nash, which it says release equal message that wealth and influence can shield someone from definitely from accountability. It will also endanger those who cooperated on the subpoena who are already okay. So Deontay Nash this is the assistant. He looked like he still don't fuck with Diddy. I think it's the assistant or stylist. I'm writing this to express my grave concern over the prospect of Sean being released from custody. While I appreciate fairness you've shown throughout the proceeding, I feel compelled to be unequivocal about the danger he poses to the public and to the individuals that have risked everything by coming forward. He has a long and well-documented history of violent, coercive, and retaliatory behavior. Over the years, he's repeatedly escaped meaningful accountability, and each time it's only blah, blah, blah. Many of us have first-hand knowledge of the fears he instills around him. I can, without hesitation, say that he's a serious and immediate threat to the victims, witnesses, and the broader community's pattern of violence, particularly while engaged in trafficking of individuals. Shut up. He wasn't convicted for none of that. Shut the fuck up. Combined with the substance abuse makes it clear that he's not ready to re-enter society. The responsibility to release Mr. Combs without substantial consequences will undermine the integrity of the process and send a dangerous message. Wealth and influence can shield someone definitely from accountability. It will also endanger those who cooperate with this investigation on the subpoena who are already living in fear of retaliation. I urge you in the strongest possible terms to prioritize the safety of the victims and the witnesses over your consideration of leniency. Mr. Combs has had countless of opportunities to change, and he's chosen to instead to escalate his harmful conduct. Allow him back into the community would not be a profound mistake. Thank you for your time. Man, shut your bitch ass up. There's still waiting on the government ain't documenting it. Okay, the judge is going to reconvene at 5. Alright, so it's going to be 5.
You're going to continue our coverage here in the sense that Sierra Gillespie is outside the federal courthouse. If there is an update, if there is a significant update in what is going to happen with Sean Combs today, if he is going to be granted release, we will cover it. She will jump on air, talk about what's happening. If we see Sean Combs leave that courthouse, we will cover it. Thank you so much for the terrific questions. Appreciate all of you. Stay with us here on Long Prime. See what happens next in what is a very eventful day in the Sean Combs criminal case.
It went on very good. Right back now. Alright, yeah, it's gonna be at 5. I ain't gonna cap with you. I gotta dip out. I gotta go. If now the thing is at 5, I gotta dip out. Me, Uncle, whatever. So, hey, chat, I'm gonna be back. All right, I love y'all. Y'all will see me on in a few more minutes. I'm about to go, do my transportation. Immediately get down to do some shit with Uncle and also Martin Conley. And I would imagine that they're gonna go live. I'll stay live, but at my headquarters until we figure out if Diddy's gonna get free. But at this point, we've gotten the verdict. The only thing remaining is will he get free? You guys will see me very shortly, and if you guys are tuning in, please hit the subscribe button. And if you're used to watching on King Academics or anything anywhere else, hit the subscribe button here. You'll see me go live probably in about like 35 minutes or so. I'll be going back live. Okay, chat. I'm gonna be from the Big Boy Studio, and then you see me shortly. All right, chat. Love you. See you soon.
Oh, I'm gonna hear that. Oh.
I see it on YouTube.
Okay.
Peace, peace.
I see us on here. Everybody's like,
Peace. Shout out to academics, man. Thank you for having me back on. Shout out to Vaughn Conley.
We good. We live. Live.
This is
Some
the
dude
crew.
say you were crazy.
This is the crew.
I
Hey,
was reading the comment section. Everybody in the comment section, y'all gotta apologize to my man, man. Y'all gotta apologize to Sean G, man. Yesterday, I'm reading the comments and it said, I ain't gonna lie, I think Uncle a little bit too emotionally invested in this. He's not calling it fair. He's like, he's not telling the story. Then he finna get railroaded. And today, he's acquitted of the most serious charges. They only gave him the prostitution charges. And now you look like you're Oracle. I'm serious. You look like the Oracle. Now, to be fair, I did predict that, 2 out of 5. I thought it was a weak case. Me personally, I wasn't that convinced by Cassie's testimony. I think that not being there in the courtroom, though, seeing a pregnant woman waddle back and forth every time and kind of cry and doing the whole charade and told about 11 years and some things, maybe, again, I'm outside the courtroom and also I'm a man, but I know how it could tug on someone's heartstrings. Yeah, I was 19. I wasn't that seasoned at sex. Taught me how to do fellatio. He taught me this. He gave me that. He isolated me here. I could see how that probably put in the minds of people who would say, oh, that's a victim of some sort. Yeah, I'm talking about a very toxic back and forth relationship. They both were cheaters. They both were abusers. Obviously, we're not equating it here. We're just saying that there's a lot of back and forth stuff. But watching that video in the Intercontinental Hotel, which was, honestly, that's exhibit uno, right? That's no matter what they're trying to prove. They're trying to prove drug possession. They said, look at this video, Cassie getting beat. They're trying to prove everything they're trying to prove.
that's exactly what they did on their closing argument.
Exactly. So when I looked at that, I said, Cassie's a victim of some sort. I don't know victim of what. Obviously, the conversation was victim of domestic abuse.
I think that Sean even agrees. Sean agrees with that. She's a victim of domestic violence, which she is. Yeah.
Assault.
Exactly.
Not higher than domestic violence.
Yeah,
assault.
there you go.
She got assaulted.
Aggravated assault.
She got assaulted.
Yes.
But this question also goes into manipulation, right?
Yeah.
So, I don't know if you guys have followed, and this is an international case, the case of even Andrew Tate. He's charged, sex trafficking, human trafficking, everything like that. And basically, Tristan Tate. And the idea with that is that they would lure. This is what the prosecutors or DICOT in Romania would claim. They're luring women into their scheme and put them on OnlyFans, not because those women wanted to, but they would do what we call the lover boy method, which means you would gaslight them, tell them you love them, love bomb them, and then hold money and gifts over them.
Oh, the Tate brothers is a degree. If you read the actual indictment, I would say they put Diddy to shame in terms of video evidence that's out there and telegram messages, what they actually say to coerce these women to be part of they actually say, they instruct other men to be really, horrible to a woman and then
have sex with them and then teach them how to continue to be mean to them, have sex with them, and then have these women do whatever you want them to. They teach a course on this. It's called like the pimp and hose degree. I'm not kidding. It's literally called the PhD. I have dug deep into the Tate brothers. There have been content creators that have taken their own lives, possibly connected to the Tate brothers. That is very serious, and that is actual trafficking.
But
okay, it is. It is.
But all of that is still based on this idea, which if we look at this Cassie case, it's the same thing, right?
No, I don't think so. Diddy's in a relationship. It's.
Granted,
yeah,
but
yeah.
A lot of those women with Tate and his brother believe they were in relationships too. It's all about manipulation. So this idea with Cassie, why would we ever think she was sex trafficked? Cassie literally was telling us that she was stuck in a cycle. She was beholden to a man who controlled her finances. She was scared of him physically, and he basically would manipulate her that she wouldn't leave. Because the idea that everybody was saying, 11 years, why didn't you leave? Was the door shut? Was there a cuff on the ankle?
This was a common sense verdict. I mean, we talked about this. 8 men on the jury. Men, you are creatures that if we tell you something, like, oh, a female, you say, what's wrong? And we say, nothing, Generally, you're going to be like, all right, nothing's wrong, and you're going to walk away. Even though inside we're like, that's more, something's wrong. If Cassie is telling him she wants to do it in these text messages, in these emails, whatever, and this turns her on, XYZ, these men on the jury are looking at that, and they're like, oh, well, she wanted it. Simple as that. It's the common sense verdict, in my opinion. And like, I feel like a lot of people are disappointed in the verdict that are abuse survivors, and I feel for them. I do. Sex trafficking survivors. However, he was not on trial for being a scumbag that beats women, right? That was not what his trial was. So.
And also, I think, I definitely want to have some reverence, like all women are all survivors of abuse out there, but,
yeah.
Y'all can't pick the biggest freak and just say this is y'all representative. Like, some of y'all have really gone through some trauma. Right. Cassie and Jane Doe is just not the ordinary people who were victims. Like, I think that this case bore out the evidence, right? And obviously, I think all three of us here, in our own ways, we have literally parsed through days and weeks and months of testimony, and you start to realize that doesn't make sense. So if let's bring in Mia, for example, and then we'll get into like the verdict that you guys observed today. Like, if Mia, for example, be like, well, if you say he sexually assaulted you, why would he say, if you don't call me back, I'm about to tell your best friend that I sexually assaulted you? That just don't even make sense. So again, it comes back to common sense. But let's fast forward to today. Yesterday was almost a little bit anticlimactic, but it could have gotten there. We received notes at the end of the day, a huge flurry. You left out of here in a huge rush, but the jury ultimately did not come back with a verdict. We left yesterday, and we left off this broadcast, thought that there could have been a verdict, but they were hung up on one charge, which was the racketeering. At the point of yesterday, and then we'll continue it today, your energy was a little bit off. You weren't feeling good. I could tell.
Yeah, I was worried. I went home after we went over here, and then I looked at it, and I went and I pulled the indictment, and I said, if trafficking and prostitution are two of the predicate charges supporting the RICO, then he can't be guilty of both, because then it'd be an automatic conviction on count 1, right? So I said, it's got to be 1 and 1, right? Hopefully it is just the prostitution, which carries the lowest sentencing guideline. And maybe they were hung up on the bribery, the drug possession with intent to distribute, the arson, the obstruction. And then when I was walking to court today, I said it's got to be that. And I said if they come back with a not guilty on the RICO, even if they come back with guilty on the prostitution, it'd still be a good thing for them. But I want to say last night I also went home, researched the subpoena. Cassie was her phone and everything, her memoirs were subpoenaed by Puffy, by the defense. because me and Lauren were going back and forth yesterday about what she subpoenaed, she volunteered. Remember everything that she owned that concerned case got subpoenaed by Agnifilo. Her lawyer tried to get the subpoena thrown out, but was denied. Now, did she personally get subpoenaed?
No.
I
By the
don't
government? No, that is the answer. No, I'm telling you.
Do you got any proof of that?
Yes, because
Where's
I
the proof?
asked them directly
You
today.
asked who?
I asked the NYPD agent behind me. I already knew the answer. I wouldn't come on here.
What is the NY?
The guy behind me who works with HSI, the guy in the courtroom. It's fine. The thing is, guys, I wouldn't be so confident.
She engaged in an offer? Like, there's multiple ways.
I am not talking about that. We don't have to get into this. Either way, she was not subpoenaed by the government. That is, she was subpoenaed by the defense, sure, for all her financials and whatever. But when it came to the government, she did not have to testify. We don't have to go into it anymore. That's just a fact. That's it. And
No,
so
that's
now,
not a fact. How is that a fact? Because you spoke with somebody.
no, because everybody, you can ask anybody.
That's not a fact.
Okay, well, we don't have to get into it anymore.
All right.
Yeah.
But
I think
she was not she was not officially like, if you don't testify, we're gonna get a grand jury to indict you on X. Like, that's not.
By the way, I agree with you on that. I agree with you on that. I just believe that there's a million different ways to skin a cat, so to speak. But I do think there was some compelling. I will say this, just to not, stick on that point. We did about
Yes,
it
we're good. We can be.
As you had said, and I was wondering, and I think Maureen Comey tried to make it in her rebuttal. And you had mentioned, and I heard many people mention, they said a bunch of New Yorkers and Mark Agnifilo, he spoke to common sense New Yorkers. Now,
He's a New
Maureen
Yorker.
Comey tried to make it a technicality thing. Hey, it's possession with intent to distribute, even if he gave one hit of the joint or one pill, which when you get that technical, it uses common sense because these laws on the books are, in a common sense, meant to actually attack criminals, not basically get people in jail on technicalities.
For 30 years.
And it appears that today we got a common sense verdict. You guys were there. I want to, in both you guys' words and from your experience from going in this morning, what's the energy? And I don't know, whoever want to start. What you guys?
Tell me about. I'm curious about the overflow. Tell me what was going on in there. If they were people nervous,
The overflow was packed. Standing up the back, people were kneeling down, people were sitting on the floor. And this was what is about 10:16, 10:17 around that time. And
how did they tell people in the overflow there's a note?
Well, we were sitting there. The whole it starts at 9. So
the overflow's got the TV on, and then you can hear the sound.
Okay.
And then all of Puffy's attorneys, and a lot of times the assistant U.S. attorneys, for some reason they hang out in this room on the 24th floor. So somebody saw all of them come out and go back up. So it's like, yo, they all left and went go back up, and went up, man, and some Iranian came in, and he asked the deputy to get the note from the foreman of the jury. He read it. He gave it back to the foreman of the jury. And
what was Diddy's demeanor? I read that he led his family prayer today.
Oh, that was before.
I didn't see that part.
Yeah, in the courtroom, it was like probably 8:50 maybe. His whole family was there, all of his kids except for his toddler, and he came out and they prayed together, him and his whole family, and then after.
Was flanking him?
He didn't get to go into gallery, but he prayed from over there, and his family was.
How loud is it?
I mean, it was you could hear it, it was audible. And then after, it was very quick too, but after he prayed, there is the public section in the courtroom and everybody cheered. That was, everybody started clapping and cheering. And I was like, oh, that's.
After the verdict?
No, after the prayer.
Oh, after the prayer.
That's why I was like, oh. And then we just were told, we got at 9 o'clock, we're all kind of sitting there, and I was like, I don't know what to do, if I should go outside, I'm kind of nervous. And then we got, I saw the deputy clerk come in, and I knew something was going on.
Crazy,
yeah,
man.
I knew it, but we didn't know it was a verdict because the jury had only been in there for 52 minutes. The note came in at 9:52. So we're like, how did they go from what they said was yesterday? I don't know if it was, they said that there were unpersuadable opinions on both sides. Those were their exact words. So I think many of us were like, wait, in 52 minutes they figured out how to, okay. So, but we weren't sure, right? Because it's had been such a short amount of time. But then I saw this other guy from NYPD HSI who was only been in the courtroom once or twice. I looked at him and I was like, is there a verdict? Like, is this note a verdict? And he looked at me and it's a verdict. And I was like, oh my gosh. And that's when the judge came in and read the note from the jury. We have a verdict. And then the whole mood of the courtroom changed. It went from like regular, normal buzzing to like somber, silent.
Quiet.
Oh.
You hear a pin drop.
I mean, even the press was like squeezing each other's hands. Like, it was weird. It was like...
How was it in the overflow? Was it quiet there too? Listen, I was reading this on stream, the tweets, and like, I even said I could feel my heart beating. It feels tense. By the way, everybody's been working to this moment.
I was sitting in the back, and I was just looking at everybody in the overflow. It was packed, man. A bunch of people that had never been there. They was kneeling in the front, writing notes on the floor, sitting down. And it was quiet. It was quiet. You could hear. It was quiet as a church mouse on Sunday, man. You couldn't hear. You could hear anything, man. And everybody, when the first not guilty got read, people were just like stunned, man. You know, I was like, oh shit! They said not guilty. Then they read second charge,
not guilty.
Sexual trafficking, case, not guilty. And I was like, he got it.
Yeah.
That point is going to be a domino.
There were gasps. The Rico and the Cassie, I mean, there were, like, and the judge actually said, he warned everybody. He said, everybody in the court, keep your composure, like, shut up, don't, relax. And people were good for the most part, but it was, like, it was crazy. Oh, they were the ones that were
audible.
Gasps. And the Rico gasps, and then after Cassie, they didn't necessarily cheer, but you could hear like a very excited clap, and then you saw Diddy and Tenny goes, and they were squeezing. Like, I think it was like Kenny was almost crying. I mean, after she was just like, oh my god.
She started crying. Eventually, she started crying, and Mark Agnifilo was just sitting there. He was sitting on the corner. He was just sitting there chilling. And then after they read the whole verdict, Tenny blowing the nose, she was wiping her eyes.
I think you said
Anastasia. You know, everybody, and Brian Steele was just sitting there chilling like this. And then Puff was like, he didn't know what to do. Like, I'm guilty of something. He's looking at Agnifilo, and then you think it set in on him that, you know, there's no asset forfeitures, there's no 30 years, there's no life in prison. This little prostitution joint is small potatoes, man. And he beat the feds, man.
Yeah, I seen him. Yesterday I think that's why we go over a little bit thinking that it was going to go the other way. Because when they brought back the notes, say they were hung up on that first count, they said Diddy's demeanor was in his hand, and he was kind of looking really stressed out. They said he was like looking around like he was lost, like he was almost stunned, like he was out of his mind, like maybe he was.
Well, that was the biggest one. If he gets found guilty on that, they're gonna knock him upside his head. That was the one.
I mean, so I talked to some people that were present for that moment yesterday, and
you gonna talk to a juror? I know you were trying.
The entire jury left in a black Sprinter van. I was like almost running after them. I wore sneakers today because I was like, I need to be able to run and not clump around.
You got some names though? We gotta hit them up.
No, they jumped in the van. Nobody got names, but don't worry, I'm not done yet. But they said yesterday that Xavier McDonald, all of his attorneys surrounded him to block him from people seeing him, and people I spoke to on the side of the government, actually said to me, they're like off the record, whatever, so I'm not saying names, but they're like, it was really sad moment. Like, Like when he found out the jury was hung on everything but the one charge, and I think this is where it kind of the mood came from.
Worried.
Everybody's like they were rubbing his back, kind of, and they blocked him off. And for someone on the government side to say, yeah, it was kind of sad. I was like, geez. And then when they read off the verdict, you know, his head was in his hands. He was going like this to the jury, thanking them. But I will say, you know, after Mark Agnifilo stood up and basically said that he deserves to go home, he's been acquitted of the most serious defenses here. We have his passport, his plane is in Maui. He would be stupid to do anything, whatever. It was like such a high for Diddy and his family. And it was so insane, this split second that Maureen Comey stood up and said, oh no, no, you don't. The mood completely changed in the courtroom. She said, don't forget the conduct surrounding this conviction. She said, this is a very serious conviction. And then she dropped the 20 years. And Diddy was like, And even his family was like, what? And I mean, I think those of us that see what's going on, I mean, 20 years is like the maximum when you're transporting a minor for prostitution. They could bring up so much case law where people get 18 months.
Well, she was talking about that if they ran it consecutive, because he's guilty of 2 counts. Which will probably run right.
But
so if you run them consecutive, it'll be 20. But they'll run them concurrent. He has a category 0 criminal history. He's gonna probably get time served.
Hey, by the way, I think you are absolutely correct. You said it here. You know, I think what a lot of people are giving you credit for, you said you sat in that trial, you talked about your preconceived notion, what you saw in the media, then you said what you saw in that courtroom. And some people are like, yeah, maybe he's a little bit biased, maybe he's just a pro-puff guy. But even when we spoke about Mark Agnifilo and his closing, you know, 50's online saying, yo, good job, shithead. You just got your man 20 years, because it played we didn't know how that tone took, because it was clearly sarcastic. But it was sarcastic in the tone of, yo, y'all gonna wait, they took the baby all off the street. Y'all, the streets are safe. And they were using sarcasm to play to the common sense of people. And
they didn't call no witnesses.
And you guys admitted, the jury was chuckling a little bit, like they were like, shit, yeah, that's crazy.
One of the women was laughing. One of the women was laughing. And that's where I got so confused yesterday, you guys. I thought that, again, people that can crap on his closing, you know, I don't know the jury like he does. I assume they had an attorney, they had someone on their team watching the jury at all times, because that's what they do. So it's like, we had to trust that he knew what he was doing, right? And they seemed to be so engaged that I was like, how could they come back? I mean, but I remember yesterday, I was like, there's still a slight chance that maybe it's not guilty, but the way everybody's acting and talking, I don't know. It was, I can't, I'm still, like, I was shaking when I got out. I was
Puffy
shaking.
got down on the floor. Puff got on the floor, started praying, put his knees on the floor, and was praying in the chair. Tenny is crying. Tenny's hugging Mark. Nicole Westmoreland's hugging Anna Esteballo. Xavier Donaldson, Magnifilo's hugging Brian Steele. I mean, then Comey is the first to walk out as the leader of the assistant U.S. attorneys, instead of waiting and letting her crew go out first and take the back and follow them out. She dips, then they all...
She was smiling. She put on a face.
They all dip behind her. You know, and Esteballo was crying, Tenny Garagos was crying, and Puffy's, they won't... Puffy's trying to...
I mean, she is
tears.
No, I told you, she's really
chilling.
stoic. She really doesn't.
No outbursts. No, thank you, Jesus.
No. There's nothing like that from Janice. But
I heard the son showed up with some bad things. You know.
Oh, they had some girlfriends that were very beautiful.
Okay.
Very beautiful. I was like, Christian was holding his girlfriend's hand. Justin wasn't holding hands, but Christian's girlfriend, I noticed right away, like, just beautiful skin, beautiful, just really pretty.
Oh, yeah,
I don't know names, but yes.
Puffy was trying to hug his lawyers, but the marshal stepped in and grabbed him and said, "Nah, Yeah.
So they wasn't gonna let him do too much.
No, they couldn't. No, you still in custody, right? You're still in federal custody. And then they let him out. Then when you open up that side door to wherever he goes, you can see him just going. He was happy, man.
And Driscoll and Agnifilo had one of those loud pat on the back hugs. That was the first hug that happened between the lawyers. Yeah, they all of a sudden it kind of everybody was talking and it caused you to like look over towards them because they had this hug where they were like they were just so happy after seeing them so somber yesterday, and you know everything that was just going on. It's just like everything changed. But I will say Maureen Comey did. It was very clear she was really not taking it as a loss. Like the way she acted, she was just like, this is not an L. This is not an
Oh, he's got the drugs. He has drugs. This case is surrounded by drugs. Yeah, but he just got acquitted of that, you know?
And that's what Mark said.
Oh,
exactly.
his behavior and everything that she was saying to try to keep this man at MDC. And the judge asked me, said, "Puff, you want to go back to MDC?" He said,
that was such a moment. The judge laughed. He actually said, "Mr. Combs."
He was gonna let him go.
I honestly,
I thought he was gonna overrule Comey and say, "Man, go on, man, get up out of here."
He was laughing.
Because Mark did sit back and said, the judge says, "Do you want him to go home today?" Judge was like, Mark was like, "Yeah, now, now we want him to go home today. Now, I know we got to do some things as far as paperwork with the marshals, but he wants to go home to Miami, Two-Star Island today." Yeah. That shit was crazy.
So as we think about how we even got to this point, right? Yesterday we speculated a lot. I think we probably speculated on the opposite side of this. I think today we could probably, and I don't know if you guys heard anything in the court. They were probably hung up on this like RICO charge, not really for the predicate acts. I think they don't believe it was an enterprise.
I think
it was the time, man. I think somebody said, man, if we find him guilty of this RICO, he's going to do 30 years. And I just don't see what he's done to be worth 30 years.
So you think
that's what I believe.
The jury's approach was like, listen, we don't think he's sex trafficked. That's the main reason why all this is here. If we give him the RICO, even if it's on some technicality shit, we can't see giving a guy 30 years for passing a pill to a partner or
and that's what we discussed yesterday, nullification. These jurors, technically, if they bought into the government's case here, sure, they could have convicted him, but they knew deep down, like maybe on paper, he's breaking the law, but we don't feel comfortable sending him away for life for something that people do every day when it comes to the drug distribution. When it comes to, let's say, forced labor, as in like, Mia saying that they said sexual labor. I mean, Mia wasn't convincing to the jury about this alleged rape. Clearly, the text message where we just talked about that, him threatening to tell Cassie, they were like, yeah, sure, maybe, but no, we are not going to send him away for something that maybe on paper breaks the law, but it just doesn't make sense.
By the way, have you guys seen Young Miami? She's reacted. She put up a like, it's like a social media thing where it's like the clock that, like, basically she's almost like she's basically saying exactly what I've been saying. She's just saying, well, of course she's not guilty. So she said it kind of like, artsy way with a meme, but she clearly still rocking. Gina, they found her at a Whole Foods yesterday or something. She says, if he did get released, I don't feel scared, right? It feels like the only person who fully flipped, obviously Cassie was never going to be around. She has kids, she has a husband. It looked like Jane Doe is like the woman with no island because her baby daddy don't want her.
Right.
He's done. And then it looked like
reputation is trash.
Yeah, it looked like she pretty much came out, and I gotta believe now she has to file the lawsuit. She has to file.
File also goes who?
Oh, that would be rich. That would, if she did that, you just said her reputation is, if she filed a lawsuit against him after all this now, I think that would be the nail in her coffin, personally. I don't think that is a smart move, a PR move, a bad PR move.
Yeah, because here's the thing, if she doesn't, what did she get out of all this?
She's still getting her rent paid for right now.
That rent is done today, baby girl. It's over.
Well, okay,
you
fine,
think,
but
you
I'm
think
just saying
Diddy's
that
paying for that house
she's
one more?
hated her rent paid for a really long time. It's been a long ass
Okay,
time.
and we talked about it. So, and I think, and I wonder with the audience, we should run a poll on this. This is clearly strategy, right? I think at some point, Mark Agnifilo pulls Diddy to the side and says, "Hey, Jane is cooperating with the people. Okay, this is what we can't do. We can't do anything to shuffle and mess this up to cause her to have any more of a reason to try to cooperate with them, right? She might be exposed to some things, and she's the most recent that has seen some things. You might not like it, but keep her good. After this, you get rid. I guarantee you, is July 2nd or today or
Yeah,
the 3rd?
good.
Today's July 2nd. I guarantee that rent doesn't get paid this month. I promise you. I promise.
Yeah, he also had to continue to pay it so that it could not. He can kind of keep away from the trafficking piece, right? The control piece.
Exactly.
I'm in here. I'm fighting for my life. You cooperating against me, and I'm still paying you rent. You know what I'm saying?
Of course. Of course. Okay, let me ask you this question, because since you said he still paid, why do you think he will continue to pay her rent?
Well, that was my question. I guess when we're in court and she's being questioned and the government's like, and that's your lawyer right there. Like, who pays for your lawyer? Sean Combs. And you're like, wait, the lawyer in this courtroom that you are using to testify against him, he is paying for? I mean, it's kind of like, yeah, we're asking ourselves, why? Why?
It makes perfect sense to me. Clearly, she must have told him, hey, they left a card. I got to go talk to these people. Diddy's going to say, I'm going to get you a lawyer, right? The lawyer probably goes down there. He's going to represent her best interest. He's going to talk to her and say, hey, they're kind of lightly putting it like you might be a co-conspirator. We might have to work with these people.
She actually went through 2 lawyers. She actually talked about that. She hired one. She got rid of that one. And then she got another lawyer through Diddy, I'm guessing. And that was part of the questioning. Like,
wasn't both through Diddy?
Maybe, but like she got rid of the first one. And then they kind of asked her, like, you know, does he have anything to do, or did he influence your testimony at all through this lawyer, et cetera, et cetera? There was a lot of questioning around that. I do recall, because it was just such a weird situation, you know? It was just so odd.
Which I don't think a lot of people do that.
What?
Pay the rent, paying the rent, and keep paying the lawyer. You don't understand testifying against me to send me to prison for 30 years.
I understand.
I think it was all strategy.
No, it's completely all strategy.
100% strategy.
Like, that's the lawyer
You're
saying.
On Diddy's side,
Yeah, no,
strategy.
of course.
Okay,
100%.
yeah, right.
100%.
That's the lawyer saying,
I
listen.
mean, it made him look better than, like,
Right.
like it made him look not
Right.
bad.
How could I be trafficking you, and I'm in here, I'm not having sex with you, but I'm still paying you.
I guarantee they had a conversation early on while probably the grand jury was convening, and they were saying, let's think about the people you haven't talked to in a while. Let's think about the people you have employed, and let's think about the people that might flip. Hey, do you owe anybody money? Because these are reasons they might want to cooperate. If you're paying them, even though you can't continue the business of Sean or Combs Enterprise and Combs Global, do not stop paying people. How much money do you have in the bank? Let's liquidate a couple things. We got the war chest.
He still got his plane. Still got his plane. He was trying to sell his plane at the outset when Agnifilo replied to the indictment with his letter motion. He was taking bids for his jet to sell it, and I think what he ended up doing was just chartering it out, making money. They say he made like over $4 million in the last month.
Really?
Chartering out his jet, so that's probably paid for his attorney fees. So he still got his plane.
I spoke to this morning.
I can't believe this dude beat the feds, man.
I know.
Puffy, listen, y'all. Puffy beat the feds. Listen, Grammy Award winner, Broadway actor, hip hop icon, fashion icon, liquor icon, foundational Black American from Harlem. Go from nothing to a billionaire. Biggie, Mary J. Blige, Jodeci, the soundtrack to my college years.
Nice looking guy. I'm not a gay man. Got the flyest women. Got a plane, jet, money. And goes up against the feds. They offer him a plea deal, 15 years. He says, nah, crank up the jury. And goes to trial and beats him. And they cheated the whole time. Witnesses perjured themselves on the stand. Witnesses lied, undergirded by $7 million lawsuits. Dawn Richard, $10 million civil suits. Mia, $10 million civil suit. Brianna. And he got an all-star legal team. All-star legal team. Paid him. And sat back and he beat the feds at trial, who have a 96% conviction rate. The legacy is locked in.
I spoke to this morning, Tasha 69, who called in to stream, and remember I told you he was locked up with Diddy, and he said, so they were locked up earlier this year. This is before Diddy added Alexander Shapiro, before Diddy added Brian Steele, and I believe Nicole Westbrook, and even Donaldson. He said, remember they're locked in the same thing. I mean, he literally handed the phone to Diddy, and I talked to Diddy. He said Diddy told him out of his own mouth. At that time, he says, I'm spending 1.2 a month on my legal, and that's before 1.2 million. Yeah, that's before. So I think it's probably reasonable to think when you add on the full team, he probably was spending 2. I think this is throughout the whole process. I think this is a $20+ million defense in preparation they had to do in just kind of really building this out and trying to get it to the place where they got it to hear it. And it's kind of interesting because as much as you were in that courtroom and you were able to see the common sense and say this is bullshit, I'm wondering if he doesn't have $20 million at his disposal.
If he does not,
if he doesn't have this amount of money, resources.
Why wouldn't he have it?
No, what I'm saying, if it's another person, it's another man, it's anyone else. Is he cooked?
Me and you?
Yeah.
Oh, we're done.
I mean,
I'm done.
I just think it's interesting, and we discussed this off the air, but let's remember the feds added the 2 charges he was convicted on very late in the game.
Was that the superseding indictment? The superseding indictment 3?
They literally added these 2 charges like 2 months before the trial, something like that. And his team, was like, no, the Mann Act is racist. This should be tossed out. And they filed, I think, multiple motions to get these charges removed, and it didn't work. And clearly, this was the Fed's strategy. They knew deep down that Damian Williams stuck them with this case, wasn't as strong as they wanted it to be. They knew they'd probably, think about it. They had all of the evidence, right, from Cassie, from Jane at that point. They knew that was a slam dunk because it was tangible.
And they didn't even call, they didn't put up a defense. They said, we ain't got to call nobody. That funny? That's crazy. Think about how people were saying how crazy that was. Oh, they're not calling a defense.
On a political level, you're heavy to politics. Who do you believe takes the fall or takes the culpability? I know Maureen Comey's put on a strong face, like, nah, this is a W. Does obviously, Damian Williams, he's not currently a U.S. attorney, but does he ultimately take the blame for coming with this case, or is it the lead of the AUSAs, which is Maureen Comey, who a lot of people thought that she had high prospects and even political aspirations because she's a daughter of former FBI Director James Comey? Who do you think?
Yeah, I think people don't realize that this administration, like Trump, Kash Patel, Pam Bondi, they have nothing to do with this. They don't know anything about this. I don't mean they don't know anything about it, but they don't have any skin in the game. They weren't, banking on this guilty verdict. I think that, unfortunately for Maureen Comey, she was the face of this, and she will take the heat for this. And I think that if people dig a little bit deeper, they will understand and peel back the layers here. It wasn't necessarily her fault. She did not start this investigation. She was given this investigation, but she'll take the fall for it for sure.
I don't think Maureen Comey gets the blame. I think this is Damian Williams 1,000%.
I think that them assistant U.S. attorneys were given a fight, were put into a fight that they were already at a disadvantage from the beginning, because all of your witnesses, majority of them, the key witnesses, got on the stand and lied. I think that Damian Williams is directly 1,000% responsible for even bringing this case. You know, that this is on him, this is on his jacket. I know he's no longer the assistant U.S. attorney. And then not only did Maureen Comey and the 6 U.S. attorneys, look at who they had to go up against, right? These elite level all-star attorneys with Puffy with damn near unlimited resources like the government too, you know. Do everything.
That's a good point.
Do everything. You know, a lot of things that Puffy was able to uncover and his team was able to do, they kept the pressure. The assistant U.S. attorneys could not rest out 1 minute, man. If it wasn't Alexander Shapiro on their ass, it was Mark Agnifilo. Then you got Jason Driscoll, who can go into the laptop and pull up a case and tell you the case, the citation, the page numbers.
And you look like a kid, right? You're like, who
he
is
looks
this
like
kid?
he looked like a sixth grader.
I thought he was an intern at first.
But when it came down when they needed some shit to be said, Jason Driscoll could go in that motherfucking laptop and pull a case up, and the judge.
He was a case law guy.
There was
Shapiro was clearly the appellate lawyer.
They work for the
raised issues,
same.
preserved the record.
Shapiro and Driscoll work for the same firm.
Right.
But I mean,
it's Alexandra's firm.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh.
So, but you could tell this kid. There was no stuttering. There was no ums. There was no you knows. No filler words. He was just like boom, 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 boom.
Going head up with Maureen Comey.
Yeah.
Your Honor, you know what she's saying. It has nothing to do with what we're doing. Your Honor, if you look on page 537, 538, and Maureen Comey, all his 6 U.S. attorneys, they trying to get it together, and the judge is telling him, he got his computer. What page you said that was good? What? Hold on, let me look it up. And then whenever they said anything, this motherfucker was ready, man. Jason Driscoll was oh man, he mean.
He came out of nowhere. I was
Mean.
like, who is this guy? Like
Mean.
He didn't talk until like the middle of the trial either. So we were all like, huh? Like
Mean. And he never cross-examined anyone, right?
No.
Either did Shapiro.
They had the U.S. attorneys could not rest, right? They could not rest, and I don't think a lot of them had the trial experience of a Brian Steele or trial experience of a Nicole Westmoreland or a Mark Agnifilo, you know, because most of the times the feds, they take pleas, right? It's different to be in boots on the ground in a trial, you know, and maybe you got a defendant who's got one lawyer that he's paying them $10,000 or $20,000, but here you got 11 lawyers, elite level, Tenny Garagos, fixing her hair. She's doing the cross-examination, putting the bun in her hair, asking questions.
But you know what else it is?
Shit's crazy, man.
They are this team that they kind of defy the image of defense attorneys who a lot of people think of, like Alan Jackson defended Kevin Spacey, Karen Reed. He comes across as this slick LA guy. Diddy's team, they just don't come across like that. They come across as just human beings, genuine. I'd say that the quote unquote slickest of them maybe is Brian. Exactly, like maybe, but even Brian Steele's not like this slick. He's like a nice guy, and I think that also they connected with the jury in that way because you have the AUSAs that come in, and this is not me saying this. Someone else said this in the press room. They said they look like pilgrims almost. It just.
They all
I know.
black.
I did not say that. I'm not saying
The
it.
assistant U.S. attorneys.
Yes,
right?
yes.
It looked like they was going to a funeral. They all wore black
or Navy, and you've got
every
the defense.
day.
Yeah, they come in. The defense comes
Every day.
Relatable. They're connecting with the jury. It's just.
This is black outfits now. I like wearing black.
I
And
do
let
too,
me read a couple of donations, and I have a question. Because Uncle said this a lot, but you're the only one that said it. And I want you to respond in a second. But let me just read it. Susunu Okashi, thank you for the 10, says KK and D-Rock deserve a bag for not flipping. And Darskin Germain, I see my boy says, imagine a Diddy freak off on OnlyFans. Legendary. Oh my God. And I missed the other donation, but I'll circle back to it. What I did want to ask was this. You consistently said, and you know, I've tried to watch so many people do trial coverage. and you're the only one that I've seen consistently stay down on this point, that the majority of the witnesses, you didn't give them the excuse of they forgot or maybe da da da. You said they lied. Did you feel like they were? Did you feel that either the majority or anyone besides maybe Banner, like they were being untruthful? Like you were like, this doesn't make sense. Like you're not forgetting. You're not just not telling the truth. What did you? Because if you're thinking, because Uncle said, "Yo, this person lied." Like this is a flat out lie.
You think it was just like a bold?
Yeah.
This never happened.
Man,
like,
come on,
even.
man. They was lying from the door.
Who do you think was lying besides Brianna?
Dawn Rashad got on there and told 13 lies. Brianna got up there, told lies. Mia got up there, told some lies. Capricorn Clark told some lies. Kid Cudi lied.
I think Capricorn may have told.
David James lied. Jane Doe, Cassie, all of them lied, man. I'm not cutting you no break. You don't get no break when you on the stand and a man is facing 30 years and you finna get up here and lie and your shit is undergirded. And see, this is where Jonathan Bach was so instrumental in his cross-examination of Dr. Dawn Hughes when he brought up that word malingering, right? There's a term in clinical psychology called malingering where it relates to a witness or a victim embellishing or lying about an incident because they have an underlying motive, which is a financial reward, right? Which is what a lot of them, all of them had immunity deals with underlying civil lawsuits, man. You understand?
You find anyone to be credible.
Except Jonathan Perez, the other white kid, George Kaplan, told the truth. Brendan Paul told the truth. Jonathan Perez told the truth. Edward Garcia, the security guard that got paid the 100 grand. But all the ones that had civil suits and still got civil suits, motherfuckers was lying.
Let me ask you a question though. So,
period.
Do you believe they were completely lying or maybe telling a selective story that matched what the AUSA probably wanted to say? Like, for example, like, hey, I'm going to lead you down this path because I know the point you're trying to make, but I'll omit certain details. Or do you consider it lying if you do omit certain details?
Well, on the direct examination, you don't know what they're saying is a lie. On the direct, right? It's not until you get to the cross examination does it get exposed and uncovered that, wait a minute, you said what? Let me look at my what?
And that's,
so you
that's exactly
man, come on,
but
man.
that's exactly my feelings about Capricorn Clark. I'm telling you, what you said is very accurate there because after her,
you thought she was Cap.
After
Capricorn was Cap.
No, after her direct, I was like, wow, that was very powerful. Everything she said, I was like, wow. And then the cross talking about, I don't necessarily think that some people were just pulling stuff out of the air, like lying, except for. I do feel like the Kid Cudi car chase, that was pulled out of the air. I mean, that was like Kid Cudi and the police officer don't have, like, that was weird. And during Agnifalo's closing, he read the transcript of her saying the most intricate details of the roads they turned up and the roads they went down during this alleged car chase, and then it never happened. I mean, what? That was super weird. And to me, her cross there, I was like, well, I thought she was credible, and now not so much.
Not gonna lie, one that said they were held over the balcony like this, and I was thinking, and then Puff threw them like that. I said, and Puff must be the Hulk. I don't know. You gotta be the Hulk. You hold them over the balcony with your forearms, you lift them back up. Apparently this person was like 135. And just throw them like it's
Deontay Nash also said that he got mad at him at the Vanity Fair party, and he actually said on the stand, and it's like you try to picture this, I guess, because he's like, he comes up to me and he picks me up by the, holds me up by the shirt, and you're kind of like, so at a Vanity Fair party, does he just do? I don't know. I mean, I have no idea. I'm not in that life. I don't know the lifestyle, but like, if somebody saw him do that, would they say anything? Would they walk away? Like, not his, not his security or his assistant, but like a party goer. If he's lifting somebody up by the collar, shaking and threatening them, like what do people think about that?
What do you think Cassie's feeling today?
She got a statement, actually. I'll look it up. You guys know I love Cassie, so let me look it up. Okay?
You know you love Cassie, but do you believe Cassie is feeling that there is justice? Because again, remember, even going back to her original statement, Cassie never ever claimed she was sex trafficked. She claimed she was a victim of domestic violence. So after seeing that she is getting some justice because Puff is guilty of prostitution in regards to Cassie and others for that time period. If you think she's saying that is the justice and the appropriate justice for I went through, or do you think she now reflects I got sex trafficked?
Do you want me to read her statement from Doug Wigder? So he was outside of the courthouse and he said, this entire criminal process started when our client, Cassie Ventura, had the courage to file her civil complaint in November of 2023. Although the jury did not find Combs guilty of sex trafficking Cassie beyond a reasonable doubt, she paved the way for a jury to find him guilty of transportation to engage in prostitution. And he went on to praise Cassie's mark on both the entertainment industry and the fight for justice by coming forward with her experience, highlighting her exemplary courage and unquestionable strength. And then he said, this case proved that change is long overdue and we will continue to fight on behalf of survivors. And then he also added Cassie is in a, quote, good place and, quote, pleased that her ex is facing substantial jail time while being held responsible for 2 federal crimes. I put those in quotes because page 6 put it in quotes.
Cassie, get up out of here, man. Get up out of here, Cassie. You got on the stand and you testified against your friend of 11 years in front of his mother and his family, a man that helped you. And you got on the stand and he was facing 30 years to life, and you cooperated with the government against him. Get your ass up out of here.
Did Cassie ever come across like maybe a slight bit on, like, again, she obviously cooperated.
Gina didn't come, Cassie. Gina didn't come. Hey, Cassie, Gina didn't come. Shout out to Gina.
Gina was that whole fool.
She was jealous of Gina.
Oh, yeah, she was.
Oh, that was not
Gina didn't come, Cassie.
That was not a secret. Cassie was very open about being jealous of Gina. Same with Gina.
And Kim Porter.
They all were jealous of Gina. Gina must really, I don't know.
What's your thoughts on Gina?
Soft spot for Gina.
Hey, Gina, you money, girl. Young Miami. You money. Jane Doe, I don't know what you finna do.
Bad work.
I don't know what you finna do. Your stock done went down to Dollar Tree level. Your stock is at Dollar Tree level.
For all of the care and compassion that you have for Cassie, why not that? Why none of that for Jane?
No, it's not that I don't have it's not that I don't know how to
the same way.
Well, I don't know how to relay it. I mean, there were elements of Jane's testimony where I did feel like she really loved Diddy and she was hurting inside. There is no doubt about that, right? But again, we're in federal court, right? So it felt like we're listening to, again, just somebody having relationship issues and having this struggle. And so, yeah, I felt for her to that degree. But then when when she's talking about vomiting in between having sex with escorts, and I think that people can judge and judge when they're not in those positions, right? And so I'm not trying to do that. It was just very obvious to me that she was different than Cassie in terms of really being transactional and openly saying that she was jealous.
She was a sex worker.
But no, I mean, she openly was saying that she was jealous of Young Miami getting a car, of getting like Chanel bags, and then she would be like, yeah, well, I'm the one. It was kind of like, I'm the one doing the freak off, so like, why don't I get that type of thing? That's what it sounded like, and clearly the jury probably saw it the same way.
Young Miami got the Chanel bag, and Jane Doe got the Bottega bag, and then
Bottega is not Chanel, right? It is not Chanel.
Who crossed?
How much a Bottega joint cost?
It's like $2,000. Chanel's like
really?
up $7,000.
Tenny asked her, well, how much does a Tenny? See, Jane Doe, when you talk about Young Miami, you might as well get ready. She finna pull her pistol out and start shooting.
Oh, she was tight.
Man, she got her whole body language shrunk down. And once Tenny saw that, Tenny started turning the screw. Says, well, how much does a Chanel bag cost? Jane Doe said to Tenny on the stand, you must know. You probably got one.
Oh, really?
Yeah, in that Tenny, right?
Yeah. Oh, she was getting a little sassy.
Yeah, with
don't
Tenny.
remember that? It was
with Puffy's lawyer. So Tenny bobbed and weaved, and Tenny came back and said, well, how much does a Bottega bag cost?
Actually, I don't. Like, she was so like, I don't.
Tenny came back and said, well, how much does a Bottega bag cost? And Jane Doe said, however much my body costs.
Ooh.
She said, yeah, how much is my body worth? And then...
Which means that if you want some of this kitty cat, you gonna pay.
And you know there was, she literally after that, the judge scolded
on
Jane.
The stand.
Scolded Jane on the stand.
Yes, she did. Yes, she did.
She got scolded.
The judge on the radio told her, he said, excuse me, and she looked up and he says, listen, you can't be disrespectful like that in this court. You have to have some level of performance. And she says, okay.
And then what? Then she asked for a break.
Then she asked for a break. Then Jane Doe says, sidebar.
Yeah.
She called her, Jane Doe called her own sidebar. Jane Doe said, I need some time. Sidebar. So wait, so she up there fake ass crying. Hey, Jane Doe, get your ass up out of here.
No, I think
she was so triggered by Young Miami.
But she had her own feelings, but my point was, the way that she acted, it was almost like, well, I guess I'll do these freak-offs because, you know, maybe I'll get the bag. Maybe I'll get... Because that's the way it came across. But yeah, I of course I felt bad.
Freak-offs to be on yachts and stuff. Yo, that's some desperate shit.
I don't necessarily know if that's...
She wanted to do it for a church trip. I remember she was mad about the church trip, right?
Oh, man, she took pictures. Puffy gave Young Miami a bouquet of flowers. She screenshot it.
Yeah.
Sent it to Puff. It said, hers is bigger than mine.
What?
You ain't give me no flowers like that.
Yes.
And then you got her the diamond necklace and the bracelet. You only bought me the bracelet.
Mm-hmm.
Get your ass back here from that trip with her. Puff cut the trip short and flew back.
Did he?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yes, he did.
Totally.
Yes, he did.
Mm-hmm.
But why did he cut the trip short?
Because Jane Doe told him to come back.
Did he get her the necklace as well then?
The Van Cleef,
I don't know.
I think. He got her a Van Cleef.
Oh, it's a Van Cleef.
And then Tenny brought that up. She's like, well, he got you Van Cleef. That was just such a funny exchange.
The minute Young Miami posts something on Instagram, goddamn Jane Doe's on it. She knew. She was a screenshot queen. Man, shout out to Carisha in South Florida, Dade County.
Oh,
she's jealous of Young Miami.
Well, she had him hot and bothered, huh?
Wee. And who else? What was the other one? Gina.
That probably helped Diddy though, right?
Jealous of Gina.
Because Diddy's lawyers got to frame it in a, this is just a jealous woman. This is not sex trafficking.
Well, yeah, because they
this is a transactional woman that's just jealous.
They framed Cassie like, oh, you know, Cassie couldn't leave because he controls her career, XYZ. Well, Jane, Jane, okay, if you don't like it, then he's not holding you hostage. He never put I'm not saying that one time doesn't count, but he didn't put a hand on her for years and years and years. So there was technically no force, right? I mean, they watched their movies
together. Did she
get
mad that Diddy, because I'm going to be honest with you, the first and only time I ever knew they were together, I think she had posted something, then 50 posted it, and then paparazzi called him another time. Was she upset that Diddy was doing interviews with Young Miami? Diddy was openly posting Young Miami.
Yeah,
she wanted to get
because he wouldn't let her post nothing with him and her.
Oh, I would think it would be the opposite, that maybe she wouldn't want to post it because she has a famous baby daddy and she doesn't want to mess up that child support fund.
She took a picture of them out to eat one time and posted it. He made her take it down. Post that, take it down.
Oh, and by the way, in 12 minutes, he will be back in court, and I believe the judge will rule whether or not he can be granted the $1 million bail.
why not just give the same package you gave before? Like, just get out of jail, man. Hey, take the 50 again, man. Just let me out of jail now, man. Because honestly, if he gets out, I really don't think he returns back to jail. I think what's gonna happen whenever sentencing comes around, they're just gonna give him time served. As long as he doesn't, and I think they're gonna be on his ass to see, hey, is he back on the 2C? Is he back on the free calls? But if he's stayed, it's gonna take about like 3 months for a probation report to see what his sentence should be and figure out the sentencing time. If he's up in Star Island, no problems, doesn't do anything, and they don't find more guns, prostitutes, or whatever else, I think that Judge Summerrain is such a fair judge. I think he's gonna be like, I'm not gonna give you 6 months, or like, yo, time served. Man.
Well, Maureen Comey. Well,
she's on
when he gets to 2-Star Island, the probation officer either is going to come out to 2-Star Island and interview him and do an inspection, or he's going to have to go to the District of South Florida, check in with a probation officer. And you're right. If he does everything right, it'll be to his credit. But you can best believe that from Maureen Comey's comments today in the courtroom, she's going to be asking for the high end of the guideline range.
Is she grasping at straws trying to get a on face value win, maybe even if it's he got 5 years, right? Because I think there's almost like a, well, what did he get sentenced? And if it's time served, it just looks like a blanket win for him. If you got him 5 years,
right,
you could at least hang your hat on that to say, hey, some of these witnesses didn't show up.
He ain't doing no 5 years.
I've got the letter here. I'm on the docket. I have Alexandra's letter, which will be read. And oh goodness, there is a letter by victim 1 that was sent to the judge, that's Cassie. Oh my goodness!
Isn't that her lawyer wrote it on her behalf, right?
Let me see. Well, let's see if is it long or it's pretty short.
Yeah.
It just says, they respectfully request that the court deny Mr. Combs to be released pending his sentencing on his 2 convictions under XYZ pursuant to the Bail Reform Act. Detention is mandatory post-conviction on these charges, and Ms. Ventura believes that Mr. Combs is likely to pose a danger to the victims who testified in this case, including herself, as well as the community. We thank the court for its time and attention to this.
Dante Nash wrote a letter as well.
Yeah. This how you get it down, Cassie? You doing it like that?
Oh boy.
All right.
Sorry, Sean. Oh my gosh.
I'm gonna deal with you.
I gotta save this letter right now. Oh my gosh.
Married, so
Yeah. Well.
Let's see.
Who else? Have to stay.
Let me see who else.
This how you do your friends, Cassie?
Letter to victim 1, and then there's there's the government's letter as to why.
Yeah. What did the government say?
Oh gosh. God. I mean, I won't read the whole thing. It's just saying, the government respectfully submits this letter following the jury, following 7 weeks. Okay, background. So they give it background. Over the course of 7 weeks, the jury heard evidence of the defendant's violence, interstate transportation of numerous individuals for prostitution, drug use, and distribution. This is not
things he was found.
Things he was hold on. I'm trying to. Let me just download it because I can't read it all. Okay, here we go. The guidelines calculation in this case is complicated, and the government expects that it will be litigated by the parties, but for the purposes of this detention hearing, the government sets forth the below preliminary calculation, subject to revision, which the government believes is the minimum guidelines calculation applicable to this case. So they cite a bunch of case law, and they say because the offense involves more than one victim, Chapter 3, Part D is applied as if the promoting of a commercial sex act or prohibited sexual conduct. Okay, blah, 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 blah. What are they asking? This is, guys, this is... It's 8 pages. I can't do this. Okay.
Lengthy, right?
Conclusion, for the reasons set forth above, the defendant's continued detention is required under the Bail Reform Act. Accordingly, the defendant's application for bail pending sentencing should be denied. And then Shapiro sent her letter in. I mean, I can post all these on Twitter, but 8 pages? I just want to see how long the defense's letter is, because 8 pages is
It's going to come down to the Judge Submarine is going to make the decision. He can overrule all of that. He can say, go home. If he denies Puffy the right to go home,
Oh yeah, the
that
defense
would be,
is 6 pages.
I don't believe he's going to let Diddy go home off the fact that I think he's a fair judge, but he's a give and take judge from what I've seen. He's a judge that when he gives a little to the defense, he gives a little to the prosecutors, and he tries to do that. He tries to do that to kind of maintain fairness. I think after the verdict was read, I think the prosecutors are desperate, and he knows they're desperate. And I think he wants to be fair to say, yeah, this is a whole lot of bullshit, but we're going to give them a little, hey, you're going to have to wait 2-3 months. Like, you walking out of the courtroom today, it's...
Agnifilo stood up in the courtroom and told them, Your Honor, this man was tried and he was acquitted of one of the most serious charges on the books that would have given him life in prison. The jury gave him his life back. The SCX trafficking, he was acquitted. The 2 most serious charges that could have landed him in prison for life, that the jury of his peers found him not guilty, gave him his life back. His family is here. Any 3 or any 5 of them can sign a $1 million bond.
Do you want me to read that?
And that he...
That's in their letter as well, too.
I just got to the last page.
He will come back. He does not pose a flight risk on the whatever conditions you want. That he remain in Miami, LA, or New York, pending sentences. Let this man go home to his family.
So the proposed release conditions are $1 million bond, co-signed by Sean Combs, his mother, his sister, and the mother of his oldest daughter, that's Sarah Chapman. Mr. Combs' travel will be restricted to the Southern District of Florida, Central District of California, and the SDNY to attend court and meet with his counsel, as well as the Eastern District of New York or the District of New Jersey, to the extent that his travel to and from New York involves an airport in those districts. Mr. Combs' passport surrender to pretrial services, drug testing as ordered by pretrial services. That's big. I did believe that he is a drug addict. I do believe that. And then all other standard conditions of pretrial supervision.
Hey, by the way, Prophetess, I think 10, she says, God showed his grace, love, and mercy. Those women were greedy and weren't forced to stay. Jane was disgraceful for lying. Accountability, ladies. And men, beware. All right, this is a woman saying this. She says, free that man expeditiously. Cassie, please sit down.
Oh, I mean, I don't agree with just dragging everybody. That's the women. And I know that everybody sees things differently. I
think
feel like
there's some women
Cassie, I just don't like the beating. You know that.
No, of course, but I think some women do look at this case and said, was there some abuse? Yes, but what was charged here is conduct that you guys were consensual to, and you guys kept going back despite other things because of the bags, the trips, the yachts, this luxurious lifestyle that I think the regular woman, that's not even the reality. Like when Jane Doe is saying, why I ain't get the Van Cleef bracelet? That's not a regular woman's even reality.
That is not my
why am I on the
reality.
yacht? Why am I not in Turks? Yo, why she got the jet this weekend? Why not me? I think some people lose disconnect with.
I said that. Well, how do you go away for how many days with a kid? How long did she leave for?
15 days.
Like on a whim?
A 15-day first date.
Well, it was a 5-day first date,
Second
and then that was you're right. That is not real life. That is not what the average. I'm not a single mother, but it's like, so I have some help, but I still would never dream of picking up and leaving like that to go.
Would you agree that Jane Doe, based on what you heard in testimony and what you believe, her statements are more consistent with a sex worker than a victim? I think she's a sex worker, straight up. I think I don't believe one victim bone in her body.
Can you be a gold digger? Do you have to be a sex worker? I mean,
well, if again, it'd be a gold digger, but it seems very transactional for sex. So that's what I'm saying.
Oh, I see what you mean. I see.
Right? Like I think all these women were gold diggers. Like they wouldn't be doing all this stuff and enduring having this stuff if Diddy didn't have the gold. You know what I mean? They're all gold diggers to some extent. Even the assistants. Like you have to remember, what was the one that they left, got a better job, then came back. They were addicted to certain things that it was not only it wasn't only about the money.
Right? Did Mia go work with Madonna?
Yeah, but she didn't come back. She was fired.
Fired from Madonna?
No, she was fired from Diddy, and she was suicidal. She
No,
said.
she was trying to come back.
She was trying to come back.
She was trying to come back.
But
Capricorn Clark came back.
Yes.
So and I think a lot of those people enjoyed being next to the heat, the limelight, the fame, the money. So again, for Jane, that's why I asked you. I'm like, you know, obviously, and that's really a hard determination to make because maybe at heart she is a true victim, but based on what I saw in that trial, based on the transcripts and everything, it kind of looked like she's a standard sex worker, man. Like, I see them on Instagram all the time. Like, they're just glorified escorts. Like, seriously, they're glorified escorts. She's like a bottom girl out of Starlets, you know? Like,
do you follow? I'm just curious. I didn't really follow her before, but I did look at her Instagram after. And what is she's just an Instagram OnlyFans model? Like, I don't even know what she does. I'm genuinely curious.
I used to do a podcast. Joe Budden told me something one time, and I told him it's flat out lying. He said, academics, you look at some of these beautiful chicks on the gram. He said, I can tell you all their price. And I was like, what are you talking about? These chicks ain't selling like this. And be like, listen, they all got a price. I don't care how beautiful they are. He said, listen, if they've ever worked ball service, if you're wondering how they got whatever, they got a price. It's kind of a, now you can't just hit them in a DM and say, hey, I'm paying you this, but it's an understood thing. You see him with this rapper here, when he comes to town, he gets her for the weekend. It's an understood type of thing when I realized that's Daphne Joy. By the way,
I don't know if we can say her name. I don't know who you're talking about. I'm not gonna say it yet.
Well, allegedly, the person who was Jane Doe was also tied to Peter Nygaard.
Ew.
Right.
Yes.
That's
What?
Yeah.
She was one of his.
She dated him.
exes.
Ew. Wait, the old dude that.
Yes.
He's a billionaire, something like
that. This is why they said Ye showed up and said, yo, listen.
Nygaard?
She was with Nygaard. She was down there she went to Vegas with Floyd Money Mayweather. She was following around with Miss Jackson before Nelly got her.
What?
Yeah. Bruno Mars. No, it's not Bruno Mars. What's that guy's name again? They know what I'm talking about.
Wait, so she is no. I mean, I knew,
They're looking at her. Let me not say the name. They're looking at her baby daddy to say, how did you take her serious? She been running around.
What?
So again, because we don't really know.
He needs to watch his mouth then, because I'm sorry, like if he's the one that had a child with her, and he's the one talking.
He was in love with her. He was on the beach taking photos of her doing the most, kissing her every 25 seconds.
Her baby daddy was?
Yeah, you don't see those photos.
I don't remember this at all. I really
Jason Derulo was with her. Go look at her dating history. The first, when she was 19, she was a model. And she was linked to the whole Peter Nygaard scandal. And then, so the Peter Nygaard's mistress, who they called the Ghislaine Maxwell of that situation, was her best friends. They would all go on trips together, and it was rumored that they would have her in these sex trips and all that type of bullshit that we're doing. Remember, that woman in that particular case, she actually did get indicted, and she just kind of moved on with it.
Vaguely remember.
She bounces over to Vegas. She starts hanging around the harem of Floyd. But basically, a lot of people believe that she's, in a roundabout way, she's never left that lifestyle. So when she pops up at Bear's party, it's like, you know what type of time? This is her MO.
Well, you know what's crazy?
$79,000.
What's crazy is that, do you remember her first day on the stand? She actually is explaining how she met Diddy, and it was on a girls' trip that he paid for because he was hooking up with one of her other friends.
He was already dating her.
Yeah, so who was the other friend?
And she stabbed her friend in the back.
Who's the other friend?
Diddy her number by the bathroom. I don't know.
We know this other friend.
So the other girl ended up getting married to a dude. Remember they went to Europe?
Like a month later. So I'm like, who are these women? Yeah. Like, who are these women?
Jane's friend, right?
So she testified that she met Diddy because she was on a girls' trip with her friends that he paid for in Miami because he was dating one of her other friends. And you're just like,
yeah, you with her friend.
Right.
backdoored her friend.
Right.
Who was his friend? I want to know.
And she said, because she said, oh, my friend got married anyway, so that, that's a free penis. Like, she hopped on it immediately.
That opened up the door for her.
Immediately.
Yeah.
But I don't think she told her friend.
She wasn't the best witness for the government. That was not great.
At first, I thought she was going to, because I thought it showed a very transactional. I thought the Cassie thing, you could chalk it up to love, toxicity. Yes, there was violence, but love and toxicity. And if anybody's ever been in a toxic relationship, if someone told you the toxic relationship is sex trafficking, you'd be like, what the fuck is going on?
Exactly.
Right? But with this one, when I first started listening to this before the cross, I said, well, Jane might fit the bill for sex trafficking. She seems like a sex worker, right? However, there is an idea, if we want to believe that one could be in financial despair and require a $10,000 a month apartment, and she feels like she has to keep having sex or doing free calls for the allowance to keep the roof over her head, because that is part of like sex trafficking. Hey, if you don't fuck this person, you don't have a place to stay. We're not used to luxury though. Oh, I'm only fucking for the Van Cleef bracelets. I'm fucking for the necklace. I'm fucking for the $10,000 a month thing. So, I think she's just a true sex worker. There's a lot of chicks like Jane Doe on the gram. Half of these chicks is like, you see a BBL on the gram, they're like Jane Doe, 100%. It's just how they try to extract money. I'm pretty sure she was just on some, hey, just pay my bills, because that's another way how to get it. Just pay my bills and we good. Some of these chicks would be like, yo, I'm missing out on work. I need $3,000. I'm gonna come hang out with you for the weekend wherever we going. Same shit. Jane Doe is sex worker. Like, ain't no way she a
inner
bitch.
city to see if there's any news about his release. I'm like so anxious. I'm like I feel like I wasn't gonna go back today, but I'm kind of a completist sometimes. But I'm like I'm just gonna no, it's not.
If they don't get out, they got to give him his hair dye. He got to get back to form. Let him start doing burpees, some push-ups, get him the hair dye back. You get me?
Here we go. Bail proceeding just started. Bail proceeding just at 5:02. It started. Okay, let's see, guys.
Congratulations to Puff.
Holmes' lawyer, Brian Steele, and Jason Driscoll are patting each other on the back. Agnifilo is in the holding cell with Holmes. His family is in the second row of the gallery. Oh boy. Wow. Oh wait. Oh no. Okay, wait. Holmes' lawyer, Agnifilo, Alexander Shapiro, and Teddy Garagos emerge from the holding cell, still waiting for Sean Combs to be brought in by the court marshals. Okay, so nothing yet. Nothing yet. Let's see. Oh my gosh, you guys.
He has to be feeling a sigh of relief.
Beat the feds, man.
That sigh of relief is probably worth $1 billion.
He beat the feds, man.
Last night, I think we both predicted it. We probably were right. Didn't sleep, tossed and turned. Probably sat up thinking about every possible way this could go. Did you guys see any tears? Obviously, there was emotion by him, but did you see any tears from him
today?
Yeah.
He stayed down in the prayer posture on the chair about a good 40 seconds. I don't know if he was crying or not. He got up, and then he was going to try to hug Agnifilo, but the marshal grabbed him and said, nah, taking you back. And he tried to go back. I think, let me get a hug. And he was like, nah, we can't do it. The man beat the feds, man. That's it. Nothing else to say.
I'm like, just keep refreshing Inner City Press because I just want to know. Sorry, I don't mean to be like.
I really don't think he will.
Wait, I actually think that they would let him go between Miami. I don't think they'll let him go to LA, but I do think they'll let him go to Star Island. Go to New York, Star Island, New York. That's what I think.
There's no reason to hold him. There's no reason.
I believe they're going to weigh victims' letters heavily.
There's no reason to hold him.
The reason why I think they're going to weigh it is that
he was acquitted of those charges.
Yeah, for the things that might include violence, but still, Cassie's a victim of a prostitute. And I think they might look at that and be like, hey, you know what? We want to protect. Like, the victim is literally writing a letter saying, I don't think I will be safe, and other victims either. And then you have other witnesses saying, hey, we risked our life showing up, and now y'all about to just let this guy go. And he might look that way, even though I do think since the most serious charges are dismissed or actually acquitted, they should probably be more lenient. But
didn't Niccolo say something to that effect in his closing statement that like nobody got harmed?
Yeah, well, the whole thing, like, kind of like nobody died, the police weren't called, the civil attorneys were called, see, the money lawyers were called. That's
has he never called the cops, or did he ever?
No, never. Never.
911
The thing is, they're going to be citing all this case law, so I feel like if they bring, which Driscoll, Driscoll will bring the case law
Driscoll's on it.
yeah, about, other cases where they were convicted of this, they went home. I mean, I feel like they're going to bring it. Meanwhile, the government is going to be going hard, though. So, and I bet you they will be touting Kathy's
Buffy
letter.
will be in Miami tonight.
See.
4th of July weekend.
Oh, you gotta bring the white party back.
Return him to his family. I don't know about all
God,
that.
can you imagine? He's home for the 4th of July. Like, I mean, I cannot even.
You gotta pop out to the Michael Rubin white party.
Submarinian. If Submarinian doesn't let him go home, that would be like the ultimate.
He's missed the birthday. He's missed Christmas.
The ultimate.
He did miss Christmas and his birthday. Right?
Sign that like I am an inexperienced judge. That
They cited in the letter, to the government that he missed the twins' graduation and their prom.
Yeah, and those girls are.
They was all in it.
There's one. I feel bad. I literally cannot tell them apart. They look so identical and they dress identical. I mean, down to a T. But one of them has the sweetest smile, and you can't help but think that I'm sure a jury looked at those girls and those girls pulled at their heartstrings. That's for sure.
I think the jury might look at this family and said, "We can't do this to this family."
I mean,
right?
I don't know. That's why they don't want family in there half the time.
That was one of Mark's. One of the first things he said in his closing statement. Look at his family.
Yeah.
Then at the end, I think the last thing he said is, "Turn this man to his family."
He did say that.
He said that?
Yeah. Nothing yet. Oh wait. No.
Did you think it was going to turn out like this today?
Well,
not guilty on the RICO. And
so I predicted this as the trial was happening.
Where we're discussing, is he going home tonight or not?
I did say, I do believe he's going to get bail pending sentencing or bail pending appeal. Because he's going to appeal these two charges anyway. Like Alexander Shapiro is going to... They're
going to get all over that man act, right?
And they're going to have 4 or 5 more... Even if, let's say, for whatever reason, which I think will be exorbitant, he gets 2 years, right? In addition to what he already served. So say it was 3, right? I believe that they're going to file an appeal, and then they're going to immediately ask for a bail upon a pending appeal. So he's going to get either bail pending sentencing, bail pending appeal. There's going to be a lot more tries at the apple. You remember when he had to give up his hope of trying to get bail? I think this is renewed in a lot of different ways. But I predicted that this was going to be outcome. I didn't think that was going to be the outcome yesterday, given the body language and what the judge's instructions were, and how the AUSAs seemed like they were agreeing with, okay, yeah, tell him that technicality. Like, if you pass the joint, that's intent to distribute. I said, okay, they're about to put this man in jail on a couple.
I thought they convicted him, man.
This one lawyer, they said they're waiting for the judge right now. Diddy has been brought in. He's sitting at the table. They're waiting on the judge. But this one lawyer I follow on Twitter, it's Lawyered Up One. I like this account. This one aspect of this case to think about is if Diddy goes home today, he may not serve any more jail time. While on release, he can lobby the president to commute his sentence to time served. Just saying.
Yeah, I think it puts Trump into play again, because I was steadfast in believing that if he got convicted of a sex trafficking case, and a lot of people don't know about either, like for example, the pardons or the commutations.
Said that yesterday.
Nobody wants to pardon a sex trafficker. Right. Nobody wants to pardon a racketeer who was sex trafficking. Right. But will they pardon someone who has a prostitution charge? Hey, you paid for a little bit of boxing.
Related to the Mann Act.
Especially, exactly. And also, the president himself, basically almost Danny admitted that, he was dealing with a certain type of woman that might have been in certain type of lifestyles that might be similar to maybe a Jane Doe. Okay, like I think that the chick that he gave the hush money to, I think that's like a Jane Doe. They both selling box. They both selling that box. Come on now. Come on, you know they selling that box. Like they got that junk on the clearance shelf right now. They're selling that box.
Wait, hanging out with you guys is wild. I feel like I might live under a rock sometimes.
You don't think these chicks out here selling
No,
box?
I'm not saying that. I'm literally not saying that. I just like
they're selling it.
Listen, I know
you know they selling it.
I don't want to say I go to like PTA meetings, but like
100%.
I just don't like. I just don't.
Now they're selling it.
I don't live in
100%.
this world where I don't live in a world where women are necessarily transactional. I've had friends that were gold diggers. I went to college in New York City, so you know, like I said, Diddy was hitting up one of my friends before. I've had friends like that, so I guess maybe a little transactional, but nothing like where I know women officially selling the goods. Like officially.
I'm
like,
talking about man 6ix9ine today. He said, listen, man. He said, listen, all these girls be selling. He said, listen. He said, I'll pick up a girl. He says, I'm Uber there over. He's like, yo, she'll say, yo, stop by Wendy's. I could get something that she could feel like she's getting some value out of it. Like women. There is a culture of women.
Wendy's is the value. Sorry, I'm like sorry. Wait, what's the value?
Facetious saying, but it's saying that a lot of women they're not looking at sex as something that is just a mutual exchange. They're looking at it as this is how I extract value, some way somehow. I gotta get it back. Take me. Well, you know, let me not try to out anyone's agent, but like still. These days, these bitches are saying, I'm sorry to be where, but they'll be like, yo, take me on a trip. Yo, you want to, that's the whole meme. Don't just slide in my DM.
Whose age are you not trying to out?
Oh, no, I'm just
Are you not trying to out my age?
I don't know, both of y'all.
Oh, well, wait, what? Do you think I'm that old?
No, I'm saying that I don't know if y'all know this type of culture. The chicks that I'm seeing on the gram, they all post the same caption from Justin LeBoy. Don't just slide in my DM. Take me on a trip. It's time to go to Turks. First date in Turks.
Okay, actually, I did.
That's how these chicks are coming.
So I talked to this guy that was single the other day, and he actually.
Chad, tell me if I'm lying. That's how they're coming. They're selling it
dating
one
is
way or the
hard.
other.
He said girls want to go on dates now, and they want to go on trips, or they want to go. And I'm like, wait, a trip? For
Chanel
first
me,
date?
please. That's how they're
crazy.
talking.
I love it.
Chad, am I lying? Chanel me, please. Like, you see, again, I'm not saying it's every girl. So I'm not saying it's every girl. And a lot of regular women, I got a lot
did just hear this from somebody, which is funny, but I just can't imagine being stuck with someone that I don't like on a trip for a first date. That's stupid. Like, am I wrong? Like, thank God I don't date because.
It's about the money for this.
I see.
Let me tell you, my whole point is that these days a lot of women are trying to extract value the way they can. So when I see Jane Doe, there's a lot of Jane Does. Like your favorite baddie Instagram model is Jane Doe. I know a chick, she got one dude paying for the BMW. She got another dude who just gets her gifts. She got a nice watch. She has another dude that handles the insurance. What do you think they're doing it for? When they go on vacations, you never see the guy. They take a million pictures. You don't know who brought them there. They're just on a solo vacation.
That's the thing. I agree with that.
It's the same thing as Jane Doe.
I've seen that because again, I do have some single male friends who have discussed this.
Put it like this.
Yeah.
Jane Doe went on vacation with Puff. We never seen them together. She was posting pictures on the vacation.
He wouldn't let her post nothing.
Well, same thing.
He wouldn't let her post nothing.
There's a lot of Jane Does out here. Trust and believe.
Yeah, I know you're right.
I'm here in Vail tonight. Could you confirm this?
What? Oh shit. Oh no, it's gonna be drama. Okay, let's see.
Somebody said kitty cat costs a boiled bag and an eighth of za.
Bail is denied.
Yeah.
Bail is denied.
I told you he's a give and take guy.
I've read the parties' submissions and others. The jury convicted the defendants of count 3 and 5 for the following reasons. Bail is denied. Oh boy. I wonder what more is going to be said.
Because Cassie wrote that letter. The victims and then the witnesses said, why did we show up here to testify? He got to protect his court. They're saying if you let him walk out of here, you have just endangered anybody who wants to walk up in your court to testify against a high-powered person.
Why would the judge laugh, though? Like, I'm telling you, the way he was acting this morning, he was like...
He's probably a little bit starstruck.
He was joking with Diddy, and he was like, Mr. Combs, I can see you really want to leave MDC. You know what I mean? Like, why
you
even...
go back to MDC?
Yeah,
why fuck around like
why
that?
bother with him, getting him excited like that, I guess, and giving him that false hope that... Because I swear, he seemed like really jovial.
Like he was going to give it to him.
He seemed like it. I'm surprised.
I believe it's letters. We'll see the orally say why, I'm pretty sure he'll write up
Um,
an order on it. But
let me see.
I really believe the witnesses say we are in fear. Why we show up to court if this was going to happen? And then Cassie, her lawyer, saying, "Well, why did I do it?" Basically saying, "I'm a victim, and he's convicted of a offense that I'm a victim for. If you let him out on bail."
Wow. I'm
pissed off.
I'm just shocked. Again, I'm shocked only because
he didn't sound like that in court. In court, he sounded like that's the same thing he did with the juror number 6.
I mean, well, so that I guess I understand to a degree because he went back to the voir dire, but I'm telling you, like, you just had to see it. It just seemed like he was connecting with him on this personal level that.
Niffalo.
No, the judge and Diddy. Like, I was like, it seemed like he was. They
I was caught up in the moment too, though. Caught up in the moment. This is probably euphoric. He's watching. This is probably. I mean, you guys are probably like
bad move, man.
Watching that visually. That's a one-of-one experience. You know.
Bad move.
Yeah,
I think if he didn't say, "Give me a second to think about it," and submit them letters, then all of a sudden, I don't know if Douglas Victor was in court. Clearly, Cassie wasn't.
He was in court today.
Okay.
He's been in court every day for.
Was Deontay Nash in court?
I didn't see him.
Okay, well, other people submitted letters. I think if he was going off the moment, I think he would have said, "Could you tell me right now why I shouldn't let him go?" And if he'd be like, "Oh, well, da-da-da-da," he's like, "Listen, how can we prevent flight risk? I'm not going to consider danger to the community. Most of those charges were included in the RICO, or those."
They went through all of that. Everything you're saying.
I'm going to let him go, but I think the letters. You got to ignore Cassie.
Cassie became his enemy the day she took the stand, man.
I'm trying to see if there's any more details.
What can we do? What can me and you discuss going forward when you took the stand against me and cooperated against me? Right? And I'm facing 30. So if Puppy would have got convicted, Cassie's lawyer would have released a statement saying, "Congratulations, thank you for sending him to prison. I'm a victim." You know what I'm saying? That's what this is saying.
I mean, I wonder if they'll expedite though his sentencing now.
If she was, I'm sure that Agnifilo and them are they're gonna be making some phone calls. It's bad.
Let me see what he says. I'm sure he wants that. I mean, because sometimes sentencing isn't for like 6 months, so that's kind of wild. I wonder.
I mean, at the end of the day, I know it's not the best of the best situation, but
this is close to it though for him.
The point is this.
But at least he beat him. Still beat him.
It's highly unlikely that this year, next time, he'll be incarcerated. I don't even think he'll be incarcerated when it comes to Christmas.
Do you want to hear more what the judge said? He said, even if the defendant was solely required to show that he's not a danger to the community, he could not meet that burden. Prior to trial, the court denied bail and sees no reason to reverse that now. The defense even conceded the defendant's violence. His violence is depicted in the video of Cassie Ventura. The defense admitted this is a terrible moment. Domestic violence is the issue, and that's what she said. And it wasn't only that. There was the London hotel incident. That's what he said. And that's it for now.
They're going to appeal that. They got to appeal it to the circuit court. I don't think that video should be used. That video isn't even any evidence that goes towards the charges he got convicted of. That video is.
Well, I would say that video is their second largest piece of evidence besides the baby oil. And
you know what I
mean?
Goes to other charges.
Exactly. Yes. Exactly.
And the charges he got acquitted of. So it's like, if you try to charge me for gun possession and then you say I'm acquitted of having the gun, you can't then just bring it back up and be like, "But we thought he had a gun. I thought you said I'm acquitted." So
you're right in this case that this is not an assault case. This is a trafficking case. So it is interesting that the judge is bringing this up, right? Like
it's only interesting because when it comes to bail, it's so discretionary.
Yeah.
They don't necessarily have to use things that completely directly connect. But I think on appeal, he'll probably get a bail. He'll come with a better bail package, and I think circuit court's going to do it. And also, I expect by the next week they're going to send in a letter to elect to appeal the 2 convictions, and then by less than a month, I think Shapiro, Driscoll, they're going to submit their brief, their appellate brief, and then also submit a motion for bail pending appeal. And he's going to get, I really think he's going to get out in like 2-3 months.
They're also citing after the searches. They basically said after the searches of the Combs residence, the evidence there is a disregard. He has a disregard for the law and a propensity for violence. And then they cited the June 2024 incident because this was after the raids, after he knew he was being investigated. And I think what will bite him in the ass, and I knew this is coming, or I feel like this is coming, is when he got arrested at the Park Hyatt Hotel. He had drugs and $9,000 in cash, and I think they're going to say, well, or they did say, the government said, Mr. Agnifilo, you said your client came to New York in anticipation of being arrested, so why would he have drugs on him? That's what
he didn't come.
No, but I think that's what the government said.
He didn't come in anticipation of being arrested. He came to self-surrender. But they arrested him. They executed the arrest for the specific reason to get a media spectacle so that they could deny him bail. Because if they allowed him to self-surrender, then that would imply that he's harmless, that he came on his own accord. But they arrested him.
I think his attorneys even said communication stopped, but they were trying to figure out, hey, should we just turn ourselves in?
Agnifilo
And they said all of a sudden they ran in, so it was...
Shapiro said it too.
Yeah, it was one of those.
It's all good. It's all good. You know, he goes back, he sits down in MDC, he feels better, he can sleep tonight, does his 300 push-ups a day, you understand, starts planning the strategy. The biggest of the hurdles has been conquered.
Do these days go by? You were talking about when you had gotten convicted, and you said before the conviction or the sentencing, actually, you were going through it after the sentencing, knowing what you knew. You said the worst part was not knowing. Do you think that now that he knows he probably has a max of like maybe a year, do you think he's going to sleep better? Do you think he's going to
100%. He's relieved. His blood pressure is down. The depression is lifted. He'll go to sleep. He'll now he can talk on the phone, and he can talk with his daughters, and they both know, and he knows I will be home soon. It's not 20 years. It's not 15. It's not 30. He'll work out 2 times a day, and he will look at his life and look at this federal case as like stepping in gum in the middle of July, 90 degrees. You know, you keep walking and the gum doesn't come off your shoe, right? It's like he should be going home, but now they're holding him. So now he's got to file an appeal into this, you know, and this will just add to, I hope, his self-reflection and, you know, to look at what Cassie is doing. To look at what Cassie allowed her lawyer to do. And she can't say, I didn't tell my lawyer to send that letter. I'm pretty sure for her to say that, her stock is so low, right? In terms of people that don't condone losing your integrity.
Do you think she's worse in your eyes than Jay, though? In terms of, because I feel like you described this as betrayal.
100%. 100%. 100%. You don't get on the stand and testify against your friend, man, if that's somebody that you love or that showed you love, right? You don't do that, right? No matter what. No matter what. And if, according to what Lauren was saying, she wasn't subpoenaed or forced, which I don't agree with. So you voluntarily went to do this to me in front of my mother and kids, and you knew that my penalty potentially was 30 years, and you came and did it anyway. Me and you can't go half on a pack of gum for the rest of our life if you put up 26 cents and you showing you give me 24 cents.
Can I ask you though, were you really not moved when she talked about how Diddy stomped her head in so badly that D-Rock cried and she was vomiting?
But
you
Cassie,
really have no sympathy for her at all?
Right, but Cassie there are blatant lies in her civil suit that...
But I didn't ask you that. Do you have sympathy for her?
Well, we don't really know if all of those stories are true. We don't really know. This is her testimony under direct, right?
Was this like memorialized in text?
Having to meet with the government.
Half, let's say.
You understand? So you don't do that. Jane Doe, the same thing. You don't do that.
Do you have any empathy for Cass?
Thinking back on those instances where she would be vomiting because she was beat so hard.
People cooperated against me that I helped. My son's mother cooperated against me.
How's your relationship with her now?
Sorry.
We ain't got no relationship. She was my secretary. And she stole custody of little Sean from me, helped the feds cooperate against me, send me to prison. I had done everything. She was dating a guy at the time. I had about 6 or 7 girlfriends, but I had a main girl. My main girl did her hair. I was fucking both of them at the same time.
They know.
Yeah, they knew.
Oh shit! It's like Jane Doe and
So you help them. You go against me and your son, right? And then 27 days before I go to self-surrender, you take me to court in Paterson, New Jersey, and file for custody to take him from me on paper. When I paid everything. I paid everything. Right? I took you to the emergency room. I carried you downstairs. I took you to the emergency room. I bought you I bought everything. I sent you and your kids. I paid round trip tickets for you and your kids to go to the Dominican Republic. Paid you while you was there. All the shit I did, and this is what I get. And then you steal custody from me. No, what can we do going forward? Nothing. Nothing.
Nothing. And I guess that's well.
So when you help people and see the sun, moon, and stars, is real, and what you do comes back to you. And I stayed true. You understand?
You think it's a little bit different if someone is cooperating, but it's a domestic violence, sexual violence case. In your situation, it was not. In this situation, I think the empathy comes with thinking that maybe she was taken advantage of sexually. And that is why, as
well,
she
now
said,
you speculate. Now you speculate, Cassie. My mother was a victim of domestic violence. I watched it in my house, so I'm not, dissing women and saying that what Puff did to her was all right. He's guilty of assault, 1000%. But you understand, you got your 20 million out of him or whatever. And you still on this, you know what I'm saying? But listen, what you put out into the universe, come back to you. And everything that was done to me, and when I got ready to get released, Sean's mother wanted me to see if you could come, you want to get released here to my house? I said, hell no. What? And what was done to me,
was she trying to
got done to her. What got done to me, got done to her.
What do you mean?
Worse than what got done to me.
What do you mean by that?
What goes around comes around.
What happened to her?
Just what goes around comes around.
Wait, you can't just say that. Give me a hint. Is she in prison?
What goes around comes around. What you do?
Think that Cassie's karma is due to?
Why are you not asking him more? Aren't you curious?
Well, I mean,
I don't understand. How do you?
I know how that go. It could.
Why not ask?
You ask me whatever you want to ask me.
Is she in prison? She in the ground? Well, I literally, I don't understand.
Sun, moon, and stars is real. And you don't play. Can I get a Red Bull, please? You don't play around with kids, and you don't play around with old people. Right? You don't do that. And people that get down with you like four flat tires when the times is good, you gotta get down with them when the times is bad. You don't do that. I was left for dead, kid.
Did you ever think about forgiving her? Maybe she felt she had no option. She made her own decision, but she felt she had no option. You ever thought about?
Nah, I hold grudges. I hold grudges. I'm a Pisces, man, and I never forget.
I'm good, thank you. I mean, I do need something. I need more details. No, I will respect it, but I will be thinking.
I hold grudges.
I will be thinking about
I'm
it.
a very sensitive man, and if you fuck with me, I never forget, and I believe in revenge.
Do you believe that Cassie karma is to come, or do you think she already got it?
Just keep living. Keep on living. And watch what happens. Puffy won. Cassie, Puffy won. Puffy won. There was no asset forfeiture. His daughters are there. Everybody is there. And let me tell you something. Like my son's mother, like I say, she was involved in my business. She knew my entire business, and she knew my personal life. So she knew everything. And sometimes the sun, moon, and stars will step in and rip you out of a situation that you can't make the decision to get out on your own. And he rescued me by sending me to prison because it got everybody away from me. When I went to prison in West Virginia, I was by myself, isolated. And I was left for dead, and nobody thought I would ever make a comeback because nobody had ever really seen a young nigga like me, 38, 39 years old, that made $1 million legit in business as a real estate broker and trading options, right? So I was an anomaly from the people who didn't believe, you know what I'm saying? And then when I took my fall, people thought that nigga never come back. And then when I got out and started window cleaning, they used to laugh at me. Window cleaner. You understand? But how somebody else perceives you and how they look at you, that was never my reality because I knew I was a fly nigga before meeting you.
Did you? So I listened to Bradford Cohen. He made a great point, and his point was, he says what he hopes for Diddy is that Diddy takes stock and he looks around and he realizes all the people that showed up to the party, all the friends that he helped out with jobs, opportunities, gave careers. He says, now one of the artist friends showed up to that damn trial. They said, yeah. Not one of them.
Not one.
Not one of them said.
Nobody came to court with me.
He said all of them came. They ate the free food. They drank the free liquor. But when it was all said and done, it was just
Kanye West
family there and one person.
And Kanye West.
Yep.
And he says that's how he needs to take stock of that and move very differently.
Little Sean was the only one that came to court with me. He was 18 months old. We caught the train from Jersey City, Journal Square, to Newark, 50 Walnut Street. Nobody offered. Phone went dead, and I went to court. I got sentenced. And they gave me 60 days to get my affairs together. And I flew on a one-way flight, federal prison, my own nickel. And I got one visit when I was there, and that was my mother and Little Sean. That's it. Nobody. My main girl, she didn't take none of my calls.
Does he remember?
Huh?
Does your son remember?
No,
he doesn't remember.
He was little. He was like 3 when I left.
But when he stopped
answering.
As soon as I got there, I called her. She didn't pick up the phone. My mother gave Little Sean's mother $800 a month, $11,000 child care for Sean. She took Sean, put her on her tax return, got the earned income credit, sent me $50 the whole time I was in the joint. And when I got out, 2 months later, she got evicted for non-payment of rent. And I started fighting for custody for him for that, right there. And she said, you could come get released at my house. I said, bitch, I'd never come over there. You know, but I had let it go. I used to be bitter, but I let it go. You know what I'm saying?
Diddy's bitter today.
No, I don't think he's bitter. I think he's heartbroken. I think Cassie, Jane Doe broke his heart. Everybody, Capricorn, but it was a heartbreak that he needed. You know, none of the artists that he signed to his label that used to
even talk about it.
That used to be on his Instagram, feeding off his clout and his followers.
They wouldn't even.
Oh no, G-Dep came.
G-Dep
He came. I forgot about that.
Didn't even come down there to show up, and he's looking, and this is what he needs to reflect on, and I guarantee you, he's reflecting on it.
I think maybe the bail being denied could be a positive for his sentencing. Just a thought, right? I mean, maybe that'll go into, well, you've already served a year. We're only going to sentence you. I mean, that it could be a good thing. Because imagine getting a taste of freedom, like, and then having to go back for 5 years or something. That would be insane.
He's not going to get 5 years.
No, but I'm just, do you know what I'm saying?
Right,
like, it would be messed up. I don't know.
Is the
I don't think he'll get 5 years.
Is the Southern District of New York done with Sean P. Diddy Combs? I think this is an embarrassing loss. They're gonna try to hang their hat on. Still got a conviction. We're trying to seek up to 20 years, even though they're not gonna get more than likely anything over 2 years. But the idea that, or the perception that you can walk into the toughest district in America and beat a RICO charge is asinine. It's great. And I'm wondering if
you beat a RICO charge.
And I'm wondering if they were
federal court.
Wow.
In federal court.
It's an insane
and
statement.
it ain't no
win.
and it ain't no win for them academics, because they have been assassinating his character in public opinion for the last year and a half, saying my man was gay, right? That he dealt with little people, right? And what came out on the stand, that the brother ain't gay, that he had 9, 10 women, right? Wow. Telling us that all of this bad stuff, and none of it proved to be true, right? And he took him to court. They said, we're going to offer you a plea of 15 and a half years. He said, man, crank up the jury. Crank it up. And went to trial and beat him fair and square, and they cheated the whole time.
Do you think that Diddy's more disappointed in Cassie taking a stand or Jane Doe? I think he was at the lowest point when
Cassie.
this started to happen. And he tested, well, it came out in testimony that Jane Doe was sitting right next to him. Jane Doe was sitting right next to him as this all started to collapse, as he's having a think tank. And he's looking at her and confiding in her. He's laying on her,
Jane Doe approved his apology video about the CNN video. Do you remember that?
Lo and behold, she looks at him and says, you don't know, I'm going to be up there too. I'm going to be up there too. Like, this is Judas. It's like, I'm going to be up there too. Don't you worry. I think with Cassie, he knew there wasn't that relationship anymore. And he probably knew she was desperate.
Cassie.
He did love
Cassie. But Cassie already went to extort him for the money. Cassie already went to extort him for the money. So Cassie already was playing ball differently.
I mean, I wouldn't call that extortion.
That's extortion.
I mean, it was a civil
Did
lawsuit.
we ever see the book?
He paid. But I'm saying
most civil lawsuits are extortion.
I mean, you can call it that, but legally, let's just call it a civil suit. Because
it's
not extortion, then what is it?
I said it's a civil suit. And sure,
civil suit for what?
For the damages that he caused
what
throughout the year. Do I need to say them again? Stomping her head in a car, giving her multiple black eyes, splitting her eye open. I mean, threatening her to release sex tapes of the the list goes on. Like, you can't sit there. Like, I respect all of your opinions, but you can't sit there and act like this man is an angel, because I have said truthfully and honestly that I felt like many parts of this case were ridiculous. I have said that, okay? But like, you just can't sit here and act like he's done nothing wrong and that Cassie is the devil. It's just not fair.
I know Diddy wish he never paid that money, man. Because he paid that money only encourage more vultures to start swarming.
No, he's glad. He's glad because listen, he's glad because he's got everybody out from around him. Everybody has revealed themselves.
Everybody did play their hands.
Everybody in his life that who he thought was his friends has revealed to him that they are not his friends. And there is no other way that he could have gotten this realization. There was no other way that I could have gotten my realization unless I went through what I went through, which was to be knocked all the way down on the ground. And you find out when you sick and when you in trouble who love you and who don't. So now he knows 1,000%. And he gets to start all over. He gets to start all over. He's still got some startup capital. Maybe he doesn't want to get involved in the entertainment industry, and that's fine. But he'll be fine. He'll be fine. And now he knows what it's like to face death, because he was looking death in the face, looking at a life sentence. And they were going to send him probably to a maximum security prison, a USP, where you got to take showers with your boots on, right, and have a nigga watch your bunk while you take a nap. You wasn't going to probably go to no low, not with them charges. So he won. He won, and
100% he won. Of course he did. I mean, yes, this is his day. Granted, denied bail or not.
Oh, kid, thank you for the 100.
No, that's really nice. Yeah.
You know, you know, he has a new blackboard with a brand new box of chalk, and he gets to write all over again what he wants to do. And he's only got one true friend in the world, and that's Kanye West. That's his only true friend. If you didn't come down there, and this nigga did features and executive produce your albums in the 90s when your career was dying, if he didn't break you as an artist and introduce you to the world, your first 2 albums were critically acclaimed, and now you starring in movies, you did not come down and check on your friend when he needed you. Because sometimes, that's why I went into 26. I went into 26 one time because I wanted the nigga to see me. And I wanted to make eye contact with him. Because sometimes that's all you need is for a motherfucker to say, yeah, the nigga came. That fills your cup up one more day. But when you don't show up, there's nothing you can explain to me after that. Niggas was trying to explain to me, yeah, Sean, man, I heard you was in, man, I was going to send you something, man, but I didn't. I said, man, you could have went online. You knew that I was in the street. The gossip committee told you. You could have went online. You could have went online, found my registration number. Lauren, you could have went online, found my registration number, and sent me $4 so I could get me a pack of tuna fish. You didn't do that. You could have wrote me a letter and said, man, how do I get in touch with Sean's mother, so I could take him to Burger King and get him a Happy Meal for $3.84? Do you know how that would have made me feel? But nobody said nothing. But now they see me with you. Yo, Sean, can we collab? Yo, nigga, can I get on your platform? No.
Isn't that funny? Everybody wants to be with you when you're on top, but nobody sticks with you when you're on.
Hey, by the way, Eli, thank you for the 20. Says, yo, Unc, I gotta show you much love, man. You've been through a lot, and you a real OG. Zach, you a real one for putting these 2 great reporters on.
Shout out to Lauren.
They are the reporters for the real one. Much love to you all. I'm telling you, that's the side I don't think people have realized.
No, nigga. When you sitting, when you laying, you sleeping. I'm flying to Africa. I fly back. I fly to Egypt. I stay 3 weeks. I fly back. I look up Sudan. I fly back to Sudan. I fly to Brazil. I'm flying all over the world. I'm buying $3,000 Hickey Freeman suits. This is one of them, custom-made suits. I'm standing up there, the dude sewing the suit on me. I got American Express. I'm smoking cigars at Club Macanudo on Park Avenue. And then I get reduced to a prison bunk in a mat like this. 5 pair of drawers, 5 pair of socks, 3 pair of pants, 3 shirts, 2 long sleeve, 1 short sleeve. And you go to the commissary once a week and get some stale ass commissary. And you sit back and you reflect, like, what happened? Right? And you come back from that. Come back from that. That is what is the black soil and the water and the seed
to start your comeback process like the phoenix, destroys himself on the pyre. Then from his own ashes, he makes himself anew and he rises to live again.
Do you think, as you said, you believe there's so many people who lied on him and betrayed, so you think karma's coming back for all of them?
I don't know what's coming back. Puffy won. And a lot of them are saying now, they didn't think the nigga was going to win. I didn't think he was going to win. You didn't think he was going to win. And nobody thought he was going to beat the feds at trial. And he beat him. Now everybody's saying Jay Doe is like, oh man, Capricorn, oh, this nigga won. Oh. And I can't ask him to help me buy a light bulb to put in the bathroom. And this nigga would have did anything for me. Now I can't ask him for nothing. And Puff needed this. He needed this to see.
Do you think they were using him though?
100%. Niggas use you. They use me. And I ain't nowhere near you. They gonna start using Lauren.
I don't think anyone will use me, but
they gonna start. Let your shit keep growing. Watch what happens.
I mean, I just have to say, like, I did cover this from an unbiased perspective, but talking to my family members and my husband in private, I came home a lot of days and I was like, so again, I had to sit there and remind myself I was at a federal trial because the government, I mean, David James was on the stand and you've got him saying, oh, Diddy was mean to me. He got in my face and he yelled at me. And you're like, wait, is this forced labor? I don't know what we're talking about now. We're at a federal trial and this guy is saying his boss
it's like there was a charge for him being an asshole.
Well, it was just so weird where I was just like, can we move on because you're wasting all of our time?
It's funny because some of them also in the same breath says, like when on Cross, it'd be like, was he a good motivator? Was he this? Was he that? They're like, yes. He got the best version out of me.
George Kaplan and Jonathan Perez, Puffy will fuck with them.
And David James though. David James said it too.
Well,
even
David
though
James was a little shaky.
But Diddy gave him a nod on the way out, and David James gave him a nod. Like
what did he testify to?
The guns and the Suge Knight thing.
Okay.
That was his whole thing.
And he bought an 8-ball. He said he bought an 8-ball for he bought an 8-ball for Puff. That's what he said. A lot of his shit
And
was a little shaky.
he took one of Diddy's MDMA pills.
I feel like they wanted Brendan Paul to say, now Diddy told me to bring them drugs. And he said, I was cleaning up, I seen him, I took them.
Yeah.
No one told me to do nothing. I took them.
Yes.
And they said, one time you tried the drug. Why'd you try the drug? I think they wanted to say, what Diddy told me I had to do. He said, nah.
Loyalty.
I wanted to show I was down with the squad. I could do whatever.
And same with staying up for 3 days.
He took the ultimate accountability, and I think one thing that was glaring is that the majority of the people there didn't take accountability. I couldn't do this because of this. I couldn't do that because of that. It wasn't, I made that decision. I thought it would be better for my career. I did that. I thought I'd get closer to the boss. He had multiple assistants that were basically competing, right? They wanted to be pretty much the favorite, right?
I mean, Brendan Paul, I thought it was just funny because I just don't think he said what the government wanted him to say because they were like, well, didn't he force you to stay up for 3 days straight, for this XYZ? Like, how did that make you feel? And he's like, I was kind of young. We were working on an album.
And he said,
I was fine.
And he said, everybody stayed up for 3 days, including, it was a bunch of us to get this album done.
Yes, that was backwards for them. I remember walking out of the courtroom and many of us were like, was that a defense witness or was that a government witness? And then you slowly started to see why the defense decided not to call any witnesses because they didn't have to. Because the government did that work for them.
Listen, y'all, just because Puff didn't get bail, he still won. He beat the feds. He beat the Southern District of New York in New York City. One-on-one. Man to man, he beat him fair and square, and they were cheating the whole way. So it's just a matter of time. This is just his process, and this is just going to be more things to make him stronger and let him self-reflect. Let him stay in that goddamn MDC, smell that stinky ass place and still get fed on them trays, and watch them niggas fight and stab each other and don't take showers and stink. And run their mouth and play cards all day and let them lay in that bunk and get the tray through the door and the toilet is right there and you've got one window that's slanted and looks one way and all of the walls are cinder block and he needs to see that to understand
what he has done to his life and the part that he played in himself getting there. And he's gonna reflect on that. He's gonna come out. He's gonna make a bigger comeback than he's gonna be bigger than what he was before. He's not getting high. He ain't drinking. He ain't on no drugs. His head is clear. He's gonna be money when he get out. He just gotta join Puff. He just gotta join my calisthenics program, nigga, so I can get right. So you can look like something.
Jen Rumby, thank you for the 20 Australian, I think. She says it's kind of like with Drake. It says this is why you can't be on the fence. It says gotta pick a side, and unfortunately, Ye is the only one who picked a side.
Kanye West.
Because I think a lot of rappers are saying, and they're like, yo, if he beat it, oh, we gonna fuck with him. Hopefully, he fuck with us. And
He should not.
Ain't
He
nothing.
should not.
Think about the rappers. Think about, and I'm not gonna say no names. And I probably would never, like a nigga like me, with what I went through with my story. Like I would never. Some of these rappers, I would never buy nothing that they put out ever again. And they are some of the most elite rappers to ever be in the game. You probably can infer. You probably can surmise who I'm talking about. You know. You're supposed to come. You're supposed to be this street nigga. All your records is about, you know what I'm saying? But you don't come down. All you had to do was pull up and come in and create a frenzy to show that you support. But you didn't come. Fuck out of here. But I want that first interview, man. I want the exclusive joint. Podcast of Soul.
You gotta get that 2-star island joint. Fly out there too?
I'll fly down to Tucson. I'll drive down there in my Honda Civic, 2012.
Those houses looked amazing. When they would show us the houses in evidence, I was like, incredible. I mean, wow. Yeah. And then the text messages with the assistants telling Jane, like, oh, the chef made you fresh squeezed OJ and an avocado toast with, like, a poached egg on top. And that's another thing. The jury's probably hearing this, like, get out of here. You know what I mean? You're like, oh, the chef brought you this, like, freshly prepared
He's not going to care
food
about
and,
money no more.
He just came so close to losing it all.
He's not going to care about a Maybach. To him, to ride in a Toyota Corolla is the same as to ride in a Maybach when you get out.
Why you think that?
Because his freedom is gone. This nigga is in MDC Brooklyn. Around a bunch of knuckleheads talking about nothing. Right? And he was facing life in prison. And he's learned to live. He probably, them sweaters he had on, he probably got them at TJ Maxx, was in the clearance section. And those clothes helped him to win his freedom. Right? None of that stuff can help him. The Maybach couldn't help him in there. His jet couldn't help him. He'll partake in them, but he'll have a whole different perspective. He'll spend time with his daughters. He'll spend time with his daughters. Because if he would have got convicted of 30 years worth of life in prison, niggas who thought was his friends would have been trying to fuck his daughters. Come on, man. This is real. This is real. This is my real life. This is my real life. He's not there to protect his daughters, and that's all he's thinking. Like, I'm not there to protect my daughters from dudes that can intoxicate them mentally with their mouth and get them to do things. You know what I'm saying? He needs the father. The father is to protect it. He needs to be there. He understands that now. He won't be flying all around the planet like that. Them girls will be like, Dad, let's play some spades. Let's play Monopoly. He gonna be like, all right, bet, set it up. He gonna sit there. Oh, it's $1 million deal. It's $2 million. Man, I'm playing Monopoly.
You think he's gonna lose some of that materialism that maybe
it's gone. He doesn't. It's not necessary. I don't need. When your self-esteem is high, your confidence is high. You don't need material things external to make you feel like you're all that. Right? You should know you're all that. Right? I can pull any hunter anywhere on a skateboard, but my man may need to pull up in his Audi, you know. Once she look at me, once she talk to me and she listen to my mind, she's gonna say, baby, can you skateboard to my house? Could be something, it's who you are, man. It's who you are. I thought it was material shit. Money was my religion. Money was my religion, man.
How much of a monkey wrench is this verdict in the witnesses' potential or current lawsuit? Like, for example, Donald Shaw, she gets exposed.
Expedited sentencing.
Expedited?
Yep. Sorry. Tuesday, a hearing. The bail application is denied. We'll receive, hopefully, a joint proposal on expedited sentencing on Tuesday and a hearing at 2 p.m. So, and then it was adjourned.
You going down there Tuesday?
No. I've got to go see my family. They're in a different state right now.
Shout out to Lawrence family.
Yeah, they will be like, you are not leaving again.
What's your husband name?
What's up, Matt?
Hey, shout out to Matt, man. Yo, Matt, what's up? What's your kid's name?
What's that?
You don't want to?
I'll tell you.
Shout out to Lawrence kid.
A bad wife, a bad mom.
I gotta be. Yeah.
I think I'm done too. I don't think I'm done.
Well, I mean, I want to go for sentencing, but I don't think that's Tuesday. They're just
they're gonna have a bunch of status hearings and stuff like that. And
and Nicola was not giving up, like, at all.
Was there no press conferences? That they had a mic set up outside.
You left it.
No, it was like a riot out there. Like, they were squirting baby oil on everybody. Like,
5-0 came out and kicked everybody off the
so annoying.
Where we used to be able to hang out every day. They kicked everybody off.
Why? What's baby?
They was out there acting stupid. You know, if the trial is over, it's over. You know, KO.
I'm reading this. Mark Agnifilo said, his children are here. His 2 daughters, they're in the middle of the second row. They no longer have a living mother. Here, the user of prostitution services, he's been convicted under the Mann Act. He was acquitted of violence for sex trafficking. Like, let him out. That's what he's saying. He's been a model prisoner. There have been no issues. He's going to have the next chapters of his life. When you're charged with racketeering, you have dark talks. When I was reading the Mia message for his birthday, I had a hard time doing it. Oh, this is Agnifilo talking about the scrapbook. You really tried, but it's adjourned, so...
Supposedly they said the judge says October sentencing. So it's currently set for October sentencing, but if there's going to be an expedited one, maybe
Oh man, Alexander.
Wait, where did you get October from? I don't see that.
The Shade Room's reporting the judge denied bail and sentencing date. The sentencing date is set for October 3rd, 2025.
Oh, you're right.
Teddy Garagos, they not rush that. That's so we're gonna sit another 90 days.
Then I set sentencing for Friday, October 3rd. I am willing to expedite it. Agnifilo, we would like it expedited. Judge, we will need an expedited pre-sentencing form from probation, but I'll be available. So that's what the Tuesday hearing is for.
Yeah, you got to do PSI.
Oh yeah, wow.
PSI. Buffy didn't rat. All y'all out there said he was the feds. He didn't rat. Everything y'all said, he didn't rat. Some of y'all that wanted him to go to prison, some of y'all informed.
I feel like there's a few rappers that was told he didn't. I think Fifth wanted him to go to jail, man. It was just that energy felt a little bit odd. It's like, because 50's a street dude, but like it felt like 50 was just like, I think he even wrote in a caption, he says, enjoy the 20 years. You a real nigga, you can handle it. And I was like, damn, I wonder if, I guess they played dirty in the street too, right? I don't know. But
I'm just there's a hearing next. I mean, this is going to be ongoing for a while.
I may keep coming. Because my people they're gonna be like, Sean, you gotta go.
It's Tuesday. I mean, you might, if you're here, you might as well go. I just won't be in town.
That day he walks out of that MDC, because I think they are gonna give him time served. It's gonna be a
this Tuesday?
No.
Oh, well, in October.
He's not gonna get to no prison, I believe. I think for the sentencing they're giving him, and even sentencing they're giving him time served, he's gonna walk out of the jail. So he's gonna walk out of MDC. I think that's gonna be. I think all the fake rappers are gonna be right there for him. Maybachs, jets, helicopters. They gonna have everything there. Sprinters on sprinters. They might even, like, all the clubs gonna have a Diddy night that night. Maybe all on the flyer. Watch. Everybody's going. You gotta realize he helped a lot of people get a lot of money. You know, when Diddy was on the road, Diddy turned all these niggas into Ciroc boys. Ciroc boys. Everybody's running around there they're getting $50,000 a month just to have the bottle somewhere around them. You know?
They didn't come to the trial.
Yeah, they ain't no Sprocket trial. It was only.
Do you think that he'll be able to make like a mainstream comeback though? Like not, I mean, like there is a niche I felt like of people that really have supported him throughout this entire
Rap
trial.
won't accept him back again.
But like I would say, 80% of the country.
He's done with endorsements. Rap won't accept him back. Uzi already said, man, like there was a quiet, and even though they didn't support him, there's a quiet bunch of people. They were just too scared to support him. But they thought, and them bitches is lying, because they deal with women that just like that too. The same. They know women just like Jane. I keep telling you, there's a bunch of women like Jane Doe.
NFL players know about them women.
Exactly.
MLB players know about NHL hockey
They
players.
just no one want to put themselves on the line.
Exactly.
They didn't want to put themselves on the line. And so what's gonna happen? They're gonna accept him back. I just don't think he'll ever be in the league where a company wants to say. You got to remember, he was the ultimate promoter. He ran Vote or Die, helped Barack Obama get elected in 2008. He was the face of Ciroc, got the 50-50 partnership with De Leon. He had even water. He had a water company. So, I don't think any of those companies want to brand anything with him anymore.
Yeah.
And I think musically, I think he's gonna have a little salty taste in his mouth from trying to do music with some of these fake ass performers.
That's what I was thinking, and I also just feel like 80% of the country they just read the headlines and they're not gonna.
Culturally, he'll always be a legend.
You think so?
He'll always be a legend.
Yeah.
I just don't think certain type of music will go over like it wouldn't if these allegations didn't exist. But I think rappers, when you ask them about them, it's kind of like how they do Chris Brown. But see, Chris Brown is a one-on-one. Chris Brown still selling out stadiums, but no brand.
Really?
Of course.
Wow.
Chris Brown is. Let me tell you this. Yo, I get tickets to almost every concert.
Chris Brown ain't no Puffy, bro.
What do you mean?
He's not no icon like Puffy.
Here's the difference. Chris Brown's career musically, like I think Diddy's done with it. I don't think he'll be able to make a song. No one.
He don't care. He care about them daughters.
No, of course.
That's all he cares about right now.
Of course. But what I was saying about the difference with Chris Brown is that through all the cancellations and isolation in terms of brands and everybody who didn't want to touch him, he's such a prolific and once in a generational artist that his career really hasn't been hurt by it. I think Diddy will always have money. He'll always be an icon. I think if he had got convicted, it would have been more of a mixed opinion like how they look at R. Kelly. R. Kelly is the greatest songwriter in history in R&B. But when they start talking about that, it feels like you're almost condoning some of the stuff he got accused of when you speak the truth. Right? But this guy wrote for everybody. You know what I mean? I think he wrote for Michael Jackson. I think he might have wrote some shit for Whitney. I don't know. He wrote a lot.
Still listen to Ignition. I still like that song.
Come on now.
I still like that song a lot. I'm sorry.
R&B tip.
Yeah, so I think his legacy, but I don't think his legacy is tarnished with that because I'm gonna be honest with you, these prostitution charges, like all these dudes is getting prostitutes, and most of these women nowadays they're moving like prostitutes. So I don't think they're gonna look at it in a depraved way. If it was sex trafficking, they would look at him in a you a real creep, man. Like that's how they would have looked at it. But they're gonna look at it and say, I think. They're going to just look at Cassie and Jane Doe and say, y'all are just liars.
It's over for them.
Y'all try to bring down this black man right here.
Yeah.
Honestly. It's going to be a mixed opinion with that because I think some communities are going to be like, this is why women don't speak up.
Some women, I picked up a lot of women subscribers on my YouTube that are pro-Puff that say to me, Sean, them girls knew what they wanted. They knew what they were getting into. And when Puffy tells Jane Doe, when she testifies on the stand, that I fell in love with him, I was instantly, instantly in love with him, or I fell in love with him immediately. Puffy told her, hold. I'm single, right? I'm seeing multiple women. And then she continued to understand that I said to myself, I'm going to deal with it.
She said she dealt with it but wasn't happy. Yeah. But then she was jealous the entire time.
But he told her up front what it was.
He told everybody up front.
And then also when she had complained about something, he told her she could leave.
Kept over and over.
He gave it out.
Bounce.
Well, the jury saw that clearly, so. Yeah. Ian.
Recent donations here if there's any. What do y'all think in the chat, man? Do y'all think justice was served? Do y'all think he should have been acquitted on all charges? Not just two.
Was the credit card receipt.
Yeah. I mean, and the Jessica Ruiz,
Jessica
like
Ruiz,
his
travel
travel
man,
agent was
yeah,
booking that, so
travel
that
man.
was tangible. It was like.
I think it could have been.
And by the way, this is ironic too. And I hear what Uncle's saying. A lot of the people who really defend Puff heavily on my channel as well, they're women. Like Daisha Radcliffe, she just sent the donation. She says, listen, though Boosie didn't show up, he was holding him down since day one. So add him with Ye.
Nah, never that. Never that. Never that.
Someone else said, yo, Boosie didn't show up because he just had a Fed case. He ain't gonna walk in a federal court for nothing.
Never that. Never that.
You think he should have showed up?
He a street nigga, ain't that what he claimed?
Yeah.
Come on, man. Come on, we're not doing that. You don't get there is no compromise to show up for your friends when your friend is down on his back and you know where he's at. You know he's in the hospital on the 5th floor, and then you call him when he get out. Oh man, I was gonna come through. Sorry.
That's okay.
Oh man, I was gonna come through, man, but you understand? I got off. Fuck out of here. Stop.
Faye says that he ain't free on all charges. He's going to do a couple years. I said highly unlikely. I mean, if sentencing is in October, even if it doesn't get expedited, it's going to be officially a year plus. I definitely see him getting time served and released at that point. Also, I really believe that this, again, it's a give and take judge. I think the momentum and the spirit was so high that if he walked out of federal court, I think it would have just tilted the scale in a way where I'm pretty sure the AUSA would have probably issued a scathing letter saying this is now set back some of these gender-motivated violence acts that we put in place to encourage victims from the past to come out and finally speak their truth. You let a guy who we accused of
So, and the judge could be a dick, and he could be like, well, I don't have time. I'm not expediting anything. It's summer. I want to go be with my kids and my family. But he is saying, I'm willing to meet as soon as next week and get sentencing expedited. So it's like he said. I mean, I don't.
All that we've seen.
Well, this is the thing. Like, I also don't know all of the case law. I think that's what they're weighing out is like all this different.
I think just asking your opinion based on what you heard and how
beating the most serious charges.
And how you perceive him. Do you think that the fact he's been incarcerated for 10 months and
I honestly, I really don't know. Just because I just don't know, and it's not. I don't think it's my personal feelings. I really truly think this is about politics, the law, and like I think that's what it is. I think so.
Academics gonna take a shot, yo.
I'm gonna take a shot. Man, I ain't gonna lie. I was very surprised that it came down that way. I really was. You know,
I was shocked too, man.
And it's really all yesterday. It played out. I was predicting it to play out, but I'm gonna be honest with you. I
thought the nigga was gonna get convicted. I thought.
You were like low last night leaving. He was like a puppy. He was like.
He beat him.
I think he did too, judging by the reaction.
I think everybody did. Man.
I think that's why it was so shocking when it was like not guilty.
He was looking over at the jury like this. Yeah. Remember, he was like, he kept doing this to the jury.
Yeah. But that's a great question someone just asked. I'm trying to figure it out. Oh, okay. The statute of limitations. There's not a specific. I'm just googling it. Do you know if there's a statute of limitations on a man acts and prostitution acts he was convicted of? Do you know if there was a statute of limitations on it where they had not brought it now? Maybe they couldn't have brought it then because.
Oh, I don't
because remember the RICO they have the last act has to be in the last 5 years.
There.
How you feel?
respectful to, Cassie and Jay Love, but the jury basically said, y'all were hoes, man. Y'all were lying on that man. Y'all did these things willingly. And that's the basis of the case. That's the basis of the case. Y'all pursued him after when David Williams did the whole speech. This is a man that has been taking away the rights of women to make consensual choices regarding sex. He has been sex trafficking them. Don't throw in some bullshit in the 90th minute and then tell me this is why we need to still keep him. No. Once the objective is out the window, try and come back again, or really don't try again. But, I hope this AUSA Comey doesn't try. I feel like she's gonna try to cook something up. I feel she gonna try. She gonna start going over jail call logs. She gonna go over jail call logs. She gonna go over taxes. She gonna go over everything to say we ain't letting him out before October. And when October comes, I gotta figure out a way to give his ass at least 2 years.
I think you just nailed it right there. They are gonna have their team go over those call logs dating back to God knows when. They even brought this up as to wanting to get some of those calls into evidence. So that's, and I don't think the judge allowed it, but that is a really good point. Hopefully for his sake, he didn't say anything or.
No, it was funny, and I told the guy who cooperated, which is 6'9", he said, listen, let me tell you about the Southern District of New York. He said, I told him. He said, when they are not done with you, he said, they've raided my house 2 times. They found a way to get me blocked back up. That's why I was with Diddy, because they gave him parole, and then they found a way to get him back into the system. He says, when they feel like you got over on them, they don't just walk away. They find a way. And I'm wondering if that's going to happen, because I think Comey, this is a very embarrassing look for Comey. For all 6 AUSA, Emily Johnson, Slavic, the other 3, this is an embarrassing look. And I just don't think that they just walk away with this.
And they gave it their all. They did, but again,
it was the case they couldn't win. I don't think it's an embarrassing look for him. I think it was Damian Johnson. It was Damian Williams.
But it's embarrassing. It's an embarrassing look for the office that's seen as the toughest office on crime in the land. That one man goes in there and beat a RICO.
Because you put witnesses on the stand.
Yeah, they're never going to take accountability. They're going to try to say what happened. They get as much as they can.
That's what happened. He didn't call not one witness. He beat y'all with your witnesses.
Everybody person stuff, or was it just Dan?
Their witnesses and your exhibits.
It's actually crazy to think about. Yeah.
I think Banner was the only person that was the
Banner. Brianna Barber had the most outrageous perjury. Dawn Richard perjured herself. Capricorn Clark, Cassie, Mia, and Jane Doe. These were your key witnesses, and 2 of your witnesses, Gina didn't even show up. Victim 5, whoever that was, didn't show up. So they were given a case that they couldn't win, and I just think that they were outmatched with the legal minds. Puffy had the resources. He spared no expense for his friend.
You think they go back, these more civil cases, try to come up with maybe 2 or 3 more witnesses and say, let's go back in this motherfucker again.
Too much
money. Or do you believe
too much money and it
retry them again on what?
No, it's
on other charges for other victims.
No. It's
I don't.
Unless he F's up majorly, like he's got to be really careful because they are going to be watching him.
I don't think anybody's going to win any of those civil suits either.
Oh yeah, I wonder if any of those will go to trial. Like, what do you think about that? Like, I.
Well, the fact that he won is.
Yeah.
You know, and the only convictions was Jane Doe and Cassie. Dawn Richard's case is going to go out the window. Mia's case is going to go out the window. Brianna Bowman's case is going to go out the window. My opinion. I could be wrong.
Well, here's the thing. It's just so much easier to get a conviction in civil court. You can get a win in civil court. The preponderance of the evidence is as long as, like, if this was a civil case, it's no way, it's impossible that, like, if Cassie had taken her to trial, based on her testimony, it's impossible a jury wouldn't award her with damages given her testimony. Because again, it doesn't have to be like I know beyond a reasonable doubt. It just has to be.
J.Lo probably could win a civil suit because she's one of the civil bad actors. Right?
Yeah, I think he should settle with her. I think he should settle with her. He should
Well,
probably.
let's see if she's as down as she said she was. That she wasn't gonna file a suit.
Yeah, right.
Did say that.
Snow Kilo says, thank you for the 10th, brother. He says, OG be right, but he's also part of the problem. By telling people to blindly stick by people even when you think they're wrong. No accountability. Diddy isn't a victim. You got to do better as men. What do you think about that?
Who's that?
This is a donator.
What's his name?
Sko Kilo.
Yeah. Sko Kilo, you got a fake profile with a fake name. So that's what I think about your comment. Sko Kilo.
They do want to know Panday. I think I'm saying that right. He says, besides the Diddy case, what is next for Lauren and Sean G?
Yeah, I mean, I'll definitely be attending the hearings for the Kentucky crypto king in Manhattan criminal court. You know about that case? The two crypto guys who they kidnapped this one Italian guy and they tortured him in this like $30,000 a month Manhattan townhouse, all for his Bitcoin password. And this guy, like they used a chainsaw on his leg, they peed on him.
Oh, I heard about that.
Yeah, he ran like out of a horror movie, ran out of the house and caught up with a traffic guard, and they caught it on camera. And so these guys have a hearing, I think, on July 18th. So I'll be going to that and doing the pre-trial stuff for that. And then this is a freaking weird, disgusting one that no one is talking about. I call him the sadistic sugar daddy, but there's a hearing for this guy, I think a week later. His name is Ryan Hemphill. He lived near the Empire State Building. He is a lawyer, or was a lawyer. If you look at his LinkedIn, he's got all these accolades. Well, half of his LinkedIn, no one even knew who he was, half of these companies. He was indicted on 116 different counts of raping and torturing 4 different women in his apartment. And he had, they found a cattle prod. Like, he was burning women and, like, with, like, cattle prod. It's horrible. And the DA is actually still asking for women to come forward. He was meeting them on websites like FetLife, which is like the fetish one, and sugar daddy sites, telling them how rich he was when he really had no money. He's broke. Like, so he is, that's another trial coming up. And
I don't know if you covered a single case, but I think, you know, again, this is not how it got started. How the case got started. Obviously, that was Douglas Whitford. This one is Tyrone Blackburn. He filed something against Fat Joe. They trying to say Fat Joe was all type of kids, which obviously is probably just bullshit. But they're running the same play, very explosive lawsuit. Which, by the way,
it's crazy. It's too unbelievable. I'm sorry. It is so, like, I'm not trying to say this guy's lying. I wasn't there, but like when I see the number 4,000 times, really? So the 4,000th time that you were gonna have sex with, like, you're like, no, that's it. I'm done after 4,000. Like, what?
And here's the thing. Here's the thing. Joseph Tacopina, the guy who represented A$AP Rocky, their attorneys are taking note from Alex Spiro with Jay-Z because Diddy allowed all the lawsuits to pile up, and then we all thought, oh, these got to be true. This guy's just a weirdo. He's a creep. He likes this. Jay-Z hit it up, like he confronted it, and eventually that lawyer folded and realized the victim's lie never went in. Fat Joe's doing the same. Joe Tacopina, he has sued the lawyer and the guy who sued him for extortion. I told you, these civil suits are extortion now.
Well, Tyrone was Brianna Bonkolin's lawyer, and she had to say on the stand that she fired him because he added that she was sexually assaulted and she wasn't.
Didn't he just run over somebody?
Yeah, that's what he's talking about. He got arrested because he ran over the process server that was serving him Joe Tacopina's defamation lawsuit. And I just, like, I could go over that, but I went over the lawsuit, like, myself, and it was just so unbelievable that I almost didn't want to give it attention, I guess, more than what I already had, because
it has several allegations to puff stuff, but it was accentuated, made it seem like this guy was grave. They put in details in there that were eye grabbing and very salacious that could be ran on blogs, talking about Fat Joe having his genitals rub against his male counterparts while they were having sex with the same girl. They try to make it in a way to say this freaky ass motherfucker right here, according to them, I don't even want to get into
No, but
details.
AK,
It feels like it's cat. It feels like it's cat.
I
And this is how it starts. Because we like talking about did you hear this? And it's all cat. Then all of a sudden somebody believes it. And then some U.S. attorney says, well, I need to make my name for myself before I get up one out of here. Let me go get my HSIT, my NYPD, deputized FBI personnel to go investigate it, get a search warrant, let's indict this motherfucker, and then we just put them on, we got him locked up. Well, chilling NBC until I get out of here.
That the Diddy case, and actually being in the courtroom and hearing these people actually say that their civil suits were not accurate, and again, hearing someone say that she had to fire an attorney because something was added, it gave me this, I just look at these civil suits from a different perspective, and it feels now, and again, I am guilty of going through civil suits, on a podcast, and being like, oh my gosh, and taking things as fact, and I should not have done that, and now, so it's giving me a different perspective that it could happen to anybody. Somebody can literally write whatever they want about you, and you can do nothing about it unless you sue them for defamation. And who's going to believe? Like, are they going to believe you after?
By the way, landmark decision, and this is why this bullshit keeps happening. So Tony Busby gets sued by Jay-Z because he said, you said I fucked a 13-year-old. He sued him for defamation. Motion to dismiss by Tony Busby gets granted. They dismiss it. They say, they basically legalize, if you make salacious acts and file it in court, it can't be defamation because the mere notion it could be defamation silences victims.
Well, you have to prove that it's defamation in court, which is the shitty part, and that's what I'm trying to say.
They have to start the case. They threw it out.
Right,
they said it's silencing victims, and that's the problem.
So he didn't even have a chance to prove that it was defamation, which is a scary thought, on his end, because Alex Spiro did an incredible job of putting together this binder as to why this didn't happen. Everything she said, this band did not perform the night of the VMAs or whatever it was because they were in Germany at the time. Like, it was, none of it made sense.
This thing, why they didn't do it, they said, well, Tony Busby didn't ethically break his responsibility as an officer of the court because a lawyer should only file a lawsuit if he truly believes the facts herein are actually true. Here's the thing. He hired an investigator to validate the claims. The investigator told him yes, so he filed a lawsuit. The investigator never put a declaration in the docket, which means that's hearsay. So it's a bunch of legalese.
No, it's crazy. It really is crazy.
So now, what you just coming off of what you said, anybody can file these lawsuits. We see them popping up on everything. Where do you think this whole movement of believe all women stands, especially now after we've seen this case where if we listen, there's 100 lawsuits against Bub. A lot of people understand maybe either weren't all telling the truth or if you listen to they lied. Where do you think, or how do you think this is going to affect how people might treat a potential real victim or treat anybody potential at all?
I mean, I think that the believe all women thing, I think that dissipated a long time ago at this point. I think you should listen to everybody. If they come forward and they have something to say and they say that, listen to them, of course. But, like, nobody has to believe all women. I mean, that's not... Do you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't think
you been on the Shade Room? Follow Shade Room?
No.
Man, the Shade Room, they over there, the Shade Room demons are going through it. Oh. They're going through it. They wanted Diddy to get 100 years.
Oh.
They wanted to get 100 years.
Yo, listen. When the sentence came down in the overflow, you saw people and reporters that wanted Puff to get found guilty writing the notes like this.
Oh man, you can see it on their face, huh?
Man, they were showing it, getting up, walk, hurt. Wounded. 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 Hey,
Yo, they all said you was wrong. They were saying now I'm too biased.
Man, listen, when I went up there to the courtroom the first days, week, man.
Oh, you said when you seen Cassie testify, you said you heard enough.
Man, it was over, man. They stopped. Some people stopped talking to me, man.
Really?
After I expressed I was broke up, they stopped talking to me. Every time they see me, they go another way. When I first got there.
Shout out to somebody said, not your Uncle Ruckus. He says, it ain't over yet for Diddy. They might try to do the KPD on his ass. They might try to drop a bomb about some old shit.
Oh gosh, what if Keefe D implicates Diddy on this? Oh my god, I forgot. So they pushed that trial back, I think, to February 2026, I think. But
speculation.
He said that the whatchamacallit, that law enforcement broke a proffer, but they say that he broke the proffer first.
Yeah, he did it on Vlad. He did it on the couch.
Yeah.
Multiple times.
He just needs to shut up, though. Just stop talking.
Here's the thing, though. He was getting like 5 minutes in an interview. He had no other skill. He was an Asian man. He went up there. They kept asking about the same thing. At first, he used to say, refer to my book and refer to past interviews I did. I did have, he had what they call Queen for a day.
Yeah.
You could only say that one time, brother. Okay, they leaked the interrogation footage or audio, and he kept saying it, remixing it, giving different details. Now he's saying a bunch of other
He
stuff.
also was bragging when they were taking, like, when he was getting arrested. Do you remember that? Like, he never shuts up. It's not just like, he is his own worst enemy. And he might not even make it to trial. He is not healthy. He is not a healthy person. So.
And by the way, James Atkinson, thank you for the attempt, says, I know the federal statute of limitations for transportation related to prostitution is 5 years. I'm just interested in how this applies to Cassie's charge now that RICO is out.
I don't know. I wish I had
saying
the
the
legal
section
background to
guidelines
understand all of that.
The charge, the statute of limitation on that charge is 5 years. That's interesting.
Oh my gosh.
That's these people. I have one for you, Lauren.
Okay.
I hope you're not. I'm trying to attack Lauren on here now. You love Lauren. He said, I like Lauren. It seems like she's mainly interested in helping women. She said, does she think Cardi B should be on trial for admitting she used to drug men and set them up with transsexual women?
Okay, I don't know enough about whatever Cardi B used to do, but like I think that what gets me, and like anybody can say whatever they want about me, about you, but the truth is you guys don't know anything about me and you don't know anything about Sean. So if people say that I'm all about helping women, I mean, is that a bad thing if I am? Number one. Number two, I would say that if
tell them, Lauren.
Well, no, I'm just saying, like, if somebody needs help, and again, I have a son. So do I want to see my son in a position where he's wrongly accused? No. I will help whoever needs help. And the fact that if people are even offended in the slightest, that I am offended by seeing Cassie get beat up, then that says more about you than it says about me. So, and, I mean, I'm not coming down on this person.
Get
No, I'm not coming down on this
Get
person.
it.
No,
Come
in general,
We get to it on this channel.
but
We get
no,
to it.
listen, I put myself out there. I'm the one talking. You can say whatever you want about me. That is your right. I'm putting myself out there. But again, the truth is, you don't know anything about me, and I help who I want to help, and I'm a truthful person, which, like I said, I will tell both sides of the story. I don't. But and if I see both sides, and somebody
You're not in here even like, what's that? There's that one blogger, somebody said, hide all the ropes. Like, I ain't gonna lie, I don't even want to make that joke, but they said this one blogger is weeping outside the courtroom. I think she has some issues with you. I don't know what's going on.
Okay, but I'm just saying, like, I am not emotionally invested in these cases.
Wounded.
Wounded. Hey, listen. In the overflow 24B, man, them reporters in there and the public was.
Diane, thank you for the idea.
Wounded.
No, you didn't send a message though.
Wounded.
They were mad. They were mad. They were mad.
Yeah, I'm not emotionally invested. I'm just like, you can't help but
We
see
support
you
Lauren.
see his daughters. It's like you can't. And then those moments where he's being, consoled by his team. You're a human being. You feel empathy for him because it's a tough situation. I mean,
He won. He took it to trial and he won. Judged by.
Hey, and by the way, DJ K Don 5 seconds 20 says Saba. He said act. The
Sidebar.
He said the chat niggas was 25,000 deep this morning, and there's like a podcast on the West. They be trying to they was taking some shots. Chat, you know what we do? We can't keep going back and forth. We got people who we fuck with. We share our platform with them. He said them boys are struggling with 550 views. I seen today, 3,000 kicking strong. Right? Listen, hey, chat, just tell you, this is exactly why I'm not gonna spend my time going back and forth while I can find other content creators that I'm liking their content. Let me collab with them. Some of these guys just want to argue just to argue because now they could get up in the algorithm. It's okay. It's okay. I don't take offense to it. But I like to, these are my people over here. So, by the way, somebody said, oh, Jay Cardi, don't gas Unk up. He's off 2 Red Bulls. He said, yo, turn up on Tisa Tells. Saba.
no, wait. I don't want to talk about.
Saba.
Yo, so
wait, what happened though?
So I'm coming back from the joint, my live joint.
Yeah.
And I'm walking through the back.
Yeah.
And she right there. So this is after the verdict. So I make sure I lock eyes with her. And I walk by, I do this. I walk by some. And she locked and I locked, and then she got a security guard down there. But that was my
I really like
revenge.
her. I really like her.
I have no
She's
problem.
a really nice girl.
Yeah.
You did say something, and
then she got into it with a dude in the overflow.
Really?
The dude in the overflow. Then she got into it with a dude by the elevator. Everybody was going at her like, you a liar, you a liar, you a liar. She had a lot of scrapes today, man.
Can I ask a question about her? I haven't watched her content. I don't think she's the most fond of me, but I have no problem with her. I'm pretty sure. I actually even said earlier, I said I invited her to have a conversation. I'm pretty sure we can find some common ground. Do you believe that, and I don't know, are you familiar with the coverage? Maybe?
I mean, I know that she was passionate about him being guilty.
Okay,
Yeah.
so do you believe, and I'm pretty sure there are certain people who maybe their representation of the coverage or what they saw in the court was more in line with, hey, and I won't say necessarily they're a woman or whatever, but it's like, hey, we're here to defend women's rights. And in cases like this, we want to see justice for women who are coming out to be victims. And maybe it's not, how the hell, she don't know Puff. Like, I'm pretty sure she's like really just pro Cassie, pro all the women who probably have felt victimized.
I'm not sure. I don't. I'm
trying to figure out her
Yeah,
angle.
I don't think I've watched anything like straight through, but just knowing her from the courtroom and seeing her every day, she's lovely and she's sweet and she's kind, and that's all my interactions have been. And she's gracious, and so I really like her. Again, I haven't watched a lot of her coverage.
She's logical and analytical.
I honestly don't know.
want to invite her to a conversation or a debate because, again, I'm like when I get into mudslinging, I get a little bit nasty. People know me. I got a reputation. So I heard that she had some opinions on me before I knew who she was. And I would rather, but she does have a sizable platform. I would love to engage her in conversation, in a debate, to see. Because, anytime I've ever sat with someone, they usually leave and they're like, you know what, I don't agree with this guy with everything, but he's a very...
You're respectful.
Right?
About
Yeah.
it. You're a respectful human being.
So watching, I seen her cry this morning. I was just like, listen, I would
no, was she crying?
Yeah, she was crying.
Well, I didn't see that. Oh,
Yeah,
no.
She was,
Oh.
I couldn't tell if the weather changed or it was just her crying. It was crazy. But, wounded. But
I didn't see. It was so crazy out there. No, it was just it was a madhouse then.
I heard she had said Unc was leaking names, and I said,
all that.
Really?
Yes, indeed.
Why? Why don't y'all see eye to eye?
Well, nobody down there saw eye to eye with me first 2 weeks.
Oh, so you were like the black sheep down there.
Ain't no question. They used to call me the hip hop reporter or something like that. They had a special name for me.
Really?
That they went and told the judge and all the marshals, why is he here? And because I raised the bar, man. I changed the game, man. I raised the bar on the journalism that was going on down there. I changed the whole narrative. I wonder how Nancy Riggs must feel now too, man.
Wait, can I ask you a question? Yeah. If you would have went down there, and let's say that first testimony of Cass, and say you have seen the evidence, and you're like, nah, Diddy's a monster, he did that shit, would you have said that? Because I do feel like you had maybe some pro Diddy thoughts. You clearly, you say you're taking pictures with him. If you had heard the
I never
evidence,
taken pictures from him. I just would cut pictures from him. I never met Puff before, but I'm gonna meet Puff when we do that first interview because I get the exclusive.
But if you had heard the evidence that was
a trash can,
that was indicative of, oh, nah, he really,
I would have reported that he was a trash can.
So if you had heard he put a handcuff to her ankle, tied it to the water heater, you would have said, man, don't book me this guy. You would have said that.
I probably would have. Yeah, I would have said he was a trash can. I was going to report what it was. Integrity stuff.
It's good.
I would have reported what it was, but I didn't see that. I did not see that, and I went looking for that, but it never showed up. Never showed up.
One of the biggest takeaways I took away from the entire trial was what type of conduct and I examined a lot about sexual history and sexual life. Right? I got to realize the freaky dudes. He likes whatever. But I was starting to think, I'm like, if you are someone, I'm telling you, I know a lot of these people in the entertainment business that they're into some non-traditional stuff. It could be group sex. It could be whatever. Like, but I've never heard those things to be non-consensual. But if you told the public, who are usually in monogamous relationship, that this rapper, this ball player, after he won his NBA title, he didn't go to Disney World. He hit Turks, and when he hit that jump on the yacht, it was crazy. They might say that's behavior because if you gotta remember the Mann Act. Yeah, the Mann Act. It was, they listed a few things that it was trying to prevent. One of the things it actually says, the Wall Street in the actual Mann Act. I think it's from, it was to prevent certain things that when people would bring sexual behavior and was bringing people from places to other places to engage in immoral sexual behavior. So
come on, man, shouldn't stop doing this fuck, dog.
Which that statute has gotten defined over the years, but that says if I think that you have 1,000 bottles of baby oil, or you like another man to penetrate the girl, that is immoral. You know.
Sean, did you also feel? I felt like there was a point during the trial where it was like days of explicit, dirty text being read, details of what went down, and I felt like I lost a kind of the sense of what's appropriate to say in the world almost. Like I almost felt, and I also never felt more boring in my entire life where I was like, wait, I'm so confused that this is what goes on in his sex life. And again, I just have never felt more, I don't know. Like I don't know how to say it. Like
I went and bought me some baby oil.
It was just,
it was
so
crazy.
I
went and bought me some. I got to try it.
I just
You gotta heat it up though.
Got to heat it up. Put it in the put it in.
She said Jane Doe is heating up in the
Yeah.
boat. By the way, 000 says integrity never went out of style, man.
Integrity never went out of style, man.
Yo, we gotta get the sidebar merch. Sidebar merch.
I think
Sidebar.
you really do have to get like
Sidebar.
I want a mug. I love coffee mugs. Can you please do that?
You got
I will
the
buy.
best
I will buy.
merch, God.
Let's do it. Let's do it.
We work on it, and we will have Uncle Cool. All right.
Sidebar.
Are you gonna spell it regular? You do a bunch of R's and a bunch of A's.
Some people say it's an S. Well, you gotta tell us.
Some people say it's SIDEBAHHHH
Yeah, I
sidebar.
kind of like that.
Somebody think it's WBAW. You gotta listen.
No, I like the H.
The H.
The
Sidebar.
Yes.
Yo, I remember the first thing I said that, man, and all this, they was all saying it. That was in front of the courthouse, and
They were
went crazy.
saying it today. You were not around. This dude, I actually looked for you because I was in the back, and this dude's like, sidebar, sidebar. And I was like, oh shit. You were nowhere to be found. He just yelling at
Hey,
you.
by the way,
yeah.
so, and this is another interesting perspective. Again, me and my audience sat for 8 weeks. You guys went for 8 weeks. We watched you guys do amazing coverage. You guys really, you know, what I'm so proud of, I think, what you guys told us happened in court really bore out not only to be actual and true, but even the verdict actually confirms it. So now I want to ask you guys, as you guys did videos on lunch breaks and did videos in the afternoon, what was that experience like? You were doing videos like all over the place. Like I asked her today, how does he always have a clean background? What's going on? And then
fully square. I even walked by you doing that.
How did you get bit by a bee?
That was awful. I don't know. It's gross over there. Who knows? But I'm like, and we all had that today. We all had. I was literally doing a live hit, and they told me to move. They're crazy now. So
I went over full square because
I'm gonna start asking the about saying sidebar.
It was away from
the sidebar world.
It was away from everybody. And I couldn't get real clear service when I was over by the tents with all the other cameras and all that stuff, and I don't know if it was something that was messing with my signal. When I went over by Fulton Square and I had the background porch with the columns, and I could just go over there and do my thing. And
How are you not distracted by sometimes people?
Because I became invested in this trial. I became invested in it, right? And I began to seek the truth. And, my job was to come out at noon, tell the people what I heard in the morning session, go back in, and come out in the afternoon and tell them what I heard in the afternoon. I was going to report the direct examination, and then I was going to come back and report cross-examination. And that's what I did. That's all I did. And I took notes. I would sit in the courtroom. I wouldn't even look at the screen. I would just listen and write. I would just listen and write.
Yeah, there's so much to write, and there's so much going on. I think there's a defense press conference right now.
Really?
Yeah, there is. Intercity Press they're all outside and kind of see it, I guess.
Is it live?
Oh no, he's not. It wasn't live. He put let me see.
What you gonna say, that?
So I wanted the perspective from the overflow room and in the actual court, right? You guys say 26B or whatever. At all times when you're watching the stream, the overflow, did you see things?
Yes.
So is this a wide shot?
It's a TV like that. It's two.
It's two of them. What's on each?
Half of the screen is the witness chair. The other half of the screen is the courtroom. You can see the Assistant U.S. Attorney Trump's legal team and maybe the first three pews of the gallery.
And then the other screen.
Same thing. And I would always get up. Whenever Puff came in, I would always get up and walk up to him. Volume of the speaker. And the marshals in 26B, they'll throw you out of the slightest mistake. They very, very serious. Marshals in the overflow, serious, but they weren't.
They hated me. When I was in overflow, I would literally, the MTA lady could literally bum rush somebody. Okay, take their seat. Throw a fit.
They kicked her out of there.
But literally, I watched her not get kicked out. I would crumble. I would have like a rapper in and they'd be like, Karen. They'd literally be like, you Karen, stop with you. They hated me so much. I was like, I have to get out of Karen? No, they didn't call me that. But I just felt like they were pointing at me like this Karen with her rapper, you know.
And by the way, we have a donation. See, that's what happens. You know, bring them onto the platform, and then they love them more than me. Lauren, you got one. Dwayne Jordan, he says to Bob, he says, Lauren, I gotta say sorry. this is, she said, just a question. This act and kept saying, come on, Lauren, when you spoke your feelings on Cassie and them. Well, I don't know which thing. He said, I'm all for women, and I'm a girl dad. So it looks like he's supporting you. He's just saying, you know, I guess he's asking maybe how you feel or whatever.
No, I think that conversations aren't really interesting if everybody agrees. So I think it's nice. No one's insulting each other. Like, you're not like, you fucking idiot. You know, no one's being like, it's not like that. So I mean, I just think it would be so boring if we were all sitting here and we're like, yes, I totally agree on that, and I agree on this. And
no, after yesterday's pod, let me tell you this. When I first did everything show, it was the show that kind of brought me a little way more mainstream exposure. I realized that the need for difference of opinion. I was on YouTube for years, and I was given my opinion, and the people who flocked to me mostly had the same opinion. But there was always some people who tuned in and was just like, I don't agree with that, but there was never a voice to represent them. When I sat with Joe Budden and we did a debate show, I would realize even some of the people who liked me, they liked when I was challenged. So yesterday, even at the times where we were challenging each other, I realized that's what makes for great programming. Because as much as we might not agree on certain things, and it's not even a lot, honestly, those people who want that retort, they want to hear it. And that's why, you know, I said to you after, I was like, I love every response you did. It's not hostile.
And that was sweet of that guy. What was that guy's name? That was very sweet of him. So thank you so much. But like,
just blocking from the DMs, man. Yo, Matt will beat your ass. Don't get up in the DMs.
Oh my gosh, that's so funny. I feel like DMs go into like this. If you don't follow people, because I feel like I never check Instagram. They go straight into like some weird abyss.
They go into this thing. I'm not gonna lie.
I should check.
I check every. Well, it might be dangerous for you because they might be saying all type of stuff. I check every DM because some of the biggest stories I've ever broke. And that's why I tell people, just DM. I'm gonna see it. When you're a media personality, let me tell you this. Sometimes somebody will give me a tip. Hey, I just seen this happen. I was at dinner. He just did this. Trust and believe. The cops came. They got him in handcuffs. I don't got a picture, or hit me. I'm gonna give you the picture. And I go through each and every one of them, even to this day. You got to.
Okay. Now I want to look at the
media,
DMs.
I check all my DMs.
Okay.
It's going to be a lot because it's going to be people who are thirsty.
Wait, yeah. Are mine going to be interesting, or are they just going to be?
It's going to be a shit show. With me, I think ours is going to be, yo, check this out. You've never seen this. Trust me. That's why I tell you, if you or all of us, you don't know the service you're providing because we can't clone ourselves. We can't be everywhere. We're all independent content creators, but we got to compete with CNN. Long Crime's got a whole control room. I didn't even know that. Like, you know, first of all, I heard them say today, they said, they didn't pass me a viewership when I was at the crib. And I was leading this one. Long Crime. That's the big platform who's been covering the case. And for the most part, throughout the whole trial, I was the number one.
Yeah.
They definitely passed me today. But here's the thing. They have a whole control team. There's someone in the courtroom, outside the courtroom, earpieces.
They're a news organization. They're a straight up like media conglomerate. Yeah, and, you can't. I mean.
And here's the thing. Just like you, and just like Lauren, one man in a one woman army. And here's the reality behind it. We a lot of times we're only strong as our audience. This is why I say when they were sending super chats, there's nothing bigger than the chat. They tell me everything. They put me on the stuff. Yo, go look into this real quick. It's about to break. This just happened. And I'm pretty sure you get it right.
Absolutely. I check all of my DMs. I get a lot of requests.
I'm checking them. Sorry. I
check all of my DMs. And I think mainstream media has to compete with us now. I don't even think they're competing. No, especially
because they're not telling the truth.
Someone said, "Can you spend a weekend with me?"
So to get a lot of that.
Stranger. Hold on, I kind of want to look at him. Just make it. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Let's see. Oh, private.
Just to be able to, we can
set up, we could go live like that. We can, no, they can't compete. They can't compete. No, excuse me.
No, you're
Hey,
good.
say this, and again,
And I had people saying, Sean, I don't go. No, I wait on you.
let me say this, say this. 2017, I again brought to Complex. That's when I did that show.
Where?
Complex, right? It was in Times Square, big building. Now the MLB headquarters is in that building we're at. And I went in there, and they had 2 floors. They had a floor and employees. And they brought me in, and no one knew what I kind of looked like because I used to do voiceovers. I didn't show my face. And they started saying, they said, how many do you have work for? I had 0, but I'm in this big building talking to all these executives. I lied. I said, I got 4. I got 4. Y'all got 400, I got 4. I had none. I seen the operation they had. They bring me to a guy who was one of the senior editors. Because they were starting to get the video. They were doing a written platform. They were getting into video. Set me on video. They said, do you know, for the last 6 months, with 6 people to analyze your videos because my engagement was so high. There's nothing. So we put 6 people to analyze your video to try to figure out the source. Walking around, I'm overwhelmed. This is a big operation. I walked in one of their rooms that they do news. I was a news guy, hip hop news guy. Teleprompters, this, that, like the best cameras man could find. I realized after the very first day why they could never compete. They were trying to study my videos, thinking I was doing something that a corporate company could emulate. What they could never emulate was my authenticity. I would get up on there, I wouldn't show my face, I would like, let's protect them, and I would just do a video, give my original thoughts. They had teleprompters that people were reading that they didn't write. They had the writers write it and a pretty girl reading it. That's not authentic. When you get on your platform, and you say, Saba, ain't nothing better than that. Ain't nothing bigger than that. I'm telling you that right now. You know what people, they can't compete. I promise you. And I want to give both you guys encouragement for that because independent content creators, I got this place when I was working at Complex, and I was like, listen, I'm working for y'all, but I'm always independent. I later got to deal with Spotify and the upstairs joint that I was at. I built that out too, and I said, you know what? I realized no matter if I might look corporate, reason why we have 25,000 people in the chat, when I woke up about 15 minutes before, I ain't showered until I had to come here. They ain't know. It's because they know I'm authentic. You're authentic. And you're authentic.
Wait, your lack of showers makes you.
Well,
just kidding. I'm just kidding.
I know.
I'm totally kidding.
That's the point. And this is why I love independent content creators. Because once you start getting to the CNNs and these other things, they got scripts. They got 15 editors. They got this. There's no real originality. Authenticity is always gonna win.
They got a color. They couldn't compete with us because the people in the overflow, they got a color inside the closet.
I agree.
They got a color inside the closet. People get a kick out of me when I'm doing my live and I make a point and I turn around and walk away from the camera.
I love it.
And go stand and wait.
I see you directing traffic today. I see you directing traffic today. I see you directing traffic today. You're saying, go ahead.
Or I just stand there, right? Or I just stand there. Yeah, then people love that, man. They authenticity. You're exactly right. They can't compete.
And I only say that, and I know the audience respects it, and this is why, we did that reel yesterday. The reason why I love some, these are independent content creators. I watch these people grind through it. I also do want to send a message to bigger content creators. Collaboration is great. You have to get to the point you're so secure in your audience. I love when I see them turn you up. I love when I see that. You know why? Because at the end of the day, I can't be Unc. Unc can't be Act. Act can't be Lauren, and Lauren can't be Act. It is what it is. We all can't be each other, and there's enough people here. And I'm not trying to get sentimental and everything. We're still, but I appreciate y'all. I appreciate y'all, and I only want to give y'all that nugget to build your platform. Don't ever think. Let me tell you something. I got both of these spots, and sometimes the best stream is from the crib. I'm telling you, I pay a pretty penny, trust, for both of these spots. Y'all see the cameras, the lights, I got upstairs. I've never given it up. But sometimes the best thing, because the audience don't care about the camera equipment. I see you set your phone up. I like it. I see how it doesn't matter.
Oh, my squatting. You see my squat.
Of course.
I'm very fancy. I'm very
about
fancy.
authenticity. And let me tell you this, how you guys covered the trial, the way I was gravitating to you, the way the audience was gravitating to you guys, is because when I listen to you guys from a realistic perspective,
damn it,
I can say that's Lauren's personality. Lauren's reacting
my
to
dog
how
tags,
did
man.
this,
Mess up.
and reacting to how Maureen Colby did this. Brilliant. Same with you. And I just want to say thank you guys, and I want to express that's
I thank you. This was so nice for you to have. I mean, you know, Sean has a big audience, and I have a very small audience. So thank you for having me. Thank you for having me on.
You got 21,000.
I do, and I mean, I just hope that they stick with me because I will be covering other cases. But I just wonder if people are just only interested in Diddy, and that's my fear. I hope that they're interested in other stuff, but
it's and this is why it's brilliant, because some of the cases you told me you're covering, I don't know too much about. My audience don't only watch me. This is why I said nothing in the chat. There's some of my audience, they want to hear Unc's story. I've always said this, and this is why I'm not a content creator, a gatekeeper. Unc don't tell me stories about things I've never experienced. I want my audience to identify with Unc. Go get that from him. Go check out his platform. You're going to give a perspective. This is why that dude sent that donation. And also there's chat rooms in here. When we were, we're rating your screen and they're going so crazy. Shout out to Bellfire, Canada. There's some people chat rooms who are like, no, we love Lauren. She's speaking for us women. Man, I can't speak. I try to understand and empathize, but I can't speak for them. They're gonna fuck with you. We're good.
First time I ever saw you, I said, these glasses,
really?
Glasses.
They're so funny. And I don't even wear them all the time. I just kind of started because of the note taking and actually looking at the screen for the evidence, and then it kind of just stuck. So that's really funny. Really funny.
Okay. You're not bullying me saying I'm going to keep y'all hostage. So I want to give y'all I've spoken a lot and I know I'm tired. So I want to give both of y'all uninterrupted time. Please promote everything you have. It appears that we're all going to have hopefully a great July weekend. I wish both of you guys spend time with your families. Unfortunately for Puff, he's not going to be with his family, but he does have good news. And we're going to reconvene, and I do want us to do something on a regular basis. I don't care if it's weekly, I don't care what it is. I think we can figure something out. Okay?
That'd be fun.
I want to give both of you guys, please, this is the time to promote, please.
No, I literally feel like I've talked so much that I feel like I have nothing to say. I have nothing. I will be back with you, hopefully.
Podcast was sold on Spotify. Podcast was sold on Instagram. Get my merch on my website, www.podcastforsoul.cartel. Books over there. I also do one-on-one mentorship sessions. Stan.store/podcast for soul. Sidebar. Shout out to academics.
They got me feeling like I'm epidemic.
My platform really took off since he started on my platform. Appreciative. Shout out to my brother Juan. And, this is what we do. Integrity never went out of style. And authenticity is the highest vibration in the universe. Higher than love, higher than fear. John G.
Best. I'm glad I met you because, like, I saw you the whole time. I literally saw you at the. And it's just funny. We really only met like 2 weeks ago, which is so weird. Yeah. But wait, actually, I feel like I should shout out my platforms. I know I just said I talk too much, but yeah. Okay, YouTube Pop Prime TV. My website popprime.tv. My Instagram is my full name, Florence Emily Conlon. And my Twitter is Conlon_Lauren.
Oh, we got a bag over here. You gotta realize. That's why I say if you're not bigger in the chat, hey, listen. This is what I need you to do. I need one of them jurors. Get that exclusive. Got that 10,000 bag. You gotta get it on here. Exclusive. I want you to do the interview.
I've got the
I know you're gonna go through it sequentially, bro.
Oh yeah, no. So again, I
get one of them. I got
I told you I kind of chased the Sprinter managers, but what I do have in my back pocket is hopefully Xavier Donaldson got that for an interview, and then hopefully Tenny Garagos. So I'm gonna be like kind of nice and not as annoying. I will give them a couple days. I think. I actually already hit up Donaldson. I already heard about him, but yeah.
You can leverage me.
Okay, done.
I know you can figure out all the jurors. We can get a real good interview with one of the jurors. I got 10,000 for them, and then you gonna talk.
Got it.
10,000. We want to know everything that happened up in that jury room. Shout out to Lauren Crowns. But listen, I worked hard to get here. I got some bread too. We gonna move around.
Okay.
Shout out to that. Come on. So if you get independent content that you hit me,
yep.
I'm gonna make sure you're good. That juror gonna be $10,000 richer, but he gotta tell us everything that happened from the moment they went in. They gotta tell us what happened with juror 6. They gotta tell us what the foreman was saying, why it didn't happen on the first day, what they thought when they saw Cassie.
I've seen journalists put out tweets before being like, "Hey, if you're a juror in the Diddy trial, hit me up." Why not?
You got 10 bands.
Yeah, why not?
You gotta do an interview with Lauren.
Yeah.
Lauren gonna go do it.
Oh yeah. Oh no. I have
There's we could put a mobile team on it. We gonna do it.
I have so many.
Sit next to the jurors. Tell them to get in touch with Lauren.
Sometimes the jurors don't want
It was
to show
paying
their
y'all
face.
$60 a day. Big actors down to pay 10 bands. We need to know everything.
Sometimes they don't want to show their face. So sometimes
It's all
it
good.
can be audio or like
It's all good.
audio, written, whatever. Like I mean,
Because if I hear one of the jurors saying, "We knew this was bullshit from the start," we go platinum. It's over. It's all good. Yo, the jury be like, "Yo, imagine they say what you said. After Cassie testified, I knew this shit was bullshit. I was just clocking it. I was just checking the time. I knew this shit wasn't going nowhere."
I would like to hear Lauren about the 17th battle.
well, there's so many things I want to know about. You're right. There's so many things that I want to know what they were thinking. Yeah. And I guess Mark Nicholas said a lot of it. Like Capricorn Clark, she's off, isn't she? They probably were like, we were thinking that. That's crazy. Anyway, I
Okay. Please go check out Lauren. Go check out where you go live next?
I might be flying down to 10 basketball.
Whoa.
I love seeing everybody. Hey, Lauren, what we doing? Come on, bro. I know you are a contributor of many shows. What's going on? I do know it is family time. And at DC, I'm a workaholic, so I'm like still in that mode. Anything else, or
no? I've already done today. I did a Nancy Grace hit. I did a When I saw you, it was this BET. It's Big City and Coach Jason Brown. Do you know them? They're really great guys. And then I did the Jason Whitlock show. I banked it out.
See, that had me on yeah, that's somebody.
Here's more.
They did a show on the YouTubers. What they call them?
Yeah,
some bloggers.
Yeah.
It's
guys for tuning in. These are my amazing friends. I want you to keep supporting them. This is not the end of the content together. This is only the beginning. They're great content creators who cover things that maybe you guys are interested in that I might not touch on. Please go follow the platforms. Thank you to my man Sean G, the podcast with Soul, and Popcorn TV. Right? Is that right? With Lauren Collin.
We got him. Easy, easy money, easy money, easy money, easy money. Easy money. Let's see. Yeah, this guy did. Next one. I get to friend this side. What? These losers ain't playing, huh? Okay, okay, I got you. Come on. Yeah, give me 8. Come on. I'm not they ain't playing. I needed a different one. Whoa. I love this girl, but man, she needs a audio. Ooh.
24-hour man. 24-hour man. Jesus. Y'all want anything? Y'all want anything? Let me know. I got y'all niggas. Come here, bro.
Hate on this shit. It's not as like I gotta keep on logging in.
Hey, put it over to Kamsky. Oh.
Come on, man. Don't do me like that. Alright.
Sound good? Can you hear? I just laughed at that. We good chat with that. All right, now. We don't got. Oh yeah, that's the black bitch. Yeah. We don't got to go all the way to the top. There. No, bro. What's up right now? What a wrong here. That. What a piece of junk. What a junk. Oh. That's right. Fuck, you not gonna burn. You ain't know the rock. I don't like that. Let's go through the time and eat something. I bet. Huh?
as fuck, man. Oh, I don't need to do all that shit, dog.
Do that. I do it. Do it. You do it. See? Ah, should we do it? We do it. Thank you, River. And go around. Then you go. Then you go over here. Wait, so I got a question, chat. Do y'all think? I got a question. Do y'all think if he's on the top of that shit, cut up a big ass metal pole, he'll just strike it? You think if he's still on top of that shit, cut up a big ass metal pole, think he'll get lightning? That's strong. What? This nigga wanna turn it to this ain't gas. That's what I'm saying. Okay, we could probably test it. I don't think it's hold the shit. Yeah, fuck that. Put up a big ass metal thunderbolt. Yo, hey, god damn.
I don't know why shit don't keep me fucking signing, dog. Come on, man. Fuck, man. Come on.
See what that shit get. Hold on. It's wet. Fuck it.
It's taking forever, man.
I'm gonna chill like a baby. Yeah, nigga. Get that zoom out. Yeah, get that.
I fuck, I gotta keep on doing this shit every fucking time. Oh, fuck, man.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh. Oh my gosh, guys. Look at this shit. That's actually a tough. I mean, that's such you know a towel or a little rag? I know, for him, like what him, stomach gets crazy. Yeah, or to take this book. Hey, you roll this. That's how 23. Here. Here. Alright, ready? Oh, just let him keep it. Just hold on to that shit. Hold on that shit. Let's take that. It's him. It's him. Yeah.
Fucking come on, Jared. Fuck, man.
Straight ahead, bro. What happened to the camera? Hold on.
Alright, man. I think I could be it for right now. Cause this shit's starting to piss me off, man.
Oh, we can't? Oh, the kitty's in there.
I think I can start up another stream. Cause fuck, man.
Wanna whip this bitch, Phantom?
Yeah, I think I can. Yeah. But before I do that, let me try this one more
so much in
time.
San Antonio, chat. I love rain. I like rain when it's like, holy. Look how fast it stopped, though. Huh? It doesn't? Oh,
Let me see if I can try to fix the camera and whatnot.
You can't broken dog. Look at me. Oh, he fell. Dude, he fell. Why you see that? Sorry. Oh, I go pop the lens. Fuck it, bro. Lens. Oh, it's better now. Good. Good.